The man with the piercing blue eyes gestured. "Please, sit down, Mr. Willard. Would you like something to drink?" "I could do with a whiskey," Willard said. The young man whom Willard had followed vanished, only to reappear moments later with a tray on which sat an old-fashioned glass with whiskey, a tumbler of water, and another of ice. Someone else seemed to be walking on Willard's legs, pulling out a chair and sitting down at the refectory table. The young man set the 3 glasses in front of Willard, then went out the library door and closed it silently behind him. "I don't understand how you could be expecting me," Willard said. Then he remembered his 8 hours of scouring the internet in search of information on the Munition Club. "My computer's ISP number is protected." "Nothing is protected." The man took hold of the book and, turning it around, pushed it over to Willard. "Tell me what you make of this." Willard looked down at an illustration of a series of letters and odd symbols. He recognized the Latin letters, but the others were unknown to him. Then a little thrill rippled down his spine. Unless he was mistaken, this series was the same as the engraving in the photos Oliver Liss had showed him and Peter Marks. He looked up into those electric blue eyes and said, "I don't know what to make of it." "Tell me, Mr. Willard, are you a student of history?" "I like to think so." "Then you know about King Solomon." Willard shrugged. "More than most, I imagine." The man across from him sat back and laced his fingers over his lean stomach. Solomon's life and times are steeped in myth and legend. As in the Bible, it's often difficult, if not impossible, to discern truth from fiction. Why? Because his disciples had a vested interest in obscuring the truth. By far the most outrageous stories arose concerning the hoard of Solomon's gold, vast amounts that supposedly staggered the imagination. Historians and archaeologists now routinely ignore these stories as distorted or patently false. For one thing, where did all this gold come from? Solomon's legendary mines? Even if the king had harnessed 10,000 slaves, he could not have amassed such a legendary hoard in his brief lifetime. So now it's taken for gospel that there was no such thing as King Solomon's gold. He leaned forward and tapped the book illustration with his crooked forefinger. "This string of letters and symbols tells a different story. It is a clue. But oh, more than a clue, much more. It is a key, telling those who would listen that King Solomon's gold does indeed exist." Willard gave an involuntary chuckle. "Has something struck you as amusing?" "Forgive me, but I find this melodramatic gibberish hard to take seriously." "Well, you're free to leave whenever you want. Now, if you wish." As the man was turning the open book back toward himself, Willard reached out and stopped him. "I'd really rather not." Willard cleared his throat. "You were speaking of truth versus fiction." He paused only a moment. "Perhaps it would help if you told me your name." "Benjamin L. Arian. I'm one of the handful of resident scholars the Munition Club employs to deal with matters of ancient history and how it impacts the present. Again, you'll forgive me, but I don't for a moment believe that I was suddenly and out of the blue granted an interview with a simple scholar after trolling through the internet for 8 hours trying to find source material on the Munition Club. No, Mr. L. Arian, though you may well be a scholar, that can hardly be all you are." L. Arian contemplated him for some time. "It seems to me, Mr. Willard, that you're far too thoughtful and perceptive to find anything I say amusing." He took the book and turned the page. "And please let us not forget that it was you who came here, seeking knowledge, presumably?" His eyes lit up in what might have been an instant of merriment. "Or were you thinking of seeking employment in order to infiltrate us, as you did with the NSA? I'm surprised you're aware of that. It was hardly common knowledge." "Mr. Willard," L. Arian said, "there isn't anything about you we don't know, including your role in Treadstone." "Ah, at last we come to the crux of the matter," Willard thought. He waited, his expression perfectly neutral, but watching Benjamin L. Arian as if L. Arian were a spider sitting in the center of his web. I know Treadstone is something of a hot-button issue with you, Elarian said, so I'll tell you what I know. Please don't hesitate to correct me if I have any facts wrong. Treadstone was started by Alexander Conklin, inside Central Intelligence. His brainchild gave birth to only 2 graduates, Leonid Danilovich Arkadin and Jason Bourne. Now you have resurrected Treadstone under the aegis of Oliver Liss, but almost immediately Liss is dictating to you even more than CI did to your predecessor. He paused to give Willard time to correct him or make objections. When his guest remained silent, he nodded. All this is prologue, however. He tapped the open book again. Since Liss has given you orders to find the gold ring with this engraving, it might interest you to know that he is not operating as an independent entity. Willard tensed. So, who am I actually working for? Elarian's smile held a sardonic edge. Well, like all things in the matter, it's complicated. The man who has been providing his funding and intel is Jalal Asai. Never heard of him. Nor should you have. Jalal Asai does not move in your circles. In fact, like me, Asai makes it his business to remain unknown to people like you. He's a member of the Munition Club, or rather, he was. You see, for some years this particular ring was presumed lost. It's the only one of its kind, for reasons that will become clear to you momentarily. Elarian rose and, crossing to a section of the bookcases, pressed a hidden stud. The section swung outward, revealing a tea service consisting of a chased brass pot, a plate with an array of tiny powdered cakes, and 6 glasses, each narrow as a shot glass, but perhaps 3 times its height. He loaded them onto a tray and brought them back to the table. In a ceremonial manner, he poured tea for them both, then gestured toward the plate of cakes for Willard to help himself. He settled himself, sipping and savoring his drink, which, Willard discovered, was sweet mint tea, a Moroccan staple. Back to the matter at hand. Elarian took a sweet and popped it in his mouth. What the ring's engraving told us was this. King Solomon's gold is fact, not fiction. The engraving contains specific Ugaritic symbols. Solomon employed a platoon of seers. These seers, or some of them at any rate, were versed in alchemy. They had discovered that intoning certain Ugaritic words and phrases, in conjunction with scientific procedures they developed, could turn lead into gold. Willard sat stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lead into gold, he said finally. Literally? Literally. Elarian popped another sweet into his mouth. This is the answer to the seemingly unsolvable mystery I proposed before, namely, how Solomon amassed such a hoard of gold in his short lifetime. Willard shifted in his seat. Is that what you people do here? Chase fairy tales? Elarian produced one of his enigmatic smiles. As I said, you're free to leave any time you wish. And yet you won't. Out of sheer spite, Willard got to his feet. How do you know that? Simply because, even if you aren't yet convinced, the idea is too compelling. Willard produced his own enigmatic smile. Even if it is a fairy tale? Elarian pushed his chair back and crossed to the part of the bookcases where he had gotten the tea and cakes. Reaching into the shadows, he pulled something out, brought it back, and placed it on the table in front of Willard. Willard held Elarian's eyes for a moment, then dropped his gaze. He picked up a gold coin. It appeared ancient. On it was imprinted a pentagram star, along with the inscription Gram, Ma, Tum, Tul, Tra, in the spaces between the points. In the center of the star was a symbol so worn away as to be incomprehensible. That pentagrammic star is the symbol of King Solomon, though various sources depict it as a 6-pointed star, a cross engraved with Hebrew letters, even a Celtic knot. but it was the pentagrammic star that was engraved on the ring he always wore, which was said to have magic properties. Among them, it allowed him to trap demons and speak to animals. Willard laughed. "You don't believe such claptrap?" "Certainly not," El-Arian said. "On the other hand, that gold coin is without doubt part of Solomon's hoard." "I don't see how you could be certain," Willard said. "No expert exists who could verify such a thing." El-Arian's curious smile returned. "For one thing, we have verified its age. But more importantly, we discovered something else," he said. "Turn the coin over, please." To Willard's surprise and bewilderment, the obverse of the coin was totally different. "You see, this side isn't made of gold," El-Arian said. "It's made of lead, the original metal, before it was transformed into gold." Chapter 15. Moira set out from Guadalajara early in the morning, driving into the heart of blue agave country in the Mexican state of Jalisco. The sky was huge, with just a few brushstrokes of cloud floating in the vivid blue. The sun was searing and the morning grew hot very quickly. Toward noon, she was obliged to roll up the windows and turn on the air conditioner. She lost cell service several times, and without her GPS, she had some difficulty finding Amatitan. She used the time to put her interview with Roberto Correos into its proper perspective. Why he did tell her that he'd chosen Berengaria to keep her brother's business going. Why on earth would he trust a woman to handle his livelihood? Moira had met many men like Correos, and none of them was enlightened when it came to females. Screwing, cooking, having babies, that was the extent of their expectations of women. She mulled these questions over for hours until at last she caught sight of Amatitan. Correos had a burning need for revenge. In a hot-tempered man of his blood, revenge was a matter of honor. Cuckolding his cousin wouldn't be enough for him. It made sense that Correos would want to ensnare Narciso in the kind of life his cousin had tried so desperately to put behind him. That was revenge. If Berengaria was, indeed, heir to the drug business, then it followed a man must be running the show behind the scenes. Who? Correos wasn't going to tell her, and there was nothing she had to barter with except her body, which she was not about to use. But Berengaria was another story. Piranha she might be, but Moira had had dealings with piranhas before. What had aroused her suspicions most was that Correos hadn't been concerned that whoever had stolen the laptop now had access to Gustavo's client list. The only reason for this was that Correos was already in business with him. The endless fields of blue agave passed by on either side. Workers toiled in the fields, sweating and grunting with their efforts. The Skydel Estancia was just ahead. If, as she now believed, Esai's laptop, the computer stolen from Gustavo Moreno, contained the drug lord's client list, then there must be something else on it of great importance to her employer, and she was willing to bet that it wasn't simply his family history, as he'd claimed. Then why had Esai lied to her? What was he hiding? "Oliver Liss has lied to you from the first day he met you," Benjamin El-Arian said. "I expect everyone to lie to me," Willard said. "It's a necessary evil of the life I lead." The two men were walking in the Moorish cloister outside the Munition Club library. Here they were sheltered from the wind. The sun, high in the sky, spilled its warmth onto their shoulders. "So you're at peace with it?" "Of course not." Willard inhaled deeply. There was something planted in the cloister, an herb or spice, whose scent he found pleasant and familiar. "My life is a war. I sift through the lies. I've trained myself to see past them. Then I act accordingly. You already know that Oliver Liss has no intention of allowing you to run Treadstone as you see fit." "Of course, but I needed someone to get Treadstone off flatline. His agenda and mine were never going to coincide. However, it was Liss or no one." "Now there's someone else," El-Arian said. Lys is owned by Jalal Asai. As I told you, Asai was a member of the Munition Club. Currently, he's on his own. What would make him do that? Willard asked. The same thing that kept you from walking out of the library. King Solomon's gold? El-Arian nodded. Once he discovered that the Solomon ring wasn't lost, he decided he wanted the gold for himself. Willard stopped and turned toward El-Arian. Just how much gold are we talking about here? It's difficult to know with any degree of precision, but if I had to guess, I'd put the amount somewhere between $50 and $100 billion. Willard gave a low whistle. That's enough incentive for an army to go rogue. Then he scratched the side of his head. What I can't work out is why you're telling me all this. Bourne has the Solomon ring, El-Arian said, and Treadstone's other graduate, Leonid Arkadin, is in possession of a certain laptop. Some years ago, Bourne was sent by Alex Conklin to steal the laptop from Jalal Asai. This he did, but for some reason unknown to us, he never delivered it to his boss. For years, we have searched for it in vain. It seemed as if it had vanished completely. Then one of our moles sent us information through an agent of ours, Marlon Etana, that Arkadin was in possession of the stolen laptop. How did he obtain it? A Colombian drug lord by the name of Gustavo Moreno was killed in a raid a month or so ago, but the laptop containing his detailed client list was not found in his compound. Somehow, Arkadin had it spirited away, and now he's used it to muscle his way into Moreno's business. This is the same laptop that was stolen from Jalal Asai. It is. How in God's name did it end up with Gustavo Moreno? El-Arian shrugged. A mystery we have yet to solve. Willard mulled this over for a moment. In any event, you can't be interested in a list of drug distributors, he said. What's so special about this particular laptop? The hard drive contains a hidden file that provides a key to the location of King Solomon's gold. Willard appeared startled. Are you telling me that Arkadin knows where the gold is? El-Arian shook his head. I doubt Arkadin knows of the hidden file's existence. As I said, he stole it to get Moreno's client list. But even if he did know of the file, he wouldn't be able to access it. It's protected. Nothing is protected, Willard said, as you yourself told me. Except for this file. No decryption program, no computer on Earth can unlock it. There is only one way to read the file. The laptop has been fitted with a special slot. Fit the Solomon ring into the slot, an internal reader scans the engraving on the inside, and the file opens. So Asai had the laptop, Willard said. What about the ring? Jalal Asai had them both. I don't see how that makes sense. Why wouldn't he have gone after Solomon's gold himself? Because even if he had opened the file, he wouldn't have been able to act on it. El-Arian, moving from sunlight to shadow, seemed to change in size as well as presence, as if there were two of him moving slightly out of sync with each other. There is a section of the instructions missing from the file. And Asai doesn't have it. No, he doesn't. Who does? Willard asked. It resides in a special room inside a house in Kingir, a town in the high Atlas Mountains of Morocco. Willard shook his head. I know it's easy to ask after the fact, but why was Asai entrusted with the ring and the laptop? His family is the oldest, the most religiously strict. It was felt that he was the best choice. There was a small silence as both men presumably contemplated the misjudgment that had been made. What I still don't understand is why all this is happening now. At one point, you must have had both the ring and the laptop. Why didn't you get the gold then? We would have, of course, El-Arian said, but we were unable to do so. We lacked that section of the instructions. After decades of searching, the full set was discovered by chance after an earthquake in Iran uncovered an archaeological treasure trove of information. much of it spirited out of the great library at Alexandria before the first fire. One scroll contained information on King Solomon's court. And this came to light after the ring disappeared and the laptop was stolen. That's right, El-Arian spread his hands. So now you see how your agenda and ours coincide. You want to bring Bourne and Arkadin together to learn once and for all who is the ultimate warrior. We want the Solomon ring and the laptop. Forgive me, but I don't see the relationship. We have tried unsuccessfully to get the laptop from Arkadin. I've lost every man I've sent to kill him, and I'm tired of sending people I know to certain death. Similarly, I know that CI has been trying for years to kill Bourne, also without success. No, the only way for us to obtain what we want is to bring the two men together. Bourne likely has the Solomon ring with him, but will Arkadin have the laptop? He doesn't let it out of his sight lately. They began walking again, around and around the central fountain, where a robin was drinking while nervously watching them. Willard could relate to the bird's nervousness. If I didn't believe Oliver Liss, Willard said, why should I believe you? I don't expect you to believe me, El-Arian said. But to prove my sincerity, this is what I propose. You help me get Bourne and Arkadin together, something you want anyway, and I'll take Oliver Liss off your back. How are you going to do that? Liss is a man with a great deal of power. Believe me, Mr. Willard, Oliver Liss doesn't know the meaning of power. Benjamin El-Arian turned. His eyes caught the sunlight and seemed to spark like an engine starting up. He will be removed from your life. Willard shook his head. I'm afraid promises aren't good enough. I'll be wanting half down, the remainder when I've brought Bourne and Arkadin together. El-Arian spread his hands. We're talking about a man, not money. That's your problem to solve, Willard said. I'll start the ball rolling when, but only when, your actions back up your words. Well then, El-Arian smiled. I'll just have to arrange a change of scenery for Mr. Liss. The Skydell Hacienda sprawled at the center of the immense estancia. It was built in the Spanish colonial style with its white stucco walls, carved wooden shutters, wrought iron grillwork, and curved terracotta roof tiles. A woman in a maid's uniform opened the door to Moira's knock and, when she introduced herself, led her across a terrazzo-floored foyer, through a large, cool living room, out onto a flagstone patio that overlooked a clay tennis court, gardens, and a swimming pool where a woman, presumably Berengaria Moreno, was doing laps. Beyond this vista stretched the ubiquitous blue agave fields. The heady scent of old-world roses came to Moira as she was led toward a man sitting at a glass and wrought-iron table, laden with food on Mexican fired clay plates, and pitchers of red and white sangria stuffed with slices of fresh fruit. The man rose at her approach, smiling broadly. He wore a terry-cloth short-sleeved top and surfer's swimming trunks, revealing a lean, hairy body. "Barbara," he called over his shoulder. "Our guest is here." Then he held out his hand and gripped Moira's. "Good afternoon, Señorita Trevor. Narciso Skydell. It's a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure's all mine," Moira said. "Please," he gestured. "Make yourself at home." "Thank you." Moira chose a chair near him. "White or red?" "White, please." He poured 2 glasses of white sangria, handed her one, then sat. "You must be hungry after your long trip." He indicated the food. "Please, help yourself." By the time she had loaded a plate, Berengaria Moreno, known here as Barbara Skydell, had finished her laps and, toweling off, was coming up the stone pathway to the patio. She was a tall, slim woman, her water-slicked hair pulled back from her handsome face in a ponytail. Moira imagined her with Roberto Correos, cuckolding her husband. Barbara reached the patio and, barefoot, walked over. Her handshake was cool, firm, and businesslike. Narcico's publicist said you're writing a piece about tequila, is that right? Her voice was deep for a woman and vibrant, as if at an early age she'd been taught to sing. It is. Moira took a sip of her sangria. Launching into his opening pitch, Narciso informed her that tequila was made from the piña, the heart of the agave plant. Barbara interrupted him. What sort of piece are you writing? She sat on the opposite side of the table from the two of them, which Moira thought a telling choice. The natural thing would be to sit next to your husband. It's sociological, really, the origins of tequila, what it has meant to the Mexicans, that sort of thing. That sort of thing, Barbara echoed. Well, to begin with, tequila isn't a Mexican drink at all. But the Mexicans had to know about the agave plant. Of course. Barbara Skydell took a plate and filled it with food from different serving platters. For centuries, the piña had been cooked and sold as candy. Then the Spaniards invaded. It was the Spanish Franciscans who settled in this fertile valley and founded the town of Santiago de Tequila in 1530. It was the Franciscans who conceived of fermenting the piña's sugars into a potent liquor. So, Moira said, the agave was yet another aspect of Mexican culture appropriated and changed by the conquistadors. Well, it's worse than that, really. Barbara licked her fingertips, reminding Moira of Roberto Correos. The conquistadors merely killed the Mexicans. It was the Franciscans who traveled with them, systematically dismantling the Mexican way of life and replacing it with the particularly cruel Spanish version of Catholicism. Ethnically speaking, it was the Spanish church that destroyed Mexican culture. She smiled with her teeth. The conquistadors were merely soldiers. They were after Mexican gold. The Franciscans were the soldiers of God. They wanted the Mexican soul. As Barbara poured herself a goblet of blood-red sangria, Narciso cleared his throat. As you can see, my wife has become a fierce advocate of the Mexican way of life. He seemed embarrassed by this discussion, as if his wife was guilty of bad manners. Moira wondered how long Barbara's convictions had been a bone of contention between them. Did he disagree with her, or did he think her outspokenness on this issue was bad PR for his company, which was, after all, wholly dependent on consumers? You didn't always hold that conviction, Senora Skydell. Growing up in Colombia, I knew only the struggle of my people against our dictator generals and fascist armies. Narciso sighed theatrically. Mexico has changed her. Moira did not miss the hint of bitterness in his voice. She studied Barbara as she ate, an elemental act that often revealed more about people than they realized. Barbara ate quickly and aggressively, as if there were a need to defend her food, and Moira wondered what her upbringing had been like. As the only female child, she would have been served last with her mother. Also, she was wholly concentrated on her food, and Moira imagined it was a sensual experience for her. Moira liked the way she ate. She found it endearing, and she thought again of Correo's description of her as a piranha. At that moment, Narciso's cell phone buzzed, and taking it up, he rose and excused himself. Moira noticed that Barbara ignored him as he walked back inside the hacienda. As you can already see, Barbara said, there are a number of ways to tell this story. She had a very direct way of speaking and of looking at you when she spoke. I like to influence the way you tell it. You already have. Barbara nodded. She was one of those fortunate women with excellent bone structure, lucid skin, and a tight athletic body, all of which naturally defied the passing of time. It was impossible to guess her precise age. Judging by her manner, Moira supposed she might have reached 40, though she looked a good 5 or 6 years younger. Where are you from? Actually, I just came from Bogota, Moira said. She knew she was taking a chance, but she didn't have the time to draw this out, and she felt the need to take advantage of Narciso's absence. I saw Roberto Correos, Narciso's cousin. She watched the other woman's face carefully. And, coincidentally or not, an old friend of yours. Something dark and cold passed across Berengaria Moreno's face. I don't know what you mean. Correos and I never saw eye to eye, she said coldly. How about mouth to mouth? For a long, uncomfortable moment, Barbara sat perfectly still. When she opened her mouth again, she no longer looked handsome or even appealing, and Moira knew precisely what Correios had meant. Here comes the piranha, she thought. In a low voice filled with menace, Barbara said, I could have you thrown out on your ass, beaten senseless, or even, she bit back her words. Or what? Moira said, egging her on. Have me killed? Well, we know your husband wouldn't have the balls to do it. Unexpectedly, Barbara Skydell exploded into laughter. Oh, Jesus mio, can you imagine? But almost immediately she sobered up. Roberto had no business telling you about what happened. You'll have to take that up with him. Moira noticed Barbara glance back at the house where Narciso, still on his cell, paced up and down behind one of the French doors. Barbara stood. Why don't we go for a walk? After hesitating for a moment, Moira drank off the last of her sangria and, rising, followed Barbara down past the tennis court toward the gardens. When they were far away from the hacienda, in among a dusty stand of dwarf pine trees, Barbara turned to her and said, You interest me. Who are you? Because you sure as hell aren't a reporter. Moira mentally braced herself for the worst. What makes you say that? Barbara leaned in toward her in the menacing manner of certain men. Roberto never would have told a reporter about us. He wouldn't have told you a goddamn thing. What can I say? Moira shrugged. He liked me. Barbara snorted. Roberto doesn't like anyone, and he only loves himself. She cocked her head, and abruptly her manner changed from menacing to seductive. Backing Moira against the trunk of a tree, she put her hand up, twining a wisp of Moira's hair around her forefinger. So then you fucked him, or at least gave him a blowjob. He didn't touch me. The back of Barbara's hand stroked Moira's cheek. Was Barbara jealous, trying to seduce her, or just screwing with her mind? Somehow you got to him. How did you do it? Moira smiled. I graduated top of my class in charm school. Barbara's long fingers were like feathers against her cheek and ear. What did Roberto see in you? He may be a brute and a swine, but one of his great strengths is sizing up people virtually from the moment he meets them. So I'm left wondering why you come here. She pressed her lips against Moira's cheek. It isn't to interview my husband. I think we've established that much. Moira felt she needed to shock Barbara in order to gain the upper hand. I've come to investigate the murder of the man found on your property several weeks ago. Barbara stepped back. Your police? The American police are interested in the murder? I'm not police, Moira said. I'm federal. All the breath seemed to go out of Barbara. Christ, she said. That's how you got to Roberto. Moira said, Berengaria, I want you to take me to the place where the body was found. I want you to take me there now. Bourne drove Otavio Moreno's gray Opel, following precisely the directions Coven had given him. Beside him, Otavio was readying all the purchases Bourne had made. There was silence between them, just the thrumming of the tires on the road, the hiss of oncoming traffic working its way through the closed windows. 20 minutes, Bourne said finally. We'll be ready, Otavio replied without lifting his head from his work. Don't worry. Bourne wasn't worried. It wasn't in his nature. Or if it had once been, his treadstone training had long since burned it out of him. He was thinking of Coven, the man with what was without a doubt a CI Field Ops code name. He well knew that CI trained and directed a cadre of field operatives who specialized in wet work. He needed to know everything he could about Coven before their encounter, and there was only one person who could help him. Taking out his cell, he punched in a number he hadn't used in some time. When the familiar voice answered, he said, Peter, it's Jason Bourne. Peter Marks was on his way to see Chief Inspector Lloyd Phillips, who was waiting for him at the Vesper Club, when the call came in. He fairly vibrated when he heard Bourne's voice. Where the hell are you? Marks, in the back of one of those huge London cabs, found himself shouting. "I need your help," Bourne said. "What do you know about Coven?" "The CI field op?" "You didn't say our field op. Have you left CI, Peter?" "Actually, I quit not so long ago." Marks had to will his heart rate back down to acceptable levels. He needed to find out where Bourne was and get to him. "Danziger has created a toxic atmosphere that I wouldn't tolerate. He's slowly getting rid of anyone loyal to the old man." He coughed as a sudden chill went through him, and he shivered briefly. "You know he canned Soraya." "I didn't. Jason, I want you to know, I'm damn glad you're alive." "Peter, about Coven." "Right, Coven. He's as dangerous and as successful as they get." Marks thought for a moment. "Hard, remorseless, a real shit. Would he harm a child?" "What?" "You heard me," Bourne said. "Jesus, I don't think so. He's a devoted family man, if you can believe it." Marks took a breath. "Jason, what the hell's going on?" "I don't have time now. Listen, I was sent to London to find out what the hell happened at the Vesper Club. Peter, the incident at the Vesper Club happened last night. If you really are in London." "I am. I'm on my way to the Vesper Club now." "You were already on the plane when I was at the club, so cut the bullshit, Peter. Who are you working for now?" "Willard." "You're Treadstone." "That's right. We're working for the same—" "I don't work for Treadstone. Or Willard. In fact," Bourne went on, "when I see Willard again, I'm going to wring his neck. He sold me out. Why did he do that, Peter?" "I don't know." "Goodbye, Peter. Wait, don't hang up. I need to see you." There was a brief pause. Marks found that his hand was sweating so badly the phone almost slipped from his grip. "Jason, please. This is important. Aren't you going to ask me why I was with the man who knifed Diego Herrera? You can tell me if you want, but frankly, I don't care. I know you must have had a good reason." "Good man. Willard is training you well." "You're right, of course. Willard's a perfect shit. He'll do anything to resurrect Treadstone." "Why?" Marks hesitated. He'd never liked hitching his star to Willard's dream, but at the time he felt he'd had no choice. And of course, Willard had played him perfectly, working on his desire to get revenge against Danziger and his puppet master, Bud Halliday. When Willard had promised him that he'd find a way to take Halliday down and Danziger with him, he was in. But Willard had made a mistake when he'd asked Marks to betray Bourne. Willard, having no loyalty except to the idea of Treadstone, couldn't conceive of the idea of personal loyalty, let alone have an inkling of its power. He took a deep breath and said, "Willard wants to get you and Arkadine together so he can determine once and for all which of Treadstone's training protocols is superior. If Arkadine kills you, then he'll go back to the original protocols, make some minor adjustments, and start training recruits." "And if I kill Arkadine?" "Then, Jason, he says he'll have to study you to find out how your amnesia has changed you, so he can alter the Treadstone training program accordingly. A monkey in a cage." "I'm afraid so, yes." "And you're meant to take me back to Washington." "No, it's not that simple. But if you'll meet me, I'll explain everything." "Maybe, Peter. If I think I can trust you." "Jason, you can. You absolutely can." Marks believed this fervently, with every fiber of his being. "When can we—" "Not now. Right now, what I need from you is everything you know about Coven, specifically his methodology, tendencies, and what, if it comes to it, he's capable of." Bourne listened to Peter Marks, filing away everything he said. Then he told him he'd be in touch and disconnected. For a time, he concentrated on the traffic piling up, allowing his subconscious to work on the problem at hand. That is, how to neutralize Coven without jeopardizing Chrissy and Scarlet. Then he saw a sign for George Street and immediately recalled his afternoon in Oxford. And yet his thoughts were not of Chrissy and Professor Giles. As if it were yesterday, he recalled his visit to the Center for the Study of Ancient Documents at the Old Boys' School in Oxford's George Street. He'd gone in the guise of David Webb, visiting professor of linguistics, but inside, the Bourne identity had asserted itself. He knew, but he didn't know how he knew, that in this moment in time he'd still had in his possession the laptop he had stolen from Jalal Asai. He had taken time out from his classes at Oxford to enter the Center for the Study of Ancient Documents. What had he done there? What was he researching? He couldn't remember. But he did know that whatever he'd discovered there had led him to keep the laptop. What had he done with it? It was on the cusp of his memory, like the burning edge of the sun in eclipse. He almost had it. Almost. And then the turnoff Coven had described was coming up on the right, and he had to step away from the cusp, let it go, because it was time to confront Coven. Chapter 16. We'll have to walk from here. Barbara climbed out of the jeep. Despite the lingering heat, she had changed into jeans, cowboy boots, and a plaid shirt, the sleeves rolled up to the elbow. Moira followed her. They had driven for perhaps a mile, due west of the hacienda, but still well within boundaries of the immense estancia. In the distance rose dusty blue hills, and the sweet, almost fermented scent of the blue agave thickened the air. The sun wallowed just above the horizon. The ground, storing the heat of the day, was baking. To the west, the sky was white and glaring. Narciso said this would all blow over, but I knew different. Why is that? Moira said. That's the way things always happen. What things? Moira pressed. You'll get fucked by the smallest things. Murder is a small thing? Barbara lifted her chin in gesture of contempt. You think I give a rat's ass about someone I don't even know? What became of the police investigation? She asked as they walked through the arid scrubland. The usual. Barbara squinted into the sun. An inspector from Tequila asked me some questions, but there was no identification on the man and no one claimed the body. He spent several weeks interviewing us and everyone on our staff. He made a complete nuisance of himself. He kept saying that there was a reason the victim was found on our estancia. We became prime suspects, but he and his kind are so inept that finally he was forced to give up spewing innuendos and speculation. Then complete silence. So far as I knew, the case was closed. That's the Mexican perspective, Moira said. For us, the murder has taken on larger implications. The concern Moira had heard before crept back into Barbara's voice. Like what? For one thing, we know that the victim worked for your late brother in his compound outside Mexico City, so a link has been established between you and the victim. He worked for Gustavo? I had no idea. I had nothing to do with Gustavo's business dealings. Really, the fact that you've been sleeping with his supplier makes that difficult to believe. And for another? Moira deliberately kept silent. It appeared that they were approaching the crime scene, or at least the spot where the body had been dumped, because Barbara slowed and began to look around. This is it. Barbara pointed to a spot a few feet ahead of them. That's where the body was found. In this arid climate, footprints from several weeks ago were still visible, but they were inextricably overlaid with the boot prints of the police. Moira picked her way slowly around the periphery, scrutinizing the ground. The earth hasn't been dug up or even disturbed very much. Doesn't look like the crime scene was scoured. It wasn't. They dragged us out here while they were here, Barbara said. Moira began her investigation in earnest. Snapping on a pair of latex gloves, she pawed through the dirt, dust, and scrub. By whatever mysterious means, Jalal Asai had obtained copies of the forensic photos of the victim, which showed him lying on his left side. His wrists were tied behind his back, and his legs were bent at an angle, his head bent forward. From this, it could be deduced that he had been kneeling at the moment of his demise. Asai had tried to get the autopsy report as well, but it had been lost by either the coroner's office or the police, both of which seemed incompetent. Another thing, she said, wanting to continue to heighten Barbara's tension. We know the victim left the compound less than 30 minutes before the raid during which your brother was killed. She raised her gaze to peer into Barbara's eyes, which means that he had advance warning of the raid. Why are you looking at me? Barbara said. I told you I had nothing to do with Gustavo's business. Are you going to keep saying that until I believe you? Barbara folded her arms over her chest. Damn you to hell! I had nothing to do with this man's death. Moira was looking for a spent shell casing. The one curious thing about the photos was that it was clear the victim had been shot with a small-caliber handgun. One shot to the base of the skull. The lack of powder or flash burns on either the victim's skin or his clothes indicated that the killer hadn't shot at particularly close range, which you would certainly want to do if you meant to kill a man with one shot from a small-caliber weapon. 40 minutes of sifting topsoil through her fingers produced nothing. By this time, she had made one complete circuit of the crime scene at a calculated distance from where the body was found. Of course, it was possible that the victim had been killed elsewhere and dumped here, but she didn't think so. If, as she suspected, the killer's motivation was not only to silence the victim but also to implicate the Skydells, he would want the killing to occur on their property. At a wider radius from the kill spot, more scrub grew, and Moira, once again down on her knees, began to excavate around the base of these gray-green plants. The sun was lowering, passing through a stray band of striated cloud. The landscape turned blue-gray in the false twilight. Moira sat back on her hams, waiting for more light. When the sun began to emerge, the crime scene was pierced with brilliant shards of red gold, scattering across the ground at an acute angle. Their shadows stretched out behind them, attenuated giants. Out of the corner of her eye, Moira saw a bright flash, instantaneous, like the wink of a diamond facet, and then it was gone. She turned her head and quickly picked her way to the spot where she had seen the flash. Now there was nothing. Still, she drove her fingers into the ground, pushing them forward, turning over the dusty earth. And there it was, suddenly in the palm of her hand, as the granules of dirt fell away. Carefully, she plucked it up between thumb and forefinger and moved it into the sunlight. The flash came again, and she read the markings on the case, her heart beating hard and fast. Barbara took a step closer. "What have you found?" Her voice was a little breathless. Moira rose to her feet. "Has it ever occurred to you that the victim was deliberately shot on your estancia?" "What? Why?" "As I said, the victim worked for your brother, Gustavo. However, he was someone else's creature. This someone tipped the victim to the raid, and the victim escaped. Why was he tipped off, only to be killed within hours of his escape?" Barbara, mute, shook her head. "When he left Gustavo's compound, he took with him your brother's laptop, which contained all of Gustavo's drug contacts." Barbara licked her lips. "The person who controlled him killed him?" "Yes." "Shot him to death on my estancia?" "Yes, to try to implicate you," Moira said. "What saved you was luck in the form of the incompetence of the local police. But why would this person want to implicate me in the murder?" "I'm speculating here," Moira said, "but I'd say he wanted to get you out of the picture." Again, Barbara shook her head mutely. "Consider, the person who has Gustavo's laptop holds your brother's business in his hands. His plan was to muscle his way in and get rid of anyone who stood in his way." Barbara's eyes were wide and staring. "I don't believe you." "That's where this shell casing comes in." Moira held up the item in question. The forensic photos showed that the victim was shot to death with one bullet to the base of the skull. The oddity was that the killer used a small-caliber handgun, even though he wasn't standing right behind the victim. I figured that he had to be using special ammunition, and I was right. She placed the spent casing in Barbara's hand. Barbara held it up and looked at the markings in the last of the fading light. "I can't read the writing." "That's because it's Russian Cyrillic. The manufacturer is Tula. This casing is from a very special bullet, a hollow core that's filled with cyanide. Not surprisingly, it's illegal and only available in Russia. It's not even sold over the internet." Barbara looked at her. "The killer is Russian?" "The man who muscled his way into Gustavo's business." She nodded. "That's right. I know you're only fronting your brother's business. I know you and Roberto have a new partner." That did it. Barbara's face fell. "God damn it! I told Roberto that Leonid was out to get him, but he just laughed at me. Leonid? Moira's heart gave a thump in her chest. Is Leonid Arkadin your partner? Roberto said, "What do you know? You're a woman. Women know what they're told to know, nothing more." Moira grabbed her arm in order to focus her. Barbara, is Leonid Arkadin your partner? Barbara looked away. She bit her lip. Is it loyalty or fear that's keeping your mouth shut? Moira could just make out one curve of Barbara's thin smile. I'm loyal to no one. In this business, it doesn't pay. That's another thing my husband doesn't understand. Then you're scared of Arkadin. Barbara's head swung around, and there was a violent look in her eyes. The fucker muscled his way in. He strong-armed Roberto, for Christ's sake, said he had Gustavo's client list. Roberto said those were his people. Arkadin said that was in the past. He said that Gustavo was dead. He had the list, and the clients were his as well. He said the best solution was to share the profits equally, that if Roberto didn't agree, he'd contact them without Roberto's permission or help and supply them from other sources. Roberto tried 3 times to kill Arkadin. All the attempts failed. Then Arkadin told him, "Fuck you, Gustavo's clients are mine now. Go find yourself some other pigeons to feed." I thought Roberto was going to have a coronary. I calmed him down. Your husband must have liked that, Moira said dryly. My husband's a pussy, as you can see for yourself, Barbara said. But he's devoted to me, and he serves his purpose. She lifted her arms to encompass the whole of the estancia. Besides, his business would be in the toilet without me. The sun had slid behind the mountains in the west. It was growing dark very quickly now, as if an immense blanket had been thrown across the sky. Let's get back to the jeep, Moira said as she took the shell casing from Barbara. On the way back to the hacienda, Barbara said, You know Arkadin, I gather. Moira knew as much as Bourne had told her. Well, enough to know that his next step will be to take over Correos' business completely. That's how Arkadin operates. It was how he'd appropriated Nikolai Yevsen's arms distribution in Khartoum. He'd find some way to suborn a La Modelo guard or a FARC inmate or maybe one of Correos' many women inside prison, pay them enough to assuage their fear of the drug lord. One day soon, Moira thought, Correos would wind up dead in his luxurious cell. Arkadin is already pissed at Roberto and me, Barbara said as she guided the jeep over the unpaved road. The latest shipment has been delayed. The boat had to pull in for repairs because its engine overheated. If you know anything about Mexico, you know that those repairs weren't going to happen in a matter of hours or even overnight. The boat will be ready by tomorrow evening, but I know that's not going to satisfy him. Her hands were gripping the wheel so tightly her knuckles had turned white as bone. I understand, Berengaria. Honestly, I do. Why do you disrespect me? I've been Barbara for years. I respect your real name. You should embrace it, not reject it. When Berengaria did not reply, Moira continued. Arkadin has his rules, and they're inflexible. Both you and Roberto will forfeit something for the delay. Berengaria stared straight ahead. I know. And listen, Mommy, if this shipment should fail to reach its destination, someone else will be paying you a visit, someone not nearly as kind and understanding as I am. You can be sure that's how Arkadin wants it and how it's going to be. Berengaria thought for a long time. The sun had already slipped behind the purple mountains. The sky seemed scrubbed of clouds. In the east, darkness was gathering. They seemed to drive for a long time, as if Berengaria was driving in circles, as if she was reluctant to return to the hacienda. At length, she braked and put the jeep in neutral. Then she turned to Moira. What if, she said with a particular ferocity, that's not how I want it to be. Moira experienced the joy of the wheel turning, of Berengaria finally being in her sights. She returned her fierceness with a grin. There, I think I can help you. Berengaria stared at her with an intensity that to another woman might have been disturbing. But Moira understood what it was she wanted, what their quid pro quo would be. She admired this woman and pitied her as well. Difficult enough to be a strong woman in a man's world, but to maintain your strength in the Latino world was a task worthy of an Amazon. And yet, above and beyond her personal feelings was the knowledge that Berengaria was her target. What she needed from Berengaria she would get. Now she knew how to get it. Leaning over very slowly, she took Berengaria's head in her hands and pressed her lips to hers. Berengaria's eyes opened wide for just a split instant before they fluttered closed. Her lips softening, then opening, she gave herself over to the kiss. Moira felt the moment of her capitulation with both a sense of triumph and compassion. Then she felt Berengaria's hand on the nape of her neck, the pressure of passion unleashed, and she sighed into Berengaria's sweet mouth. My name is Lloyd Phillips, Chief Inspector Lloyd Phillips. Peter Marks introduced himself and shook the proffered hand, which was pale, limp, and nicotine-stained. Lloyd Phillips, in a cheap suit, frayed at the cuffs, sported a gingery mustache and thinning hair that might once have been the same color but now seemed dusted with ash. The chief inspector tried to smile but couldn't quite make it. Maybe those muscles had atrophied, Marks thought wryly. He showed Lloyd Phillips his bogus credentials, which claimed he worked for a private firm under the auspices of the DOD and, therefore, had the power of the Pentagon behind him. They were standing in the deserted lobby of the Vesper Club, which had been cordoned off by the police as a crime scene. Marks said, "One of the alleged perpetrators might be a person of interest to my superiors. That being the case, I'd appreciate a look-see at the relevant CCTV tape from last night." Lloyd Phillips shrugged his thin shoulders. "Why not? We're already printing up flyers with the photos of the two men's faces to distribute to the Metropolitan Police and personnel at all train stations, airports, and shipping terminals." The chief inspector led him through the casino proper, down a corridor, and into the back rooms, one of which was hot and smelled of electronics. A technician sat in front of a complex board filled with dials, sliders, and a computer keyboard. Just above were two lines of monitors, each showing a different part of the casino. From what Marks could see, no nook or cranny had been ignored, even the lavatories. Lloyd Phillips bent over the technician, murmured something, to which the man nodded and started punching keys. The chief inspector reminded Marks of a character out of any one of 100 British spy novels. His vaguely dyspeptic expression of long-suffering boredom marked him as a career bureaucrat, with one eye closed and the other on his approaching pension. "Here we go," the technician intoned. One of the monitors went black, then an image appeared. Marks saw the bar in the high rollers room. Then Bourne and another man he recognized as the now-deceased Diego Herrera moved into the frame and stayed there. They were speaking, but they were partly turned away from the camera, and it was impossible to make out what they were saying. "Diego Herrera entered the Vesper Club at approximately 9:35 last night," Lloyd Phillips said in his slightly bored, Donish voice. "With him was this man." He pointed to Bourne. "Adam Stern." The video continued. Another man, presumably the killer, came into the picture. It was when he began to approach Bourne and Diego Herrera that things got interesting. Marks leaned forward tensely. Bourne had moved in front of Herrera as if to block the killer's advance, but something curious happened as they spoke to each other. Bourne's attitude changed. It was almost as if he knew the killer, but judging by his initial expression, that couldn't be true. Yet Bourne allowed him to come over to the bar to stand next to Herrera. And then Diego slumped over. Bourne grabbed the killer by the lapels, as he should have done in the first place. But then the second strange thing happened. Bourne didn't beat the crap out of the killer. Marks was frankly astonished to see the two of them take on the three bouncers who appeared from the casino's main rooms. "And there you have it," Chief Inspector Lloyd Phillips said. "The perpetrator used some kind of high-frequency sound weapon to render everyone unconscious." "Have you identified the killer?" Marks asked. "Not yet. He doesn't appear on any of our electronic nets. This club is members only. The manager must know who he is." Lloyd Phillips looked distinctly annoyed. "According to the club's records, the suspect's name is Vincenzo Mancuso, But though there are actually 3 men with that name in England, none of them matches the man on the tape. Nevertheless, we dispatched inspectors to interview the 3 Vincenzo Mancusos, only one of whom resides in the London environs. All have alibis that check out. Forensics? Marks asked. The chief inspector looked ready to bite Marks's head off. No suspicious fingerprints were found, and there was no sign of the murder weapon. On my orders, the men fanned out within a mile radius of the club, pawing through dustbins, peering down storm drains, and the like. They even dredged the river, though no one had a hope of finding the knife. All searches have so far proved fruitless. And what of the other man, Adam Stone? Vanished off the face of the earth. Which means the investigation is at a standstill, Marks thought. This is a high-profile murder investigation. No wonder he's edgy. Adam Stone is the person of interest to my superiors. Marks drew the chief inspector away from the technician. They and I would consider it a personal favor if you suppressed Stone's photo from the flyers. Lloyd Phillips smiled, not a pretty sight. His teeth were as nicotine-stained as his fingertips. I've made a career of not giving personal favors. That's how I keep my nose clean and my pension intact. Nevertheless, in this instance, my superiors at DOD would be grateful if you made an exception. Listen, laddo, I brought you in here as a courtesy. The chief inspector's eyes were suddenly as flinty as his voice. I don't care if your superiors are 5 bloody star generals. London's my bailiwick. My superiors, Her Majesty's government, don't appreciate you lot coming over here and leaning on us like we're a bunch of colonial yobs. And I don't like it one ickle bit, either. He lifted a warning finger. A word in your shell-like. Knife off before I get really hacked and decide to detain you as a material witness. Thanks for your hospitality, Chief Inspector, Marks said dryly. Before I go, I'd like a copy of the photos of Stone and the un-ID'd man. Anything to get you out of my bloody hair. Lloyd Phillips tapped the tech on the shoulder. The tech asked for the number of Marks's cell, then pressed a button. A moment later, a digital still from the security tape of the 2 men side by side appeared on Marks's phone. All right, then. The chief inspector turned to Marks. Don't make me regret what I've done. Stay well away from me and my case, and you'll get on well. Back out on the street, the sun was struggling to be seen through masses of streaming cloud. The city roared all around Marks. He checked the photo on his PDA. Then he punched in Willard's private line and got right to his voicemail. Willard's phone was off, which, calculating the hour back in Washington, Marks thought odd. He left a detailed message, asking Willard to run the photo of the man who had knifed Diego Herrera through the Treadstone databanks, which had been amassed from those of the usual alphabet soup of CI, NSA, FBI, DOD, plus some others to which Willard had gained access. From a detective inspector outside the club to whom he showed his ID, Marks obtained Diego Herrera's home address. 40 minutes later, he arrived just as a silver Bentley limousine turned the corner and pulled up outside Herrera's house. The liveried driver emerged, walked smartly around the gleaming grille to open the rear door. A tall, distinguished man who looked like an older version of Diego emerged. With a somber expression and a heavy tread, the man climbed the steps to Diego's front door and inserted a key in the door. Before he could disappear inside, Marks strode up and said, "Mr. Herrera, I'm Peter Marks." When the older man turned around to peer at him, Marks added, "I'm terribly sorry for your loss." The elder Herrera paused for a moment. He was a handsome man with a leonine shock of white hair, worn long over his collar in the current Catalan style, but he appeared ashen beneath his deep outdoorsman's tan. "Did you know my son, Senor Marks?" "I'm afraid I didn't have that pleasure, sir." Herrera nodded, somewhat absently. It seemed Diego had very few male friends. His mouth twitched in a parody of a smile. His preference was for women. Marks took a step forward and held his creds up for the other to see. "Sir, I know this is a difficult time, and I apologize in advance if I'm intruding, but I need to talk to you." Herrera continued to look through Marks as if he hadn't heard a word he'd said. Then he seemed to focus. "Do you know something about his death? This isn't a conversation for the street, is it, Senor Herrera?" "No, of course not." Herrera's head twitched. "Please, forgive my lack of manners, Senor Marks." Then he gestured. He had very large, square hands, the capable hands of a skilled laborer. "Come inside and we'll talk." Marks went up the steps, across the threshold, and into the late Diego Herrera's house. He heard the older man coming in after him. The door closed behind him, and then there was a knife blade across his throat, and Diego Herrera's father was close behind him, holding him in an astonishingly powerful grip. "Now, you son of a bitch," Herrera said, "you'll tell me everything you know about my son's murder, or by Christ's tears, I'll slit your throat from ear to ear." Chapter 17. Bud Halliday sat in a semicircular banquette at the White Knight's Lounge, a bar in an out-of-the-way area of suburban Maryland where he often came to unwind. He nursed a bourbon and water while he tried to clear his mind of the clutter that had built up over the long day. His parents were mainline Philadelphians who could trace their respective families back to Alexander Hamilton and John Adams, respectively. They'd been childhood sweethearts who, with the predictability of their ilk, were divorced. His mother, a society doyenne, now lived in Newport, Rhode Island. His father, plagued with emphysema from years of inveterate smoking, rattled around the family mansion, trailed by oxygen tanks and a pair of full-time Haitian nurses. Halliday saw neither of them. He'd turned his back on the hermetically sealed golden glow of their society world when, to their horror and mortification, he had gleefully enlisted in the Marines at the age of 18. While at boot camp, he had imagined his mother fainting at the news, which gave him a great measure of satisfaction. As for his father, he'd probably chewed off the end of his cigar, blamed his wife for his disappointment, and gone off to the insurance company he owned, and which he ran with ruthless and appalling success. Finding that he'd finished his bourbon, Halliday flagged down the waiter and ordered another. The twins arrived at the same time as his drink, and he ordered them chocolate martinis. They sat down on either side of him. One was dressed in green, the other in blue. The one in green was a redhead, the other blonde. Today, at least. They were like that, Michelle and Mandy. They liked to play off their eerie echoes of each other, but at the same time asserting their differences. They were tall, almost 6 feet, with figures as lush and luscious as their lips. They could have been models, or possibly even actresses, given the expert way they played roles, but were neither vain nor empty-headed. Michelle was a theoretical mathematician, and Mandy was a microbiologist at the CDC. Michelle, who could have had her pick of chairs at any of the top universities in the country, instead worked for DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, cooking up new cryptographic algorithms that could foil even the fastest computer, even used in tandem. Her latest used heuristic techniques, meaning it learned from every attempt to break it, as if it were a self-educating entity, changing on the fly. It required a physical key to unlock it. Never had two more fertile minds been wrapped in such delectable and erotic packages, Halliday thought, as the waiter set their chocolate martinis in front of them. They all raised their glasses in a silent toast to another night together. When they were off duty, the girls loved sex, chocolate, and sex in that order. But they weren't off duty yet. "What's your assessment of the ring?" Halliday asked Michelle. "It would help," she said, "if you had given me the real thing instead of a set of photos. Given that I didn't, what's your best guess?" Michelle took a sip of her drink as if needing time to set her thoughts in order or to figure out how to express them to Halliday, a mental midget compared with her and her twin. "It seems likely to me that the ring is a physical key." Halliday got interested in a hurry. He was keeping a sharp lookout. "Meaning?" "Just what I said. It may be the algorithm I'm working on, but the odd inscription on the inside of the ring appears to me to be like the ridges of a key." Responding to Halliday's quizzical look, she changed tack. Taking out a felt-tip pen, she drew on Halliday's napkin. Here we have a common key to a lock. It has ridges cut into it that are unique to it. Most common locks have 12 pins inside the lock cylinder, 6 upper and 6 lower. When the key is inserted in the cylinder, the ridges raise the upper pins above the shear line, allowing the shaft inside the cylinder to turn and the lock to open. So now, consider each ideogram of the engraving inside the ring as a notch. Slip the ring into the right lock and presto, open sesame. Is this possible? He asked. Anything's possible, Bud. You know that. Halliday stared at her drawing, suddenly galvanized. Her theory took a big leap of faith to believe, but the woman was a stone-cold genius. He couldn't afford to dismiss any theory she put forward, no matter how loopy it might sound on first blush. What's in store for us tonight? Mandy asked, clearly bored with this topic. I'm hungry. Michelle pocketed her pen. I haven't eaten a thing all day except for a Snickers I found in my drawer, and that was so stale the chocolate had turned white. Finish your drink, Halliday said. She feigned a pout. You know how I get when I drink on an empty stomach. Halliday chuckled. So I've been told. Well, it's true, and then some, Mandy said. And in another voice entirely, deeper, with plenty of vibrato, a singer's voice. That little girl, she get freaky. Whereas this one, Michelle said in precisely the same voice, she already got her freak on. Both of them threw their heads back and laughed for precisely the same amount of time. Halliday, watching them, turning his head from side to side, felt a throbbing in his forehead as if he were observing a tennis match from too close. Ah, there you are, Mandy said as their foursome was about to be completed. We thought you might not be coming, Michelle said. Halliday palmed his diagram-covered napkin and hid it in his lap. Both the girls noticed, but said nothing, simply smiling into the face of the newcomer. There is no power on earth. Jalala's sigh slid into the banquette and kissed Mandy in the place on her neck she liked best. That could possibly have kept me away. Peter Marks stood very still. The man behind him smelled of tobacco and anger. The knife he held to Marks's throat was razor-sharp, and Marks, who certainly had enough experience in these matters, had no doubt that Herrera would slit his throat. Senor Herrera, there's no need for these melodramatics, he said. I'll gladly share with you everything I know. Let's just keep calm and not lose our heads here. I'm perfectly calm, Herrera said grimly. All right, Marks tried to swallow. His throat had dried up. I'll admit up front that what I know isn't very much. It's got to be more than that bastard Lloyd shithead was willing to share. He told me to concentrate on making arrangements to bring my son back to Spain, which he said wouldn't be possible until the medical examiner was through with him. Now Marks understood why Herrera was in a fury. I agree. The chief inspector is something of a dick. He swallowed. But he's of no consequence now. I want to know why Diego was murdered almost as much as you do. Believe me, I'm determined to find out. This was true. Marks would never find Bourne without discovering what had happened last night in the Vesper Club, and why Bourne would leave with the murderer as if they were friends. Something wasn't adding up. He felt Herrera breathing behind him. It was deep and even, which to Marks was very frightening indeed, because it meant that despite his grief, this man was in full possession of all his faculties. This spoke of a powerful personality. It would be suicidal to fuck with him. In fact, Marks continued, I can show you a photo of the man who murdered your son. The knife blade trembled a moment in Herrera's huge fist. Then it was withdrawn, and Marks stepped away. He turned to face the older man. Please, Senor Herrera, I understand the depth of your sorrow. Do you have a son, Senor Marks? I don't, sir. I'm not married. Then you can't know. I lost a sister when I was 12. She was only 10. I was so angry I wanted to destroy everything in sight. Herrera contemplated him for a moment, then said, So you know. He took Marks into the living room. Marks sat down on a sofa, but Herrera remained standing, looking at the photos of his son and presumably his many girlfriends that lined the mantel. For a long time, the two men remained like that. Herrera silent, Marks unwilling to disturb the older man's grief. At length, Herrera turned and, crossing to where Marks sat, said, I'll see that photo now. Marks dug out his PDA, scrolled to the media section, and brought up the photo he'd gotten from Lloyd Phillips's IT tech. He's on the left, Marks said, pointing to the as-yet unidentified man. Herrera took the PDA and stared down at the screen for so long that Marks thought he had turned to stone. And the other man? Marks shrugged. An innocent bystander. Tell me about him. He looks familiar to me. Lloyd Shithead told me his name is Adam Stone. Is that so? Something slithered across Herrera's face. Marks impatiently pointed again. Senor, this is important. Do you know the man on the left? Herrera thrust the PDA back into Marks's hand, then went to the bar setup and poured himself a brandy. He drank half straight off, then, in an effort to compose himself, set the glass carefully down. Christ almighty, he murmured under his breath. Marks rose and came over to where he was standing. Senor, I can help you if you'll let me. Herrera looked over at him. How? How can you help me? I'm good at finding people. You can find my son's murderer? With some help, yes, I believe I can. Herrera appeared to consider this for some time. Then, as if making up his mind, he gave a little nod. The man on the left is Octavio Moreno. You know him? Oh, yes, senor. I know him very well. Since he was a little boy, I used to hold him in my arms when I was in Morocco. Herrera picked up his brandy and drained the glass. His blue eyes looked bleak, but Marks caught the storm of anger far back in the shadows beneath the intelligent brow. Are you telling me that Octavio is the half-brother of Gustavo Moreno, the late Colombian drug lord? I'm telling you that he's my godson. The anger boiled forward into the set of his jaw, the slight tremor of his hand. That's why I know he couldn't have killed Diego. Moira and Berengaria Moreno lay entwined in each other's arms. The plush owner's cabin smelled of musk, marine oil, and the sea. Beneath them, the yacht rocked gently as if wanting to lull them to sleep. They knew, each in her own way, that sleep was out of the question. The yacht was due to leave the dock in less than 20 minutes. Slowly they rose, their bodies love-bruised, their senses on overload, as if they had slipped out of time and place. Wordlessly, they dressed and minutes later emerged from below decks. The velvet sky arched over them with what seemed like protective arms. After she had a brief talk with the captain, Berengaria nodded to Moira. They've completed all the tests. The engine is in perfect running order. There should be no more delays. Let's hope not. Starlight spangled the water. Berengaria had flown them in Narcico's single-engine Lancair 4P to Licenciado Gustavo Diaz Ordaz International Airport on the Pacific coast. From there it was a short drive to the surfer's paradise of Sayulita, where they met the yacht. All told, the trip took just over 90 minutes. Moira stood next to Berengaria. The crew, busy preparing to get underway, paid them no mind. It only remained for Berengaria to debark. You've called Arkadin? Berengaria nodded. I spoke to him while you were freshening up. He'll be there to meet the boat just before dawn. Of course, after the delay, He's going to want to board and check the entire shipment himself. You must be ready for him before then. Don't worry. Moira touched her arm and produced in the other woman another little tremor. Who was the recipient? Berengaria slid her arm around Moira's waist. You don't really need to know that. When Moira said nothing, Berengaria leaned against her and sighed deeply. My God, what a fucking snake pit this has turned out to be. Fuck men, fuck them all. Berengaria smelled of spice and salt spray, scents Moira liked. She found it intriguing to seduce another woman. There was nothing repellent about it. It was simply part of the job, something different, a challenge for her in every sense of the word. She was a sexual creature, but, apart from one pleasant but inconsequential college experiment, had always been heterosexual. There was an edge of danger to Berengaria she found attractive. In fact, making love to her was far more satisfying than it had been with the number of men she had bedded. Unlike those men, and excepting Bourne, Berengaria knew when to be fierce and when to be tender. She took the time to seek out the secret places that touched Moira's pleasure centers, concentrating on them until Moira convulsed over and over again. Not surprisingly, she was unlike Roberto Correos's dismissive description of her as a piranha. She was both tough and vulnerable, a complexity to which a man like Correos would be deaf, dumb, and blind. She had made her way in a man's world, having run and ruthlessly expanded her husband's business, yet she had been as terrified of her brother as she was now of Correos and Leonid Arkadin. Moira could see that Berengaria had no illusions. Her power was as nothing compared with theirs. They commanded a respect among their respective troops that she could never enjoy no matter how hard she tried. Once again, Moira felt her mixed emotions of admiration and pity, this time because the moment Moira sailed away to her rendezvous with Arkadin, Berengaria would be left to an undetermined fate. Caught between the corrosive power of Correos and the contemptible weakness of Narciso, the future would not go well for her. Which was why she kissed her hard on the lips and held her tight, because it would be for the last time, and Berengaria deserved at least that modicum of solace, no matter how fleeting. She ran her tongue around Berengaria's ear. Who is the client? Berengaria shivered and held her tighter. At length, she leaned back enough to engage Moira's eyes. The client is one of Gustavo's oldest and best, which is why the delay caused such problems. Tears glittered in her eyes, and Moira knew she understood that tonight had been both the beginning and the end for them. This curious woman had no illusions, yes, and for an instant, Moira felt the pang of loss one feels when an ocean or a continent separates two people who had once held each other. In a final acquiescence, Berengaria bowed her head. His name is Don Fernando Herrera. Soraya awoke with the taste of the Sonoran desert in her mouth. Assaulted by aches and pains, she rolled over onto her back and groaned. She stared up at the four men towering over her, two on each side. They were dusky-skinned like her, and like her they were of mixed blood. It took one to know one, she thought groggily. These men were part Arab. They looked so much alike they could have been brothers. "Where is he?" one of the men said. "Where's who?" she said, trying to identify his accent. Another of the men, one on the opposite side, squatted down in the comfortable manner of a desert Arab, his wrists on his knees. "Miss Moore, Soraya, if I may. Hugh and I are looking for the same person." His voice was calm and assured, and as casual as if they were two friends finding an equitable solution to a recent squabble. "One Leonid Danilovich Arkadin." "Who are you?" she said. "We ask the questions," said the man who had spoken first. "You provide the answers." She tried to get up, but discovered that she had been staked out. Cords around her wrists and ankles were wrapped around tent pegs that had been driven into the ground. As the first light of dawn leaked into the sky, tendrils of pink crawled toward her like a spider. "My name isn't important," the man squatting beside her said. One of his eyes was brown, she noticed, the other a watery blue, almost milky, like an opal, as if it had been damaged or ravaged by disease. "Only what I want is important." Those two sentences seemed so absurd she felt the urge to laugh. People were known by their names. Without a name, there was no personal history, no profile possible, just a blank slate, which was apparently how he wanted it. She wondered how she could change that. "If you won't talk to me voluntarily," he said, "we'll have to try another way." He snapped his fingers, and one of the other men handed him a small bamboo cage. No Name took it gingerly by the handle and, swinging it past Soraya's face, set it down between her breasts. Inside was a very large scorpion. "Even if it stings me," Soraya said, "it won't kill me." "Oh, I don't want it to kill you." No Name unlatched the door and with a pen started to prod the scorpion out. "But if you don't tell us where Arkadin is hiding, you'll begin to have seizures, your heart rate and blood pressure will rise, your vision will become blurred. Need I go on?" The scorpion was hard and shiny black, its tail arched high over its carapace. When sunlight touched it, it seemed to glow as if with an inner power. Soraya tried not to watch it, tried to damp down the fright rising inside her. But there was an instinctual response that was difficult to control. She heard her heartbeat pounding in her ears, felt a pain beneath her sternum as the fright built. She bit her lip. "And if you should receive multiple stings without treatment, well, who knows how badly you'll suffer." As delicately as a ballet dancer, the creature ventured forth on its 8 legs until it stood in the valley between Soraya's breasts. She fought back the urge to scream. Oliver Liss sat on a narrow bench in the weight room of his health club. His chest and arms were shiny with sweat. A towel was draped around his neck. He was on his 3rd set of 15 biceps reps when the redhead walked in. She was tall, with square shoulders, an upright bearing, and an epic rack. He'd seen her here a number of times before. $100 to the manager, and now he knew her name was Abby Sumner. She was 34, divorced, and childless. She was one of the endless fleet of lawyers toiling for the Justice Department. He'd already speculated that her long hours had resulted in her divorce, but it was this same extended work schedule that attracted him. Less time for her to get in his way once the affair started. He had no doubt that it would start, no doubt at all. It was simply a matter of when. Liss finished his reps, put the dumbbells back in their slots, then toweled off while he made his recon assessment. Abby had gone straight for the bench press and, having selected weights, slid under the bar. That was Liss's cue. He rose and, strolling over to the bench press, looked down at her with his actor's megawatt smile and said, "Do you need a spotter?" Abby Sumner looked up at him with large blue eyes. Then she returned his smile. "Thank you, I could use one. I've just gone up in weights. It's a little unusual to see a woman bench pressing unless she's in training." Abby Sumner's smile remained in place. "I do a lot of heavy lifting at work." Liss laughed softly. She lifted the weights off the rests and began her reps, while he held his hands a bit beneath the bar in case she faltered. "It sounds like I wouldn't want to get in your way." "No," she said, "you wouldn't." She appeared to be having little or no difficulty with the higher weight. Liss's difficulty lay in keeping his eyes off her breasts. "Don't arch your back," he said. She pulled her spine back down to the bench. "I always do that when I increase weight, thanks." She finished her first set of 8 reps, and he helped her guide the bar back onto the rests. While she took a short breather, he said, "My name's Oliver, and I'd love to take you to dinner sometime." "That would be interesting." Abby looked up at him. "Unfortunately, I don't mix business with pleasure." Responding to his quizzical expression, she slid out from under the bar and stood up. She really was an impressive woman, Liss thought. She glanced over to the juice bar where a clean-cut man was drinking one of those phosphorescent green glasses of wheatgrass juice. The man drained his glass, set it down, and began to saunter toward them. Abby brought her gym bag up onto the bench and, reaching into it, brought out several folded sheets of paper, which she handed to Liss. "Oliver Liss, my name is Abigail Sumner. This judicial order from the Attorney General of the United States authorizes me and Jeffrey Klein," here she indicated the wheatgrass drinker who was now standing beside her, "to take you into custody pending an investigation into allegations made against you while you were president of Black River." Liss gaped at her. "This is nonsense. I was investigated and absolved. New allegations have come to light." "What allegations?" She nodded at the papers she had given him. "You'll find the list enumerated in the Attorney General's order." He opened the order but couldn't seem to focus on the letters. He shoved the papers back to her. "This must be some kind of mistake. I'm not going anywhere with you." Klein produced a pair of manacles. "Please, Mr. Liss," Abby said, "don't make this more difficult on yourself." Liss turned this way and that, as if contemplating escape or a last-minute reprieve from Jonathan, his guardian angel. Where was he? Why hadn't he warned Liss of this new investigation? Colonel Boris Karpov returned to Moscow with a heart of stone. His visit with Leonid Arkadin had been sobering on many levels, not the least of which was the terrible bind he was in. Maslov had suborned a number of apparatchiks inside FSB-2, including Milor Bukin, Karpov's immediate superior. Like all of the intel Arkadin had provided him, the proof was both damning and irrefutable. Karpov, in the back seat of the black FSB-2 Zeal, stared unseeingly out the window as his driver headed into the city from Sheremetyevo Airport. Arkadin had suggested going to President Imov with the evidence Karpov now had in his possession. The very fact that Arkadin suggested it made Karpov suspicious. But even if Arkadin had his own reason for wanting him to go to Imov, he might still do it. The stakes, however, could not be higher, both for his career and for him personally. He had two choices. He could take the evidence against Bukin to Viktor Cherkesov, the head of FSB-2. The problem there, however, was that Bukin was Cherkesov's creature. If the evidence against Bukin was made public, Cherkesov would, by association, come under suspicion. Whether or not he knew of Bukin's perfidy, he'd be finished, forced to resign in disgrace. Rather than allow that to happen, Karpov could envision him eliminating the damning evidence against his friend, and that would include Karpov himself. He had to admit that Arkadin was correct. Going to President Imov with the evidence was the safest choice, because Imov would be only too happy to bring down Cherkesov. In fact, he very well might be so grateful that he'd named someone inside FSB-2 he could trust, like Karpov, as the new head of the agency. The more Karpov thought this through, the more sense it made. And yet, lurking in the background was the niggling voice that told him, once this scenario came to pass, he would owe a great debt to Arkadin. That, he knew instinctively, was not a great position to be in. But only if Arkadin was alive. He laughed a little as he told his driver to take a detour to the Kremlin. Sitting back, he punched in the number of the president's office. 30 minutes later, he was admitted into the president's residence, where a pair of Red Army guards showed him into one of a number of chilly, high-ceilinged anterooms. Over his head, like a frozen giant spider's web, an ornate crystal and ormolu chandelier hung, giving off faceted light that struck the similarly ornate Italianate furniture, upholstered in silks and brocades. He sat while the guards at opposite ends of the chamber watched him. A clock on a spotted marble mantel tick-tocked mournfully, chiming the half-hour, then the hour. Karpov went into a form of meditation he used to pass time during the many lonely vigils he'd come to endure over the years in more foreign countries than he cared to count. 90 minutes after his arrival, a young steward sporting a sidearm appeared to fetch him. Karpov was instantly alert. He was also refreshed. The steward smiled, and Karpov followed him down so many halls and around so many corners, he had difficulty in placing himself within the immense residence. President Imov was sitting behind a Louis XIV desk in his comfortably furnished study. A cheerful fire was burning in the hearth. Behind him, the magnificent domes of Red Square could be seen rising like strange missiles toward the mottled Russian sky. Imhoff was writing in a ledger with an old-fashioned fountain pen. The steward withdrew without a word, soundlessly closing the double doors behind him. After a moment, Imhoff looked up, removed his wire-rimmed glasses, and gestured to the single armchair set in front of the desk. Karpov crossed the carpet and seated himself without a word, patiently waiting for the interview to begin. For a time, Imhoff regarded him with his slate-gray eyes, which were narrow, slightly elongated. Perhaps he had some Mongol blood in him. In any case, he was a warrior, having fought to elevate himself to the presidency, then fought even harder to stay there against several fierce opponents. Imhoff was not a large man, but he was impressive just the same. His personality could fill a ballroom when it suited him. Otherwise, he was content to let the stature of his office suffice. "Colonel Karpov, it strikes me as odd that you have come to see me." Imhoff held his fountain pen as if it were a dagger. "You belong to Viktor Cherkesov, a Silovik who has openly defied Nikolai Patrushev, his opposite number at FSB, and by extension, me." He twirled the pen deftly. "Tell me, then, is there a reason why I should listen to what you have to say, since your boss has sent you here instead of coming himself?" "I did not come at the behest of Viktor Cherkesov. In fact, he has no idea I'm here, and I'd rather it stayed that way." Karpov placed the cell phone with the incriminating evidence against Bukin on the desk between them and withdrew his hand. "Also, I belong to no man, Cherkesov included." Imhoff's gaze remained on Karpov's face. "Indeed. Since Cherkesov stole you away from Nikolai, I must say that's welcome news." He tapped the end of the pen against the desktop. "And yet I can't help but take that statement with a grain of salt." Karpov nodded. "Perfectly understandable." When his eyes moved to the cell phone, Imhoff's followed. "And what have we here, Boris Ilyich?" "Part of FSB-2 is rotten," Karpov said slowly and distinctly. "It has to be cleansed. The sooner, the better." For a moment, Imhoff did nothing. Then he set down the fountain pen, reached out for the cell phone, and turned it on. For a long while after that, there was no sound whatsoever in the study. Not even, Karpov noted, the hushed footfalls of the secretarial and support staffs that must infest the place. Possibly the study was soundproof as well as electronic bug-proof. When Imhoff was finished, he held the cell phone precisely as he had held the fountain pen, as if it were a weapon. "And who, Boris Ilyich, do you envision purging the FSB-2 of its rot?" "Whomever you choose." At this response, President Imhoff threw his head back and laughed. Then, wiping his eyes, he reached into a drawer, opened an ornate silver-clad humidor, and withdrew 2 Havana cigars. Handing one to Karpov, he bit the end off his and lit it with a gold lighter that had been a gift from the president of Iran. When Karpov produced a book of matches, Imhoff laughed again and pushed the gold lighter across the desk. Colonel Boris Karpov found the lighter extraordinarily heavy. He flicked on the flame and luxuriously drew the cigar smoke into his mouth. "We should begin, Mr. President." Imhoff regarded Karpov through a veil of smoke. "No time like the present, Boris Ilyich." He swung around, contemplating the onion domes of Red Square. "Clean the fucking place out. Permanently." It was ironic, when you thought about it, Soraya thought. Despite having multiple eyes, she could not for the life of her remember how many. Scorpions couldn't see well, depending on tiny cilia on their claws to sense movement and vibration. At that moment, that meant the rise and fall of her chest. No Name watched the scorpion with a mixture of impatience and contempt as it sat there, unmoving. Clearly, it didn't know where it was or what it wanted to do. That's when he took his pen and jammed the end of it into the scorpion's head. The sudden attack startled and infuriated it. The tail twitched and struck, and Soraya gave a little gasp. No Name used the pen to prod the creature back into its cage. He swung the door closed and latched it. "Now," No Name said, "either we wait for the venom to take effect, or you tell us where to find Arkadin." "Even if I knew," Soraya said, "I wouldn't tell you." He frowned. "You're not going to change your mind. Go screw yourself." He nodded, as if having anticipated her stubbornness. "It will be instructive to see how long you last after the scorpion stings you 8 or 9 times. With a languid pass of his hand, he signaled the scorpion handler, who unlatched the cage's door and was about to open it when, with a deafening report, he was blown backward in a welter of blood and bone. Soraya turned her head and saw him sprawled on the ground, his entire forehead gone. More shots were fired, and when she turned back, the other men lay on the ground. No Name was clutching his ruined right shoulder, biting his lip in pain. A pair of legs, ending in dusty boots, came into her field of vision. "Who?" Soraya looked up, but between the first symptoms of the scorpion venom and the sun in her eyes, she couldn't see. Her heart seemed about to pump out of her chest, and her entire body was throbbing as if with a very high fever. "Who?" The male figure squatted down. With the back of his sunburned hand, he swatted the cage off her chest. A moment later, she felt the ropes that bound her being loosened, and she shook them off. As she squinted up, a cowboy hat was placed over her head, the wide brim shading her from the glaring sunlight. "Contreras," she said, seeing his creased face. "My name is Antonio." He put one arm beneath her shoulders and helped lift her up. "Call me Antonio." Soraya began to weep. Antonio offered her his gun, an interesting piece of custom work, a Taurus Tracker 44 Magnum, a hunter's handgun, with a wooden rifle stock affixed to it. She took the Taurus, and he stood her up. She was staring down at No Name, who stared back, teeth bared. She felt shaky. Her brain was on fire. She watched him watching her. Her forefinger curled around the trigger. She aimed the tracker and pulled the trigger. As if jerked by invisible strings, No Name arched up once, then lay still, his blind eyes reflecting the rising sun. She stopped crying. Chapter 18. Coven went about his work with a frightening calm. He had spent the hours after trussing up Chrissy and Scarlett, familiarizing himself with the house. As for Chrissy's father, he'd bound and gagged him and stuffed him in a closet. He left him for 40 minutes for a trip to a hardware store where he bought the largest portable generator he could carry by himself. Returning to the house, he checked on his captives. Chrissy and her daughter were still securely tied to the twin beds upstairs. The father was either asleep or unconscious. Coven didn't care which. Then he had lugged the generator into the basement and with little difficulty hooked it up to the electrical system as a backup if the lights went out. He ran a test. The thing ticked like a geriatric grandfather clock. It was severely undersized for its task. Even cutting back on the circuits he connected, he determined that he'd have a maximum of 10 minutes of light before the generator conked out. Well, it would have to do. Then he went back upstairs and stared at Chrissy and Scarlett while he smoked a cigarette. The daughter, though only a preteen, was prettier than the mother. If he were another sort of person, he would avail himself of that very young, tender body. But he despised that degenerate trait in men. He was a fastidious person, a man of moral rectitude. It was how he dealt with his job, how he managed to stay sane in what he considered an insane world. His personal life was pure vanilla, as dull as a bus driver's gray existence. He had a wife, his high school sweetheart, 2 children, and a dog named Ralph. He had mortgage payments, a dotty mother to support, and a brother he visited fortnightly in a loony bin, though these days they didn't call it that. When he came home from a long, hard, often bloody assignment, he kissed his wife hard on the lips, then went to his children, and whether they were playing, sitting in front of the TV, or asleep in bed, bent over them and inhaled their milky, sweet scent. Then he ate a meal his wife had prepared, took her upstairs, and fucked her silly. He lit another cigarette from the end of the butt and stared down at mother and daughter spread-eagled side by side on the twin beds. The girl was a child, inviolate. The thought of harming her was thoroughly repellent to him. As for the mother, she didn't appeal to him, too skinny and wan-looking. He'd leave her to someone else, unless Bourne forced him to kill her. Back downstairs, he rummaged through the larder, opened up a can of Heinz baked beans, and ate the contents cold from the backs of his 2 fingers. All the while, he listened to the tiny sounds around him, breathed in and mentally catalogued the scents in each room. In short, he moved around the house until he'd familiarized himself with every idiosyncrasy, every nook and cranny. Now it was his territory, his high ground, his eventual place of victory. Then he returned to the living room and switched on all the lamps. That's when he heard the gunshot. Rising, he drew his Glock from its leather holster and, pulling back the drapes, peered out the front window. He tensed as he saw Jason Bourne zigzagging at top speed toward the front door. With a squeal of rubber and a spray of gravel, a gray Opel slewed around broadside to the front of the house. The driver's door opened, and the driver fired a shot at Bourne. He missed. Then Bourne was on the front steps, and Coven went to the door, his Glock at the ready. He heard 2 more shots and, crouching down, swung the door open. Bourne was sprawled face down on the steps, a stain of blood spreading over his jacket. Coven ducked back as another shot was fired. He darted out even as he squeezed off one shot after another. The gunman ducked back inside the Opel. Coven grabbed Bourne's jacket with his free hand and hauled him over the sill. He fired off one more shot, heard the gunman put the Opel into gear and speed off. He kicked the door shut behind him. He checked Bourne's pulse, then went to the window. Pulling aside the curtains again, he peered into the driveway but could see no sign of either the gunman or the Opel. Turning back into the living room, he bent over to Bourne's prone form and pressed the muzzle of the Glock to the side of Bourne's head. He was turning him over when the lights flickered, dimmed, then came on again. From the basement, he heard the grandfather clock ticking of the backup generator. He had scarcely enough time to register that the power to the house had been cut when Bourne knocked the Glock away and struck him a powerful blow on his sternum. The man you're looking for is in Puerto Peñasco, no doubt. Antonio handed Soraya back her cell phone. Mi compadre, the Marina's harbor master, knows the gringo. He's taken up residence in the old Santa Teresa convent, which has been abandoned for years. He has a cigarette boat he takes out each evening just after sunset. They were seated in a sunny cantina on Calle de Ana Gabriela Guevara in Nogales. Antonio had spent some time helping Soraya clean up, getting her ice to use in the compress she placed against the spot between her breasts where the scorpion had stung her. The reddish patch did not swell, and whatever symptoms she had felt in the desert were now mostly gone. She also had Antonio buy her 6 bottles of water, which she started drinking right away to fight her dehydration and more quickly move the venom out of her system. After an hour or so, she felt better. Then she bought new clothes in a store in Plaza Kennedy, and they went to get something to eat. "I'll drive you to Puerto Peñasco," Antonio said. Soraya popped the last bite of her chilaquiles into her mouth. "I think you have better things to do. You're no longer making money off me." Antonio made a face. On the ride back into Nogales, he had told her his real name was Antonio Jardines. He'd taken Contreras as his business name. "Now you offend me. Is this how you treat the man who saved your life?" "I owe you a debt of thanks." Soraya sat back, contemplating him. "What I can't understand is why you're taking such a personal interest in me." "How to explain?" Antonio sipped his café de olla. "My life is defined by the space between Nogales, Arizona, and here in Nogales, Sonora. A fucking boring strip of desert that's been known to drive men like me to drink. My only concern is the fucking migras, and believe me, that's not much of anything." He spread his hands. "There's something else, too. Life here is full of neglect. In fact, you could say that life here is defined by neglect, the kind that rots the soul and infests all of Latin America. No one gives a shit about anyone or anything except money. He finished off his café de olla. Then you come along. Soraya considered this. She took her time because she didn't want to make a mistake, although she could hardly be certain of anything here. I don't want to drive into Puerto Peñasco, she said finally. She'd been thinking about this all through the meal. Antonio, finding out that Arkadin had a cigarette, sealed the deal. I want to arrive there by boat. Antonio's eyes glittered. Then his forefinger made a bobbing motion. This is what I'm talking about. You don't think like a woman. You think like a man. This is what I would do. Can your compadre at the marina arrange it? He chuckled. You see, you do need my help. Bourne struck a second blow. He had been shot with blanks by Otavio Moreno and was covered in pig's blood from a plastic bag he'd punctured. Coven, who didn't react one way or another to the blows, drove the butt of the Glock down onto Bourne's forehead. Bourne grabbed his wrist and twisted hard. Then he caught one of Coven's fingers and broke it. The Glock went flying across the living room floor, fetching up beside the cold grate. Bourne pushed Coven off and rose on one knee, but Coven kicked his leg out from under him and Bourne toppled backward. Coven was on him in an instant, driving his fist into Bourne's face, landing blow after blow. Bourne lay still. Coven rose and aimed a kick at Bourne's ribs. Without seeming to move at all, Bourne caught his foot before it could land and wrenched the ankle to the left. Coven grunted as the ankle bone snapped. He landed hard, immediately rolled over, and scrambled on elbows and knees toward where the Glock lay beside the grate. Bourne took up a brass sculpture from a chairside table and threw it. The sculpture slammed into the back of Coven's head, driving his chin and nose into the floor. His jaws snapped shut and blood gushed from his nose. Undeterred, he grabbed the Glock and in one fluid motion, swung it around and squeezed off a shot. The bullet struck the table beside Bourne's head, toppling it and the lamp on it onto Bourne. He tried to fire again, but Bourne leapt on him, wrestling him onto his back. He grabbed a fire poker and swung it down hard. Bourne rolled away and the poker bounced against the floor. Coven stabbed out with it, catching Bourne's jacket, piercing it and pinning him to the floor. He rammed the end of the poker into the wood, then rose painfully over Bourne. Taking up the ash shovel, he brought the long brass handle across Bourne's throat and, using all his weight, pressed down. It was 123 miles from Nogales to Los Conchas, where an associate of Antonio's compadre had driven the boat they would pick up. She'd asked for a big boat and an ostentatious one, something to catch Arkadin's attention and keep it until he could get a good look at her. In the Nogales Mall, before they had set out, she had bought the most provocative bikini she could find. When she'd modeled it for Antonio, his eyes almost popped out of his skull. "Madres de Dios, que linda muchacha," he had cried. Because of the after effect of the scorpion sting, she bought a diaphanous cover-up, also some beach towels, a pair of huge Dior sunglasses, a fashionable visor, and a fistful of sunscreen, which she lost no time in slathering on. Antonio's friend was named Ramos, and he had brought exactly the right kind of boat, big and flashy. Its diesels thrummed and gurgled as she and Antonio boarded and were shown around below by Ramos. He was a small, dark, rotund man with curling black hair, tattoos on his massive arms, and a ready smile. "I have guns, pistols, and semi-automatics, if you need them," he said helpfully. "No extra charge, except for spent rounds." Soraya thanked him, but said weapons wouldn't be necessary. Soon after returning above deck, they got underway. Puerto Peñasco was just over 5 miles due north. Over the rumble of the diesels, Ramos said, "We have a couple of hours before sunset, when Arkadin usually takes out the cigarette. I have fishing gear. I'll take you to the 51-mile reef where there's plenty of halibut, black sea bass, and red snapper. How about it?" Soraya and Antonio fished off the reef for about an hour and a half before they packed it in and swept in toward the marina. Ramos pointed out Arkadin's cigarette as he cut the speed rounding the headland and nosed in toward the docks. There was no sign of Arkadin, but Soraya could see an older Mexican preparing the boat to get underway. The Mexican was dark-skinned with a face fissured by hard work, salt wind, and scorching sunlight. "You're in luck," Ramos said. "He's coming." Soraya looked in the direction Ramos indicated and saw a powerful-looking man striding down the dock. He wore a baseball cap, black and green surfer's bathing trunks, a torn Dos Equis t-shirt, and a pair of rubber sandals. She slipped off her cover-up. Her dark, oiled skin gleamed sleekly. The dock was long, jutting out into the marina, and she had time to study him. He had dark hair, cut very short, a rugged face that gave away nothing, very square shoulders like a swimmer, but his arms and legs were more like a wrestler's, long and muscular. He looked as if he had every reason to be confident, walking with a minimum amount of effort, almost gliding, as if his feet were made of ball bearings. There was a source of energy about him, like a ring of fire that she could not comprehend, but it made her uneasy. She thought there was something familiar about him, which made her unease almost painful. And then, with an electric jolt that frightened her to her core, she knew what it was. He moved just like Jason. "Here we go." Ramos steered the boat in front of the cigarette and put it in idle so that they drifted in toward the slip. Arkadin was saying something to the Mexican and laughing when Ramos's boat caught the periphery of his vision. He looked up, squinting against the oblique sunlight, and at once saw Soraya. His nostrils flared as his gaze took in her aggressive, exotic face, her body, which in the tiny bikini was as good as being naked. Even better, Soraya felt, because it left the tiniest bit to his imagination. She raised one arm as if to keep her visor on her head, but really the gesture accentuated the sensuality of her body. And then, just like that, he turned away and said something to the Mexican that made him chuckle. Soraya was disappointed. Her fingers gripped the railing as if she wanted to throttle it. "The gringo's a fucking maricon, that's all there is to it," Antonio said. Soraya laughed. "Don't be idiotic." But his comment had lifted her out of her temporary sense of defeat. "I haven't given him enough of a challenge." Then an idea occurred to her, and turning to Antonio, she put her arms on his shoulders. Gazing into his eyes, she said, "Kiss me. Kiss me and don't stop." Antonio looked happy to oblige. He grabbed her around the waist and planted his lips on hers. His tongue seemed to scald her as it probed between her teeth and into her mouth. Soraya arched her back, molding her body to his. Ramos maneuvered the boat a bit too close to the cigarette's bow, causing the gringo and El Geraldo to turn. As El Geraldo ran to the bow, gesticulating and cursing him mightily, the gringo stood watching Soraya and Antonio locked in their amorous embrace. He seemed interested now. Shouting his apologies, Ramos steered the boat back on course and eased it into its slip. A marina hand stood by to loop the mooring ropes fore and aft as Ramos cut the engines and threw the coils to him. Then Ramos stepped off the boat and headed toward the harbor-master's office. Arkadin continued to stare at Soraya and Antonio Jardines, though he hadn't moved an inch. "Enough," Soraya said into Antonio's mouth. "Basta, hombre, basta." Antonio was reluctant to let her go, and she pushed him away first with one hand, then with both. By the time she had managed to free herself, Arkadin was on the dock, heading their way. "Mano, you're like a fucking pulpo," she said loudly, only partly for Arkadin's benefit. Antonio, relishing his role, grinned at her and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Then Arkadin was on board and between them. "Maricon, what are you doing here? Get out of my face," Antonio said. Arkadin straight-armed him off the boat and into the water. The Mexican on the cigarette laughed uproariously. "That wasn't a good idea," Soraya said coldly. "He was hurting you." Arkadin said it as a clear statement of fact. "You have no idea what he was doing." Soraya kept up her frozen exterior. "He's a man. You're a woman," Arkadin said. "I know exactly what he was doing." Maybe I liked it. Arkadin laughed. Maybe you did. Should I help the son of a bitch back onto the dock? Soraya looked down at Antonio, snorting water out of his nose. I could have done that. Then she looked back at Arkadin. Leave the son of a bitch where he is. Arkadin laughed again and offered his arm. Maybe you'll need a change of scene. Maybe I do. But it won't be with you. Then she pushed past him, climbed off the boat, and walked slowly and provocatively back up the dock. Bourne felt his lungs burning. There were black spots in his vision. Soon enough, the bar across his throat would crack his hyoid bone, and it would be all over for him. Reaching out, he grabbed Coven's fractured ankle and squeezed as hard as he could. Coven shouted in surprise and pain. The pressure came off Bourne's throat as Coven reared back, and shoving the bar upward, Bourne rolled out from under it. Coven, a murderous look in his eye, found the Glock and aimed it at Bourne. At that moment, the ticking of the generator ceased and the house was plunged into darkness. Coven squeezed off a shot, narrowly missing Bourne, and Bourne rolled away into deepest shadow. He held still for the space of 10 long breaths, then rolled again. Coven fired another shot, but this struck well wide of the mark. It was clear he had no idea where Bourne was located. Bourne could hear Coven moving around. Now that the lights had been extinguished, Coven had lost the advantage of being on his territory. Coven would have to think of another way to re-establish his dominant position. If Bourne were in his shoes, he'd try to get Chrissy and Scarlet, use them as leverage to flush him out. He stayed very still, listening intently to the direction in which Coven was moving. It was from left to right. He was passing the fireplace. Where was he headed? Where was he keeping his captives? Bourne pictured as much of the ground floor interior as had registered after Coven had dragged him inside. He could see the fireplace, the 2 upholstered armchairs, the side table and lamp, the sofa, and the stairs leading up to the 2nd story. The creak of a step tread betrayed Coven, and without a second thought, Bourne sprang from his hiding place, scooped up the lamp, and jerked its cord out of the electrical socket. He threw it hard against the wall to his left as he leapt up onto the cushion of the armchair. Coven fired 2 shots in the direction of the crash as Bourne launched himself over the railing of the staircase. He slammed into Coven, hurling him against the back wall before landing atop him. Coven, shaken, nevertheless squeezed off 2 more shots. He missed, but the flashes burned Bourne's cheek. Coven lunged for Bourne, trying to swat him with the barrel of the Glock. Bourne kicked out, splintering one of the railing balusters. Wrenching it out of its socket, he swung it against the side of Coven's face. Coven grunted as his own blood spattered the wall and he rolled away from another blow. He lashed out with his foot, slamming the sole of his shoe into Bourne's face. Tumbling backward, Bourne fell away from him, and bracing himself against the wall, Coven fired twice more into the confined space of the staircase. Either of the shots would have hit Bourne had he not already vaulted over the banister. He hung there in darkness. When he heard Coven scrambling up the stairs, he flexed his arms and, rising up, rolled his body back over the banister. Taking the treads 3 at a time, he raced up to the 2nd floor. He knew 2 things now. Coven was going for his hostages, and the Glock had run through its magazine. Coven needed time to reload and was at his most vulnerable. But when Bourne reached the 2nd floor landing, there was no discernible movement. He crouched and, listening, waited. More windows meant light, but it was faint and inconstant as the overgrown tree branches outside scraped against the house. He could see 4 doors, 4 rooms, 2 on either side. He opened the door into the first room on the left, which was empty, put his ear against the inside wall that abutted the next room. He heard nothing. He went back to the doorway. Coven fired at him as Bourne raced across the hallway and into the first room on the right. Bourne had given him time to reload. Wasting no time, Bourne crossed to the window, unlatched it, and opening it wide, climbed through. He was faced with a thick tangle of oak branches into which he climbed. Moving through the oak, he made his way to the window of the 2nd room on the right. A shadow moved in there, and he went very still. Dimly, he could make out a pair of twin beds. He thought he saw figures lying on them. Chrissy and Scarlet? reaching up to the branch lying more or less horizontally over his head. He swung himself back and forth to gain the required momentum, then launched himself feet first through the window. The old glass shattered into 1,000 crystalline fragments, causing Coven to instinctively cover his face with his forearm. Landing, Bourne flew across the room, striking Coven's shoulder first. The two men slammed against the far wall and went down in a heap. Bourne punched him 3 times, then lunged for the Glock. But Coven was ready, and when Bourne's defense opened up, he struck a hammer blow on his burned and bleeding cheekbone. Bourne went down, and Coven raised the Glock, not at Bourne, but at Scarlet, who lay bound and spread-eagled on the nearest bed. His angle was such that he had no clear shot at Chrissy, who lay on the bed nearer the window. Coven was breathing heavily, but still managed to say, "All right, get up. You have 5 seconds to put your hands behind your head. Then I shoot the girl." "Please, Jason, please do what he says." Chrissy's voice was high, tight with a mortal terror that bordered on hysteria. "Don't let him hurt Scarlet." Bourne looked at Chrissy, then delivered a scissors kick that jerked Coven's extended gun arm down and away from Scarlet. Coven cursed under his breath as he struggled to regain control of the Glock. That was his mistake. Keeping the scissors grip on Coven's arm, Bourne jackknifed his body. He headbutted Coven in his already broken and bloody nose. Coven howled in pain but still tried extricating his arm. Bourne smashed the sole of his shoe into Coven's kneecap, shattering it. Coven collapsed and Bourne stepped on the knee. Coven's eyes watered and his jowls shook so hard shivers went down his body. Wrenching the Glock away from him, Bourne pressed its muzzle into Coven's right eye. When Coven tried to make a countermove, Bourne said, "If you do that, you'll never walk out of the room. Who will take care of your wife and children then?" Coven, his visible eye bloodshot and staring, subsided. But as Bourne removed the muzzle, he exploded upward using his shoulder and hip. Bourne bore the attack with equanimity, allowed Coven to drive him backward to expand whatever reserve of energy he had left, then brought the butt of the Glock down on Coven's skull, shattering the orbital bone. Coven tried to scream, but no sound emerged from his mouth. His eyes rolled up into his head as he fell at Bourne's feet. Chapter 19. Boris Karpov walked through a wind-blown red square, breathing deeply while he thought of how to proceed against Bukin and, by association, the very dangerous Cherkesov. President Imov had given him everything he asked for, including absolute secrecy until he could ferret out all the moles in FSB-2. The place to start was Bukin. He knew he could break Bukin. Once he did, the other moles would come to light without difficulty. A light snow was falling, the flakes, small and dry, swirling in the wind. Lights twinkled off the golden and striped onion domes, and tourists took flash photos of one another against the ornate architecture. He took a moment to drink in the peaceful scene, all too rare in Moscow these days. Retracing his steps, he plodded back to his limo. The driver, seeing him returning, fired the ignition. He got out from behind the wheel and opened the rear door for his boss. A tall blonde in a ruddy fox coat and knee-high boots strode past. The driver's eyes lingered on her as Karpov ducked and climbed in. The door slammed shut behind him. He said, "HQ," when the driver slid behind the wheel. The driver nodded wordlessly, put the limo in gear, and they drove out of the Kremlin. It was an 11-minute drive to FSB-2 headquarters on Ulitsa Znamenka, depending on traffic, which at this hour wasn't as bad as it could be. Karpov was lost in thought. He was figuring out a way to get Bukin alone, to cut him off from his contacts. He decided to invite him to dinner. On the way, he would instruct his driver to divert their car to the vast construction site on Ulitsa Varvarka, a dead zone for cell phone traffic, so he and Bukin could discuss his treachery undisturbed. The driver stopped at a red light, but when it turned green, he did not put the car in gear. Now, through his smoked glass window, Karpov saw that a Mercedes limo had drawn up beside them. As he watched, the rear door opened and a figure emerged. It was too dark to see who it was, but a moment later the door to his car was wrenched open. Odd since his driver always auto-locked all doors, and the figure ducking its head slid onto the seat beside him. "Boris Ilyich, always a pleasure to see you," Viktor Cherkesov said. He had a smile like a hyena, and he smelled like one, too, Karpov observed. Cherkesov, whose yellow eyes made him look ravenous, even bloodthirsty, leaned forward slightly to speak to the driver. "The Ulica Varvarka, I think. The construction site." Then he sat back, his repellent smile glimmering in the semi-darkness of the limo's interior. "We don't want to be disturbed, do we, Boris Ilyich?" It was not a question. Mandy and Michelle were asleep, entwined around each other, which was how they always slept after a long, erotic workout. In contrast, Bud Halliday and Jalal Asai had retired to the living room of the apartment they jointly owned under a pseudonym so well documented that the ownership could never be traced back to them. Out of courtesy rather than choice, Halliday was sipping a glass of sweet mint tea as he sat opposite Asai. "I've been meaning to tell you," Halliday said in his most casual voice, "Oliver Liss is in federal custody." Asai sat up. "What? Why didn't you tell me right away?" Halliday gestured toward the bedroom, where the twins were sound asleep. "But what happened? It seemed he was safe." "These days, it seems, no one is safe." Halliday was searching for the humidor. "Quite without warning, the Justice Department has opened a new investigation into his associations when he was running Black River." He looked up suddenly, impaling Asai with his gaze. "Will the investigation ripple out to you?" "I'm completely insulated," Jalal Asai said. "I made certain of this from the beginning." "Okay, then, fuck Liss. We move on." Jalal Asai seemed nonplussed. "You're not surprised?" "I think Oliver Liss has been skating on thin ice for some time." "I need him," Jalal Asai said. "Correction. You needed him. When I said move on, I meant it." Halliday found the leather-bound humidor and extracted a cigar. He offered it to Asai, who declined. Then he nipped off the end, stuck it in his mouth, and lit up. He rolled the cigar through the flame as he puffed away. Asai said, "I suppose Liss had outlived his usefulness." "That's the spirit." Halliday felt calmer now that he'd had the smoke inside him. Sex with Michelle always got his heart hammering to the point of pain. The woman was a fucking gymnast. Asai helped himself to more tea. "With Liss, I was just following orders from an organization I've left behind." "Now the two of us are in business," Halliday observed. Asai nodded. "The business of 100 billion in gold." Halliday frowned as he stared at the glowing end of his cigar. "You feel no remorse at betraying the Severus Domna? After all, they're your own kind." Asai ignored the racist remark. He'd become inured to Halliday the way one comes to ignore the ache of a cyst. "My kind are no different from your kind, inasmuch as there are those who are good, those who are bad, and those who are ugly." Halliday guffawed so hard he almost choked on the smoke. He sat forward laughing and coughing, his eyes watered. "I must say, Asai, for an Arab, you're quite all right." "I am Berber. Amazi." Asai stated this as fact, without a trace of rancor. Halliday eyed him through the smoke. "You speak Arabic, don't you?" "Among other languages, including Berber." Halliday spread his hands as if the other's answer proved his point. He and Jalal Asai had met in college, where Asai spent 2 years as an exchange student. In fact, it was because of Asai that Halliday became interested in what he perceived as the growing Arab threat to the Western world. Asai was Muslim, but strictly speaking an outsider in the highly splintered and religiousized Arab world. Through the lens of Asai's world view, Halliday recognized that it was only a matter of time before the Arab world's sectarian battles spilled over their boundaries and became a series of wars. For that very reason, he cultivated Asai as a friend and advisor, realizing only much later, when Asai was becoming disinterested in Severus Domna's objectives, that Asai had been dispatched to the United States to his college specifically, to cultivate him as a friend and ally. When greed got the best of Asai, when he confessed what his original motivation had been, all of Halliday's worst prejudices against Arabs were confirmed. He hated Asai then. He'd even plotted to kill him. But in the end, he had abandoned his revenge fantasies, seduced as Asai had been by King Solomon's gold. Who could resist such a glittering prize? He and Asai, as Halliday came to realize in a repellent moment of understanding, had more in common than seemed possible, given their disparate backgrounds. Then again, they were both soldiers of the night, inhabiting the world of shadows that existed on the edges of civilized society, protecting it from destructive elements both without and within. The Severus Domna is no different from any tyrant, fascist, communist, or socialist, Jalal Asai said. It lives to accumulate power, to allow its members to influence world events for the sole purpose of amassing more power. In the face of such power, mere human politics becomes irrelevant, as does religion. Asai sat back, crossing one leg over the other. In the beginning, Severus Domna was motivated by the desire for change, a meeting of the minds between East and West, among Islam and Christianity and Judaism. A noble goal, I admit, and for a time they succeeded, if only in small ways. But then, like all altruistic endeavors, this one fell afoul of human nature. He suddenly sat forward on the edge of the sofa. And I tell you this, there is no stronger motivation in human beings than greed, even fear. Greed, like sex, makes men stupid, blind to fear or to the need for anything else. Greed distorted the goals of Severus Domna to such an extent that they became virtually irrelevant. The members continued to pay lip service to the original mission, but by then Severus Domna was rotten to the core. What does that make us? Halliday continued to puff on his cigar. We're as greedy as the Severus Domna, perhaps more. But we're aware of what drives us, Jalal Asai said with a glint in his eyes. We're both clear-eyed and clear-headed. Scarlet stared up at Bourne while he untied her. Her cheeks were tear-streaked. She wasn't crying now, but she was trembling uncontrollably and her teeth were chattering. Is Mum okay? She's fine. Who are you? Tears were coming more fitfully this time. Who's that man? My name is Adam, and I'm a friend of your Mum's, Bourne said. I asked her to help me, and she took me to Oxford to see Professor Giles. You remember him? Scarlet nodded, sniffling. I like Professor Giles. He likes you too. Very much. His voice was soothing, and she seemed to be calming down. You flew into the room like Batman. I'm not Batman. I know that, she said somewhat indignantly. But you've got blood all over you and you're not hurt. He plucked at his damp shirt. It's not real blood. I needed to fool the man who kidnapped you and your mother. She regarded him appraisingly. Are you a secret agent like Aunt Tracy? Bourne laughed. Aunt Tracy wasn't a secret agent. Yes, she was. That indignant note in her voice warned Bourne not to treat her like a child. What makes you think that? Scarlet shrugged. You couldn't talk to her without her holding something back. I think secrets were all she had, and she was always sad. Are secret agents sad? Scarlet nodded. That's why they become secret agents. There was something pure and profound in that statement, but for the moment Bourne was content to let it go. Professor Giles and your Mum helped me with a problem. Unfortunately, this man wanted something of mine. He must have wanted it badly. Yes, he did. Bourne smiled. I'm very sorry I led you and your mother into danger, Scarlet. I want to see her. Bourne lifted her into his arms. She seemed cold as ice. He carried her over to the bed by the window. Chrissy was covered in shards of glass. She was unconscious. Mummy! Scarlet leapt out of Bourne's arms. Mummy, wake up! Bourne, noting the edge of terror in Scarlet's voice, bent over Chrissy. Her pulse was good, her breathing even. She's okay, Scarlet. He pinched Chrissy's cheeks and her eyelids fluttered, then opened. She looked up into his face. "Scarlet?" "She's right here, Chrissy." "Coven?" "Adam flew through the window like Batman," Scarlet said, proud of her new knowledge. Chrissy frowned, noticing Bourne's shirt. "All that blood." Scarlet gripped her mother's hand tightly. "It's fake, Mum." "Everything's fine now," Bourne said. "No, don't move yet." He scooped the glass off her as best he could. "All right, unbutton your blouse." But her fingers trembled too badly for her to grip the buttons properly. "My arms are killing me," she said softly. She turned her head and smiled into her daughter's face. "Thank God you're safe, Sugar Plum." Scarlet burst into fresh tears. Chrissy looked up at Bourne as he undid her buttons, shrugged her out of the blouse so that the last of the glass shards fell harmlessly on either side of her. Then he lifted her up. When he'd swung her away from the bed, he put her down. As they stepped over Coven's lifeless body, Chrissy shuddered. They stopped in the room she had been using to get sweaters for her and Scarlet, who, in a kind of delayed reaction, was leaking tears as she knelt to put on her sweater, which was yellow with a pattern of pink bunnies eating ice cream cones. Halfway down the stairs, she began to whimper. Chrissy put an arm around her. "It's all right, Sugar Plum. Everything's all right. Mum has you now," she whispered over and over. When they reached the ground floor, she said to Bourne, "Coven tied my father up. He's here somewhere." Bourne found him, bound and gagged, in one of the kitchen closets. He was unconscious either from the blow that caused the bruised swelling on his left temple or from the lack of oxygen. Bourne laid him on the kitchen floor and untied him. It was dark with the power still off. "My God, is he dead?" Chrissy said as she and Scarlet ran in. "No, his pulse is strong." He took his finger away from the carotid and began to free him from his bonds. Chrissy, her courage disintegrating at the sight of her father so helplessly incapacitated, began to soundlessly weep. But this caused Scarlet to sob, so she bit her lip, holding back more tears. She ran cold water in the sink, soaked a dishcloth, and filled up a glass. Crouching down beside her daughter, she placed the folded towel against Bourne's cheek, which had started to swell and discolor. Her father was thin in the manner of many older people. His face was time-ravaged and somewhat lopsided, so that Bourne guessed he'd had a stroke not so long ago. Bourne shook him gently, and his eyelids fluttered open. His tongue ran around his dry lips. "Can you sit him up?" Chrissy asked. "I'll get some water into him." Supporting her father's back, Bourne sat him up slowly and carefully. "Dad? Dad? Where is that son of a bitch who hit me?" "He's dead," Bourne said. "Come on, Dad, drink some water." Chrissy was observing her father closely, fearful that at any moment he would pass out again. "It'll make you feel better." But the old man paid her no mind. Instead, he was staring intently at Bourne. He licked his lips again and accepted the glass his daughter held for him. His knobby Adam's apple bobbed spastically as he drank. He choked. "Easy, Dad, easy." His hand fluttered up, and she took the rim of the glass away from his mouth. Then his forefinger unfurled, pointing at Bourne. "I know you." His voice was like sandpaper over metal. Bourne said, "I don't think so." No. You came into the center when I ran it. That was years ago, of course, when the center was an old boys' school in George Street. But I'll never forget it because I had to call an ex-colleague by the name of Basil Bayswater, a first-class wanker if ever there was one. He made a killing in the market and retired to Whitney. Spent all his time playing an ancient form of chess or something. Disgraceful waste of time. But you... His forefinger touched Bourne's chest. "I never forget a face. I'll be goddamned. You're Professor Webb. That's it. David Webb." Chapter 20. Peter Marks received the call from Bourne, brief and succinct, and with mixed feelings agreed to come to the address Bourne gave him. In a way, he was surprised that Bourne had called him back. On the other hand, Bourne didn't sound like himself, which caused Marks to wonder what sort of situation he was heading into. His relationship with Bourne was all one way, through Soraya. He knew something of her history with Bourne, and he'd always wondered whether she had allowed her personal feelings to color her opinion of him. The official CI line was, and had been for some time, that Bourne's amnesia had made him unpredictable, and therefore dangerous. He was a rogue agent, loyal to no one and nothing, least of all CI. Though CI had been forced to use him in the past, it was always through deception or coercion, because there seemed no other way to control him. And not even those methods had proved to be a sure thing. Though Marks was personally aware of Bourne's recent work bringing down Black River and stopping an incipient war with Iran, he knew next to nothing about the man. He was a complete enigma. It was futile to predict his responses in any given situation, and then there was the fact that many people who had tried to get close to him had died sudden and violent deaths. Happily, Soraya wasn't one of them, but Marks worried that it might be just a matter of time. "Bad news?" Don Fernando Herrera said. "Just more of the same," Marks said. "I have a meeting to go to." They were seated in the living room of Diego Herrera's home, surrounded by photos of him. Marks wondered whether being here was painful or comforting for the father. "Senor Herrera, before I go, is there anything more you can tell me about your godson? Do you know why he was at the Vesper Club last night, or why he might have stabbed Diego? What sort of relationship did they have?" "None, to answer your last question first." Herrera took out a cigarette and lit up, but didn't seem interested in smoking it. His eyes roved the room, as if afraid to alight on any one thing for long. Marks suspected that he was nervous. About what? Herrera contemplated Marks for some moments. The ash from his unsmoked cigarette toppled soundlessly to the carpet, where it lay between his feet. "Diego did not know of Otavio's existence, at least so far as his relationship to me was concerned." "Then why would Otavio kill Diego?" "He wouldn't. Therefore, I refuse to believe that he did." Herrera told his driver to take Marks to the nearest rental car office. He insisted that he and Marks exchange phone numbers. Those words of disbelief resounded in Marks's head as he punched the address Bourne had given him into the GPS program on his PDA. "I want to stay abreast of your investigation," Herrera said. "You promised me that you would find my son's killer. You should know that I take all promises made to me extremely seriously." Marks saw no reason to doubt him. 15 minutes after he drove out of the rental car lot, his PDA buzzed and he read a text message from Soraya. Within minutes, Willard called him. "Progress?" "I've made contact," Marks said, meaning Bourne. "You know where he is?" A slight quickening of Willard's voice. "Not yet," Marks lied. "But I will soon." "Good. I'm in time." "Time for what?" Marks asked. "The mission has changed somewhat. I need you to facilitate a meeting between Bourne and Arkadin." Marks searched for hidden meaning in Willard's voice. Something back home had changed. He hated being out of the loop and felt at an immediate disadvantage. "What about the ring?" "Are you listening to me?" Willard snapped. "Just do as you're ordered." Now Marks was certain that he was being denied access to a major development. He felt the old anger against the machinations of his superiors rising up in his throat like bile. "Has Soraya Moore made contact?" Willard continued. "Yes, I just received the rearranged text message from her." "Contact her," Willard said. "Coordinate your efforts. You need to get the two men to the following place." He gave Marks an address. "How you do it is up to you, but I do have some information Arkadin should find interesting." He told Marks what El Arian had told him about the missing piece of information, without which the file on the laptop's hard drive was useless. "You have 72 hours. 72? But he was talking to dead air. The conversation was over. At the next intersection, Marks checked the GPS map on his PDA to make sure that he hadn't missed a turn while talking with Willard. The morning had started out sunny, but clouds had rolled in, turning everything to shades of gray. Now a light drizzle blurred the edges of even the sharpest angles on buildings and signs. The light turned green, and as he left the intersection behind, he noticed a white Ford moving into his lane right behind him. He knew a tail when he saw one. He'd seen the white Ford before, several vehicles behind him, though now and again he'd lost sight of it behind a large produce truck. The Ford was occupied by only the driver, who wore dark glasses. Stepping on the accelerator, he sent his rental car lurching forward as he ground the gear shift up from first to third more quickly than the transmission could easily handle. There was a moment between second and third when the car hesitated, and he was afraid he'd stripped the gears. Then it leapt forward so fast he almost slammed into the rear end of the truck in front of him. He swerved to the right-hand lane, accelerating further as the white Ford slid in behind him. He was in a section of London dense with traffic, boutiques, and larger stores. A sign for an underground garage came up so fast he had to swerve into its entrance at the last possible instant. He scraped the front left fender on the concrete wall, then corrected and hurtled down the ramp into the neon-lit concrete cavern. He pulled into a parking spot that was so tight he had to roll down the window to slide out. By that time, he heard the squeal of tires and figured the white Ford was still hot on his trail. He saw the open stairwell next to the elevator, ducked into it just as a white car flashed by. The stairwell smelled of grease and urine. As he rushed up the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, he heard a car door slam and the fast slap of shoe soles against concrete, and then someone was running up the stairs behind him. As he was about to whip around a corner, he came upon a homeless man, so drunk he had passed out. Bending over, Marks held his breath as he dragged the drunk up the stairs, placing him across the tread just around the corner. Retreating into shadow on the stairs above, Marks waited, breathing deeply and easily. The sounds of pounding footsteps came closer, and Marks tensed himself into a half-crouch. His tail raced around the corner and, as Marks had planned, didn't see the drunk until it was too late. As he stumbled, pitching forward, Marks leapt down the stairs, driving his knee into the top of the man's head. The tail lurched backward, stumbling again over the drunk and sprawling onto his back. Marks saw him pulling a Browning M1900 from beneath his jacket. Marks kicked it upward just before he fired a shot. The noise held and echoed so deafeningly in the confined space, the drunk opened his eyes and sat bolt upright. The man with the Browning grabbed the drunk by the collar and pressed the gun's muzzle into the side of his head. "You'll come with me now." He had a heavy accent, Middle Eastern perhaps. "Or I shoot his brains out." He jerked the drunk so hard spittle flew from his slack lips. "Oi, you wanker!" the drunk shouted, completely confused. "Piss off!" The gunman, as contemptuous as he was incensed, slammed the side of the drunk's head with the barrel of the Browning. Marks launched himself across the gap. The heel of his hand made contact with the gunman's chin, shoved it hard upward, exposing his neck. While he wrestled with the gun hand, he drove his fist into the gunman's throat. The cartilage gave way and the gunman collapsed, gasping without getting oxygen into his system. His eyes were wide and rolling. He could only make animal gruntings, but soon enough, even that ceased. The drunk whirled with astonishing agility and kicked the gunman in the crotch. "How about that now, you bleeding piss-pot?" Then, muttering to himself, he stumbled down the stairs without a backward glance. Quickly now, Marks went through the gunman's pockets, but all he found was keys to the white Ford and a wad of money. No passport, no identification of any kind. He had dark skin, black curling hair, and a full beard. One thing for sure, Marks thought, he's not CI. So who was he working for, and why the hell was he following me? He wondered who could know he was here except for Willard and Oliver Liss. Then he heard the whistle raised by foot police and knew he had to get out of there. Once more, he studied the dead man, wishing there was some identifier like a tattoo or... That's when he saw the gold ring on the third finger of his right hand and, stooping, worked it off. He hoped there might be a commemorative engraving on the inside. There wasn't. There was something far more interesting. Soraya saw Leonid Arkadin again in the Lone Marina restaurant. Or rather, he must have been searching for her, because engrossed in her fiery shrimp and yellow rice, she didn't see him enter. Her waiter brought her a drink, a tequini, he said, from the man at the bar. Soraya glanced up, and of course it was Arkadin. She looked into his eyes as she picked up the martini glass. She smiled. That was all the encouragement he needed. "You're persistent, I'll give you that," she said when he'd sauntered over. "If I were your lover, I wouldn't let you eat dinner alone. My ex-pool boy? I sent him packing." He laughed and gestured to the booth in which she sat. "May I? I'd prefer you didn't." He sat down anyway and put his drink on the table as if marking out his territory. "If you let me order, I'll pay for your dinner." "I don't need you to pay for my dinner," she said flatly. "Need has nothing to do with it." He lifted his hand and the waiter glided over. "I'll have steak bloody and an order of tomatillos." The waiter nodded and left. Arkadin smiled, and Soraya was astonished at how genuine it seemed. There was a deep warmth to it that frightened her. "My name is Leonardo," he said. She snorted. "Don't be ridiculous. No one in Puerto Peñasco is named Leonardo." He seemed crestfallen, like a little boy caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and now she was beginning to make sense of his approach to women. She could see how magnetic he was, how compelling an impression he made, exuding the security of a powerful man with a softer core of vulnerability. What woman could resist that? She laughed silently to herself and felt better, as if at last she was standing on solid ground, in a place where she could confidently move forward with her assignment. "You're right, of course," Arkadin said. "It's actually Leonard, just plain Leonard." "Penny," she held out a hand, which he held briefly. "What are you doing in Puerto Peñasco, Leonard?" "Fishing, sport racing." "In your cigarette?" "Yes." Soraya finished up her shrimp just as his steak and tomatillos arrived. The steak, bloody as ordered, was smothered in chilies. Arkadin dug in. He must have a cast-iron stomach, she thought. "And you?" he said around bites. "I came for the weather." She pushed the tahini away from her. "You don't like it?" "I don't drink alcohol." "Alcoholic?" She laughed. "Muslim. I'm Egyptian. I apologize for sending you an inappropriate gift." "No need," she waved away his words. "You couldn't have known." Then she smiled. "But you're sweet." "Ha! Sweet is one thing I am not." "No," she cocked her head. "What are you then?" He wiped the blood off his lips and sat back for a moment. "Well, to tell you the truth, I'm something of a hard-ass. My partners thought so, especially when I bought them out. So did my wife, for that matter." "She's also in the past?" He nodded as he dug into his food again. "Nearly a year now." "Children?" "Are you kidding?" Arkadin certainly had a gift for spinning yarns, she thought appreciatively. "I'm not much of a nurturer either," she said, somewhat truthfully. "I'm entirely focused on my business." He asked her what that might be without looking up from his steak. "Import-export," she said, "to and from North Africa." His head came up slowly, but very deliberately. She felt her heart beating against her ribcage. It was, she thought, like coaxing a shark onto the hook. She didn't want to make the slightest mistake now, and felt a little thrill pass through her. She was very close to the precipice, to the moment when her fictional self would fuse with her real self. This moment was why she chose to do what she did. It was why she hadn't walked away from Peter when he'd recruited her for the assignment, why she had set aside the demeaning aspect of what she was expected to do. None of that mattered. What mattered was standing a hairbreadth from the precipice. This precise moment was what she lived for, and Peter had known this long before she did. Arkadin wiped his mouth again. "North Africa. Interesting. My former partners did a fair amount of business in North Africa. I didn't like their methods, or to be honest, the people they were dealing with. That was one of the reasons I decided to buy them out." He was quick on his feet, Soraya thought, improvising like crazy. She was liking this conversation more and more. "What line are you in?" she asked. "Computers, peripherals, computer services, that sort of thing." "Right," she thought, amused. She put a thoughtful expression on her face. Well, I could connect you with some reliable people if you like. Maybe you and I could do business. Bite, she thought with some elation. Time to reel in the shark, but very slowly and very carefully. I don't know. I'm already near capacity. Then you need to expand. Sure. With what capital? I have capital. She eyed him warily. I don't think so. We know nothing about each other. He set his knife and fork down and smiled. Then let's make getting to know each other our first order of business. He lifted a finger. In fact, I have something to show you that just might entice you into doing business with me. And what might that be? It's a surprise. Calling the waiter over, he ordered 2 espressos without asking her if she wanted one. As it happened, she did. She wanted her senses to be on full alert because she had no doubt that at some point tonight she would have to fend off his amorous advances in a way that would lead him on, not turn him off. They chatted amiably while drinking the espressos, finding their way toward feeling comfortable with each other. Soraya, seeing how relaxed he was, allowed herself to relax as well, at least as far as she was able. Beneath, however, she felt the tension of steel cables singing through her body. This was a man of enormous charm as well as charisma. She could see how so many women were magnetically drawn into his orbit. But at the same time, the part of her that had pulled back, observing at an objective distance, recognized the show he was putting on, and that she was not seeing the real Arkadin. After a time, she wondered whether anyone had. He had so successfully walled himself off from other human beings that she suspected he was no longer accessible even to himself. And at that moment, he seemed to her a lost little boy, long exiled, who could no longer find his way home. "Well," he said as he set down his empty cup, "shall we move on?" He threw some bills onto the table and, without waiting for a reply, slid out of the booth. He held out his hand, and after a moment's deliberate hesitation, she took it, allowing him to swing her out of her seat. The night was mild, without a breath of breeze, heavy as velvet drapes. The sky was moonless, but the stars blazed in the blackness. They strolled away from the water and then north, paralleling the beach. To their right, the light smear of Puerto Peñasco seemed part of a painting, a world apart. Streetlights gave way to starlit darkness, and then, abruptly, the lights of a large stone structure that looked vaguely religious in nature. She saw the cross set into the stone above the wood and iron door. It used to be a convent. Arkadin unlocked the door and stood aside for her to enter. My home away from home. The interior was sparsely furnished, but aromatic with incense and candle wax. She saw a desk, several armchairs, a refectory table, and 8 chairs, a pew-like sofa festooned with ill-matched pillows. All of it was heavy, dark wood. None of it looked comfortable. As they walked through the living room, Arkadin lit thick cream-colored candles in iron stands of varying heights. The effect in the convent's immense stone interior was increasingly medieval, and she smiled to herself, suspecting that he was setting the scene for romance, or, in this case, seduction. He opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into an oversized Mexican goblet. Then he filled another with guara juice. Handing her the juice, he said, "Come. This way." He led her farther into the gloom, pausing to light candles along the way. The far wall was almost all brick fireplace, as enormous as any in an English baronial hall. She could smell the old ash and creosote coating the fire brick after decades of use and, judging by what she saw, years of neglect. Now Arkadin lit a particularly large candle and, holding it high as one would a torch, walked toward the shadows of the fireplace. The impenetrable darkness began to give grudging way to the inconstant illumination of the flame. As the shadows retreated, a shape took form in the fireplace. A chair. And on the chair sat a figure. The figure was bound to the chair by its ankles. Its arms, presumably bound at the wrists, were behind it. As Arkadin brought the candle still closer, The light from the flame rose up from the figure's ankles to legs, torso, finally revealing its face, bloody and swollen so badly that one eye had closed. "How do you like your surprise?" Arkadin said. The goblet of juice shattered on the floor tiles as it slipped from Soraya's grip. The man bound to the chair was Antonio. It was like a chess match, Bourne staring at the old man, trying to place him as the director of the Center for the Study of Ancient Documents when he had been in Oxford as David Webb, the old man staring at him more certain with every passing second of Bourne's identity. Chrissy was staring at them both, as if trying to figure out which would checkmate the other. "Adam, is my father right? Is your name really David Webb?" Bourne saw a way out, the only way, but he didn't like it. "Yes," he said, "and no." "Either way, your name isn't Adam Stone." Chrissy's voice held a metallic edge. "Which means you lied to Trace. She knew you as Adam Stone, and that's how I know you." Bourne turned to look at her. "Adam Stone is as much my name as David Webb used to be. I've been known by different names at different times, but they're only names." "Damn you!" Chrissy got up, turned her back, and stalked into the kitchen. "She's pretty angry," Scarlett said, watching him with her 11-year-old face, beautiful yet not fully formed. "Are you angry?" Bourne asked. "You're not a professor?" "In fact, I am," Bourne said. "A professor of linguistics." "Then I think it's cool. Do you have a whole bunch of secret identities?" Bourne laughed. He liked this child. "When the need arises." "Bat signal!" She cocked her head and in the straightforward manner of children said, "Why did you lie to Mum and Aunt Tracy?" Bourne was about to say something about Tracy, but just in time reminded himself that as far as Scarlett was concerned, her aunt was still alive. "I was in one of my secret identities when I met your aunt. Then Tracy told your mum about me. It was the best way I could get her to listen to me quickly." "If you're not Professor David Webb, who the hell are you?" Chrissy's father said, visibly gathering himself. "I was Webb when I knew you," Bourne said. "I didn't come to Oxford to you under false pretenses. What are you doing here with my daughter and granddaughter?" "It's a long story," Bourne said. A spark of cunning came into the old man's face. "I'll bet it has something to do with my older daughter." "In a way." The old man clenched a fist. "That damn engraving." A little chill traveled down Bourne's spine. "What engraving?" The old man peered at him curiously. "Do you not remember? I'm Dr. Bishop Atherton. You brought me a drawing of a phrase you said was an engraving." And then Bourne remembered. He remembered everything. Book 3. Chapter 21. Antonio slumped in the furious darkness of the convent's hearth, a darkness so thick and black it seemed to obliterate not just light, but life itself. Soraya took several steps toward him, peering into the gloom. "He's not your pool boy," Arkadin said. "That's clear enough." She said nothing, knowing that he had begun to bait her in order to gain information. This in itself was a hopeful sign, indicating that Antonio hadn't talked, despite the beating he'd received. Deciding that outrage was her best course, she turned on Arkadin. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" When Arkadin smiled, it was like a wolf appearing through pine trees. "I like to know who my prospective partners are." His smile lengthened like knives being unsheathed. "Especially ones that fall into my lap so conveniently." "Partners?" She laughed harshly. "You must be fucking dreaming, my Russian friend. I wouldn't partner with you for—" He grabbed her then, pressing his lips against hers, but she was ready for him. She folded herself against him and slammed her knee into his groin. His hands on her trembled for a moment, but he did not let her go. His lupine grin never faltered, but there were tears glittering in the corners of his eyes. "You won't get me," she said softly but icily. "Either way." "Yes, I will," he said just as icily. Because you came here to get me. Soraya had nothing to say to this, but she was hoping he was making a stab in the dark, because otherwise she was blown all to hell. Let Antonio go. Give me a reason. We'll talk. He massaged his groin gently. We already talked. She bared her teeth. We'll try another form of communication. He put a hand on her breast. Like this? Untie him. Soraya tried not to grit her teeth. Let him go. Arkadin appeared to consider her request. I think not, he said after several moments of tense silence. He means something to you, which makes him valuable as leverage. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a switchblade. It snicked open, and pushing her away, he advanced on Antonio. What should I cut off first, do you think? Ear? Finger? Or something even lower down? If you cut anything off, he turned to her. Yes? If you cut anything off, you'll never be able to sleep while I'm lying beside you. He leered at her. I don't sleep. She had begun to despair for Antonio's life when her cell rang. Without waiting for Arkadin to give her permission, she answered it. Soraya. It was Peter Marks. Yes? What's happened? Intuitive as ever, he'd picked up on the tension in her voice. She stared into Arkadin's eyes. Everything's hunky-dory. Arkadin? You bet. Excellent. You've made contact. More than. There's a problem. I get it. Well, you'll have to find your way out of it, and fast, because our missions become urgent. What the hell is going on? You need to get Arkadin to the following address within 72 hours. Then he recited the address Willard had given him. That's an impossible order to fill. Obviously, but it's got to be done. He and Bourne have to meet, and that's where Bourne will be. A pinpoint of light appeared in the darkness ahead of her. Yes, she thought, it just might work. Okay, she said to Peter. I'll put a rush on it. And make sure he takes his laptop with him. Soraya let out a breath. How do you propose I do that? Hey, that's why you get the big bucks. He rang off before she could tell him to go to hell. With a grunt of disgust, she pocketed her cell. Business problems? Arkadin said in a mocking tone. Nothing that can't be solved. I like your can-do attitude. Mocking her still, he brandished the switchblade. Are you going to solve this problem? Soraya put a thoughtful expression on her face. Possibly. Walking past him, she went into the hearth, where Antonio watched her with the one eye that wasn't swollen shut. She was shocked to find him grinning at her. Don't mind me, he said in a hoarse voice. I'm having fun. Without Arkadin being able to see, she put her forefinger to her lips, then pressed it to his. It came away bloody. She turned back to Arkadin. It all depends on you. I don't think so. The ball's in your court. Here's how this will work. She emerged back into the flickering candlelight. You let Antonio go, and I'll tell you how to find Jason Bourne. He burst out laughing. You're bluffing. When it comes to someone's life, she said, I never bluff. Still, what does an importer-exporter know about Jason Bourne? Simple enough. Soraya had already worked out her answer. From time to time, he uses my company as a cover. This was a plausible enough story to give him reason to believe her. And why does an importer-exporter think I care where Jason Bourne is? She cocked her head. Do you? This was no time to back down or show weakness. And what if you're not who you say you are? What if you're not what you say you are? He waggled a forefinger at her. No, I don't think you're an importer-exporter. All the more intriguing, then. He nodded. I confess I like mysteries, especially when they bring me closer to Bourne. Why do you hate him so? He's responsible for the death of someone I loved. Oh, come on, she said. You never loved anyone. He took a step toward her, but whether it was a threat or simply to get closer to her was difficult to tell. You use people, and when you're finished with them, you crumple them up like a used Kleenex and throw them in the garbage. And what of Bourne? He's exactly like me. No, she said. He's not like you at all. His smile broadened, and for the first time it was without even a hint of menace or irony. Ah, finally I have a useful bit of knowledge about you. She almost spit in his face, but she realized that would make him even happier because it would indicate just how close he'd come to the bone. All at once, something seemed to change in him. He reached out and ran his fingertips along the line of her jaw. Then, indicating Antonio with the tip of the switchblade, "Go ahead, untie the stubborn fucker." As she entered the hearth one last time and knelt to free Antonio, he added, "I don't need him anymore. I have you." This is how it happened. Chrissy was standing in the kitchen, facing the window over the sink. There was nothing to see except the grayness of dawn creeping through the treetops like gauze. She had said nothing when Bourne walked into the room, but she started when she felt him beside her. "How what happened?" Bourne said into the silence. "How I came to lie to you." Chrissy turned on the hot water and, placing her hands in the stream, began to wash them as if she were Lady Macbeth. "One day," she said, "a year or so after Scarlett was born, I looked in the mirror and said to myself, 'You have a body that's been abandoned.' Perhaps a man can't understand. I had abandoned my body to motherhood, which means I'd abandoned myself." Her hands moved in the water, washing. From that moment I began to hate myself, and then, by extension, my life, which included Scarlett. Of course, that was something I couldn't tolerate. I fought against it and immediately fell into a dreadful depression. My work began to suffer, so obviously that the department chair suggested, and then gently but firmly insisted, I take a sabbatical. Finally I agreed. I mean, I hadn't a choice, had I? But when I locked my office door behind me, when I drove out of Oxford drowsing like Avalon in the mist, I knew something drastic had to be done. I knew it was no coincidence that I'd locked myself away in a place that never changed. Like my father, I was safe in Oxford, where everything is pre-planned, preordained even, where there's no possibility of even the slightest deviation. That's why he reacted to Trace's life choices the way he did. They terrified him, so he lashed out at her. It wasn't until that day, leaving Oxford behind, that I understood that family dynamic and how it had affected me. It occurred to me that I might have chosen my safe life for him, not for myself. She turned off the water and dried her hands on a dish towel. The backs were red and raw-looking. "I need to get my family out of here. As soon as a friend shows up, we'll leave," Bourne said. "Scarlett? She's with your father." She looked back almost wistfully through the doorway into the living room. "Scarlett at least loves my parents," she sighed. "Let's go outside. I'm finding it difficult to breathe in here." Through the kitchen door they emerged into the dewy morning. The air was chill, and when they spoke, little puffs of steam emerged from their mouths. The bases of the trees were still black, as if the roots were holding on to the dead of night. Chrissy shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. "What happened?" Bourne said. "Nothing that made sense. It was simply blind luck that I met Holly." Bourne was startled. "Holly Marie Moreau?" She nodded. "She was looking for Trace and found me instead." Everything in this puzzle seems to return to Holly, he thought. "And you became friends?" "More than friends, and less," she said. "I know that doesn't make much sense." She shrugged. "I went to work for her." Bourne frowned. He felt like a miner inching along a tunnel without lights, but nevertheless knowing by instinct which way to turn. "What was she doing?" Chrissy gave a little embarrassed laugh. "She was what she euphemistically called a stalker." Now and again, she'd travel to Mexico for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. At a client's request, she'd stock a narco rancho. Narco ranchos are shell estates owned by the Mexican drug lords out in the desert somewhere, usually in the north, in Sonora, but sometimes in a more southerly state like Sinaloa. Apart from a caretaker and maybe a guard or two, no one lives in them full time. Anyway, she took me to Mexico City, to the after-hours clubs, the brothels, where she chose from a list she kept updated weekly, like a calendar or a day planner. We took the girls to whichever narco rancho was owned by the current client. There were only a handful of Mexicans there when we arrived, some peons, and heavily armed soldiers who sneered at us even while they drooled over the girls. My job was to spruce up the interior and settle the girls in their various bedrooms. The peons did the heavy lifting. Gradually, the cars would come. Lincoln Town cars, Chevy Suburbans, Mercedeses, all with blacked-out windows wallowing under their armor plating. The security forces would set up a strict perimeter as if we were in an army bivouac during wartime. Then the provisioners would arrive with fresh meat, fruit, cases of beer, crates of tequila, and, of course, mountains of cocaine. The barbecuing of beef and the spit-roasting of whole pigs and lambs would begin. Salsa and disco music blared louder and louder. The roasters stank of sweat and beer so you couldn't let them near you. Then the bosses arrived with their bodyguards, and it was like the Day of the Dead, a festival beyond all festivals. Bourne's mind was racing at a pace that dizzied even him. One of Holly's clients was Gustavo Moreno, wasn't it? Gustavo Moreno was her best client, Chrissy said. Yes, Bourne thought. It had to be. Another missing piece of the puzzle. He spent more than any of the others. He loved to party all night long. The later it got, the louder and wilder the partying. You were a long way from Oxford, Professor. She nodded. A long way from civilization, too. But then so was Holly. She lived a double life. She said she'd had plenty of practice growing up in Morocco because her family was very strict, very religious, devout even. A woman had few rights, a girl even fewer. Apparently her father broke away from the rest of the family, which was led by his brother, Holly's uncle. According to Holly, they had a terrible falling out. He took her and her mother away to Bali, a place that was the opposite of their village in the high Atlas Mountains. She told no one else about her secret life in Mexico. Untrue, he thought. She told me, or I found out somehow. Which must be how the laptop ended up in Gustavo Moreno's hands. I must have given it to him, but why? In this puzzle, he thought, there's always another blank to fill in, another question to answer. Chrissy turned to him. I take it you knew Holly. When he didn't reply, she said, You must be shocked by what I've just told you. I'm sorry you lied to me. We lied to each other. Chrissy couldn't keep an edge of bitterness out of her voice. I have too much experience in lying. He had a feeling that he'd asked Holly to take him to Mexico on one of her trips, or had he coerced her into it? Why did you quit? He said. You could say that I had an epiphany in the Sonoran desert. It's not surprising we hooked up. She and I were both running away from our former lives, from who we were. Or rather, we had lost our way in our lives. We no longer knew who we were or who we wanted to be. We were intent on rejecting who we were expected to be. She stared down at her reddened hands as if she didn't recognize them. I had thought that the life I'd left, the cloistered sanctuary of Oxford, wasn't real. But after a time I realized that it was Holly's life that wasn't real. The sky had lightened further. Birds called from the treetops, and a slight wind brought the smell of damp earth, of living things. One night, very late, I wandered into a spare room, or that's what I thought, and there was Holly on top of Gustavo Moreno, grinding away. I watched for a moment as if they were two strangers acting in a porno. Then I thought, fuck, that's Holly. You could say that I woke up. She shook her head. But I don't think Holly ever did. Bourne didn't think so either. Sad but true. Holly had been many things to many people, none of them the same. Those multiple identities had allowed her to burrow deeper into herself, to hide from everyone. When it was her uncle, he was certain she feared most. At that moment, Scarlet poked her head out and said, "Hey, you two, we have visitors." Inside, both Ottavio Moreno and Peter Marks stood in the living room, eyeing each other warily. "What the hell is this?" Bourne said. "Here is Ottavio Moreno, the man who knifed Diego Herrera," Marks said to Bourne. "And you're protecting him?" "It's a long story, Peter," Bourne said. "I'll explain it in the car on the way to—" Marks turned to Moreno. "You're the brother of Gustavo Moreno, the Colombian drug lord." "I am," Ottavio Moreno said. "And the godson of Don Fernando Herrera, the father of the man you knifed to death." When Moreno said nothing, Marks continued. "I've just come from Don Fernando. He's heartsick, as you can imagine. Or maybe you can't. In any event, he doesn't think you murdered his son. The police, on the other hand, are certain you did." Without waiting for a reply, he whirled on Bourne. "How the hell could you let this happen?" Then Ottavio Moreno made a tactical mistake. "I think you'd better calm down," he said. He should have kept his mouth shut, but possibly he'd been stung by Marks's words as well as his tone. "Don't tell me what to do," Marks said heatedly. Bourne had half a mind to let the two men come to blows, if only to relieve the built-up tension of the last couple of hours. But there was Chrissy and her family to think of, so he stepped in between the two. Gripping Marks at the elbow, he steered him out the front door, where they could talk without being overheard. Before he could say a word, though, Moreno came storming out. He headed straight for Marks, but before he was halfway there, a shot from the trees stopped him in his tracks. Even as he staggered backward, even as the second shot took part of his skull off, Bourne had flung himself behind Moreno's Opel. As Marks followed him, another shot cracked through the stillness of early morning. Marks stumbled and fell. Boris Karpov accompanied Viktor Cherkesov into the construction site on Ulica Varvarka. They passed through a gap in the chain-link fence and descended via a ramp into the dead zone. Cherkesov kept them going until they were deep in the heart of the morass of rusting steel girders and cracked concrete blocks. Evil-looking weeds sprouted everywhere like tufts of hair on a giant's back. Cherkesov stopped them as they approached the bashed-in side of a derelict truck, which had been stripped of tires, electronics, and engine. It was canted over to one side like a ship on its way to the bottom of the sea. The truck was green, but someone had artistically covered it with obscene graffiti and silver spray paint. Cherkesov's mouth twitched in an imitation of a smile as he turned away from contemplating the graffiti. "Now, Boris Ilyich, please be kind enough to tell me the gist of your impromptu meeting with President Imhoff." Karpov, seeing no other recourse, obliged him. Cherkesov did not interrupt him once, but listened thoughtfully as Karpov outlined what he had learned about Bukin and those moles under his command. When he was finished, Cherkesov nodded. He produced a Tokarev TT pistol, but didn't aim it at Karpov. At least, not exactly. "Now, Boris Ilyich, the question for me is what to do next. First, what shall I do with you? Shall I shoot you and leave you to rot here?" He seemed to spend some time contemplating this option. "Well, to be honest, that would do me no good. By going directly to Imhoff, you have made yourself invulnerable. If you are killed or disappear, Imhoff will initiate a full-scale investigation, which will sooner rather than later wind up at my doorstep. As you can imagine, this would inconvenience me greatly." "I think it would do more than inconvenience you, Viktor Delyagovich," Karpov said without inflection. "It would be the beginning of your end, and the triumph of Nikolai Patrushev, your bitterest enemy. These days I have bigger fish to fry than Nikolai Patrushev." Cherkesov said this softly, contemplatively, as if he had forgotten that Karpov was there at all. Then, all at once, he snapped out of it, his eyes refocusing on the colonel. "So killing you is out, which is fortunate, Boris Ilyich, because I like you. More to the point, I admire your tenacity as well as your intelligence, which is why I won't even bother to bribe you." He grunted, a sort of laugh gone bad. You might be the last honest man in Russian intelligence. He waved the Tokarev. So where does that leave us? Stalemate, Karpov offered. No. Stalemate is good for no one, especially you and me. Especially at this moment in time. You gave Imhoff the evidence against Bukin. Imhoff gave you an assignment. We both have no choice but for you to carry it out. That would be suicide for you, Karpov pointed out. Only if I stay on as head of FSB-2, Cherkesov said. Karpov shook his head. I don't understand. Cherkesov had a miniature two-way radio to his ear. Calm down now, he said to whoever was on the other end of the line. There was a smirk on his face that Karpov had never seen before. He took a step toward the colonel and in a moment gestured. Look who's coming, Boris Ilyich. Karpov turned and saw Milor Bukin picking his way through the rubble. Now, Cherkesov said, slapping the Tokarev into Karpov's hand, do your duty. Karpov held the Tokarev behind his back as Milor Bukin approached them. He wondered what Cherkesov had told him, because Bukin was totally relaxed and unsuspecting. His eyes opened wide when Karpov brought out the Tokarev and aimed it at him. Viktor Delyagovich, what is the meaning of this? He said. Karpov shot him in the right knee, and he went down like a smokestack being demolished. What are you doing? He cried as he clutched his ruined knee. Are you mad? Karpov advanced on him. I know about your treachery, and so does President Imhoff. Who are the other moles inside FSB-2? Bukin stared up at him wide-eyed. What? What moles? I don't know what you're talking about. Karpov calmly and deliberately blew his left kneecap to smithereens. Bukin screamed and writhed on the ground like a worm. Answer me, Karpov commanded. Bukin's eyes were bloodshot. He was pale and trembling in shock and agony. Boris Ilyich, doesn't our history mean anything? I'm your mentor. I was instrumental in bringing you into FSB-2. Karpov loomed over him. All the more reason that I be the one to clean your dirty house. But, Bukin sputtered. I was just following orders. He pointed at Cherkesov. His orders. How easily he lies, Cherkesov said. No, Boris Ilyich, it's the truth, I swear. Karpov squatted by Bukin's side. I know how we can solve this problem. I need a fucking hospital, Bukin moaned. I'm bleeding to death. Tell me the names of the moles, Karpov said. Then I'll take care of you. Bukin's bloodshot eyes darted between him and Cherkesov. Forget him, Karpov said. I'm the one standing between you and bleeding out here in this cesspit. Bukin swallowed heavily, then gave up the names of 3 men inside FSB-2. Thank you, Karpov said. He stood up and shot Bukin between the eyes. Then he turned to Cherkesov and said, What's to stop me from killing you or taking you in? You may be incorruptible, Boris Ilyich, but you know which side of the bread is buttered. Or will be. Cherkesov took out a cigarette and lit up. He did not once look at his fallen lieutenant. I can clear the way for you to become head of the FSB-2. So can President Imhoff. True enough, Cherkesov nodded. But Imhoff can't guarantee that one of the other commanders won't drop polonium into your tea or slip a stiletto between your ribs one night. Karpov knew very well that Cherkesov still had the power to identify and sweep away any of his potential enemies inside FSB-2. He was the only one who could clear Karpov's path. Let me get this straight, he said. You're proposing that I take your job? Yes. And what of you? Imhoff will want your head. Of course he will, but you'll have to find me first. You'll go into hiding, become a fugitive. Karpov shook his head. I don't see that future for you. Neither do I, Boris Ilyich. I am going to the seat of a higher power. Higher than the FSB? Higher than the Kremlin. Karpov frowned. And what would that be? Cherkesov's eyes glittered. Tell me, Boris Ilyich, have you ever heard of Severus Domna? Chapter 22. Marks grabbed his left thigh, grimacing in pain. The unseen sniper continued to pepper the area. Bourne darted out, took hold of Marks, and dragged him to safety. Keep your head down, Peter. Tell that to your pal Moreno, Marks said. My fucking head is down. You're welcome. Bourne inspected the wound, determining that the bullet hadn't severed an artery. Then he ripped a sleeve off Marks's shirt and used it as a tourniquet, tying it around his thigh above the wound. I'm not going to forget this, Marks said. No, only I do that, Bourne said with such a sardonic edge that Marks had to laugh, albeit dryly. Bourne edged around the front of the Opal. He breathed easily and deeply as he scanned the thick line of trees. He'd been up in one of them not so very long ago, and he used his eidetic memory, honed by his treadstone training, to reconstruct the best possible places for a sniper to secret himself. By the way both Ottavio Moreno and Marks fell, he had a clear idea of where the shooter must be. He put himself in the sniper's head. Where would he put himself, that both had a clear view of the front door and was deeply sheltered? He heard Chrissy calling, and from the level of anxiety in her voice realized that she must have been shouting to him for some time. Crawling back to the other end of the Opal, he called, "I'm okay. Stay inside until I come get you." Scuttling back to the taillights, he sprinted out of cover, hurling himself into the tree line. A volley of shots smacked into the Opal's front end. From the beginning of the attack, he'd counted the shots. After the last flurry, he calculated that the sniper needed time to reload. A couple of seconds was all he needed to reach the protection of the trees. Now he went hunting. In among the pines and oaks, perpetual shadows clung to the thick jigsaw of branches. Here and there, light filtered through in tiny diamonds, winking and glittering as the wind stirred the woods. Bourne, in a semi-crouch, picked his way through the underbrush, taking care not to crunch down on twigs or pine cones. He made no sound. Every 5 or 6 paces he stopped, watching and listening as a fox or a stoat will, alert for both prey and enemies. He caught sight of a small flash of black and brown, blurred, winking out almost before it had a chance to register. He headed toward it. Briefly he considered taking to the trees, but was concerned that dislodged debris would give away his position. At some point he changed direction, veering away, circling to come upon the sniper from the side. As he continued, he repeatedly checked behind and above him for any sign of the sniper. The glint of metal up ahead pushed him onward at a more rapid pace. Peering out from behind the bole of an oak, he could see the right shoulder and hip of the sniper. He knelt behind a dense patch of underbrush, then scuttled around behind him. A narrow gap between 2 pines afforded him an excellent view of the front door and driveway. Bourne caught a glimpse of Ottavio Moreno on the ground in a pool of blood. Marks was hidden behind the flank of Moreno's Opal. Bourne supposed the sniper was waiting for someone to move. He seemed bent on shooting to death everyone who ventured outside the house. Was he NSA, CI, or a soldier of Severus Domna? Only one way to find out. Bourne approached slowly and cautiously, but at the last moment the sniper must have sensed him because he drove the wooden stock of his Dragunov SVD back into Bourne's midsection. Then he whirled, swinging the barrel of the Dragunov against Bourne's shoulder. He was a slim, flat-faced man with small black eyes and a pushed-in nose. He battered Bourne to his knees and then, with another blow of the Dragunov, onto his back. He pressed the rifle's muzzle against Bourne's heart. "Don't move, don't say a word," he said. "Just hand over the ring." "What ring?" The sniper swung the muzzle of the Dragunov into Bourne's jaw, drawing blood. But at the same instant, Bourne smashed the sole of his shoe into the man's knee. It bent inward, the bones cracked, and the sniper gasped. Bourne was rolling away even as the sniper squeezed off a shot. The bullet plowed into the ground where Bourne had been lying, splitting an old, rotting board full of long carpenter's nails. From one knee, the sniper began to wield the Dragunov like a club, swinging it back and forth to keep Bourne at bay while he caught his breath. Finally, with a concerted effort, he staggered to his feet. That was when Bourne lowered his shoulder and drove it into him. They went down. At once, the sniper tried to maneuver Bourne onto the nails, sticking wickedly out of the board. Bourne twisted away, and now the two of them struggled for possession of the Dragunov, until Bourne lifted an elbow, jamming it into the sniper's Adam's apple. He began to choke, and Bourne drove a fist into the side of his head. The sniper's body went limp. Bourne checked his hands but found no ring. Then he went through his pockets. His name was Farid Lever, according to his French passport, but that told Bourne nothing. The passport could be real or fake. He had no time to scrutinize it. Lever, or whoever the hell he was, had on him 5,000 British pounds, 2,000 euros, and a set of car keys. Emptying the Dragunov's magazine, he flung the rifle into the woods, then slapped the sniper back into consciousness. "Who are you?" Bourne said. "Who do you work for?" The black eyes looked up at him impassively. Reaching down, Bourne squeezed the sniper's ruined knee. His eyes opened wide and he gasped, but not another sound came out of his mouth. It soon would, Bourne vowed. This was a man who had shot 2 people, one of them dead. Prying open the sniper's mouth, he shoved his fist in it. The man gagged, arching up. He began to twist away, to move his head from side to side, but Bourne kept a firm grip on him. As his hands came up, Bourne slapped them down and pressed harder, pushing his fist in deeper. The sniper's eyes began to water. He coughed and gagged again. Then his gorge rose up uncontrollably and he tried to vomit, but there was nowhere for it to go. He began to asphyxiate. Terror flooded his face, and he nodded as vigorously as he was able. The moment Bourne extracted his fist, the sniper rolled over on his side and vomited, his eyes tearing, his nose running. His body shook all over. Bourne took him by the shoulders and turned him onto his back. His face was a mess. He looked like a kid who'd gotten the worst of a street fight. "Now," Bourne said, "who are you and who do you work for?" Farid Lever. Understandably, he was having trouble speaking. Bourne held up the French passport. "One more lie and this gets stuffed down your throat, and I promise you I won't pull it out." The sniper swallowed, wincing at the sour taste in his mouth. "Farid Katsmi. I belong to Jalalasai." Bourne took a shot in the dimness. "Severus Domna?" "He was." Katsmi had to stop either to regain his breath or to get more saliva in his mouth. "I need water. Do you have any water?" "Those 2 men you shot needed water, too. One of them is dead. The other isn't, but neither is getting any," Bourne said. "Continue." "Jalalasai." "Jalal was a member of Severus Domna. He has broken away from them." "That's a very dangerous course. He must have a damn good reason." "The ring." "Why?" Katsmi's tongue came out, trying to moisten his dry lips. "It belongs to him. For years he thought it was lost, but now he knows that his brother stole it from him years ago. You have it." So Jalal Asai is Holly's dreaded uncle, Bourne thought. The puzzle was at last taking shape. Holly the hedonist on one side, and her uncle Jalal the religious extremist on the other. What if Holly's father had left Morocco to protect her from his brother, who would surely have clamped down on Holly's natural tendencies, stifled her, killed her, in a manner of speaking? And then, after his death, who had stood between Holly and her uncle? But in a blinding flash of memory he knew. It was him. Holly had somehow recruited him to protect her from Jalal Asai. He had done that, but the curious relationship among Holly, Tracy, Perlis, and Diego Herrera, a relationship she had failed to tell him about, had undone her. Perlis had found out about the ring from her and had killed her to get it. "I was to get the ring at all costs," Katsmi said, bringing Bourne back into the present. "No matter how many lives it took." Katsmi nodded, wincing with pain. "No matter how many." Something lurked in those black eyes. "Jalal will get it, too." "What makes you say that?" A look of serenity bloomed on Katsmi's face, and Bourne lunged for his mouth, but it was too late. His molars had ground open a fake tooth, and the cyanide inside was already shutting down his systems. Bourne sat back on his haunches. When Katsmi had breathed his last, He rose and headed back toward the house. Peter Marks lay on the ground, keeping as still as possible. Moving only caused a further loss of blood. Though well-trained, he had never before been wounded in the field or anywhere else, and had never even experienced an accident like falling off a ladder or missing a stair tread. He lay as if dead, hearing his breath sawing in and out of his mouth, feeling the blood pulsing in his leg as if it had developed a second heart, but a heart that was malevolent, black as night, a heart that was close to death, or in whose chambers death had unveiled itself like a thief. Marks felt his life was about to be stolen from him prematurely, as it had been from his sister. How close he felt to her at this moment, as if at the last instant he had snatched her from the doomed plane, holding her close while they soared through the clouds. This abrupt awareness of the tenuousness of his own life did not frighten him so much as change his perspective. He lay, helpless and bleeding, and watched an ant struggle with a freshly fallen leaf, a new leaf, a luminous green until moments ago bursting with life. The leaf was clearly too big for the ant, but the insect was undeterred, tugging and pulling, dragging the recalcitrant leaf over pebbles and roots, the huge impediments of its world. Marks loved that ant. It refused to give up no matter how difficult its life had become. It persevered, it abided. This, too, Marks resolved to do. He resolved to look out for himself and for the people he cared about. Soraya, for instance, in a way that he could not have imagined, let alone foreseen before he had been shot. And so he lay for some time, hearing nothing but the occasional soughing of the wind through the woods. Which was why, when he heard Chrissy's voice calling, he said, "This is Peter Marks. I've been hit in the leg. Moreno's dead, and Adam went after the sniper. I'm coming out to get you." "Stay where you are," he shouted back. Dragging himself forward, he struggled to sit with his back against the opal. "The area isn't secure." But a moment later she appeared at his side, crouched down behind the safety of the car's bullet-ridden flank. "Stupid move," he said. "You're welcome." It was the second time someone had said that to him today, and he didn't like it. In fact, he didn't like much of anything in his life at the moment, and he became momentarily disoriented, wondering how in the world he had allowed himself to get into this sorry state. He loved no one, and so far as he knew, no one loved him, not currently anyway. He supposed his parents had loved him in their gruff, overriding way, and surely his sister had. But who else? His latest girlfriend had lasted 6 months, just about par for the course, before she got fed up with his long hours and inattention and walked out. Friends? A few. But like Soraya, he used them, or they used him. He felt suddenly sick to his stomach and shuddered. "You're going into shock," Chrissy said, understanding him better than he could imagine. "We'd better get you into the house and warmed up." She helped him to stand, balanced on his good leg. He put his arm around her, and she helped him toward the house. He moved shakily, and stumbling over a rock or a root, almost sent them both tumbling over. Christ on a crutch, he thought wildly, I'm full of self-pity today, and was even more thoroughly disgusted with himself than he had been a moment ago. Her father, who had emerged from the house, rushed to Marks's other side and helped her with her burden. The old man kicked the door shut when they were inside. Bourne came upon the woman almost without warning. She was half buried in crisp, dead leaves. Her face was turned away from him, eyes closed. Her long hair was streaked with blood, but from the way she lay, it was impossible to tell whether she was dead or alive. A neighbor out walking. It had been her bad luck to stumble upon Gatsby. Beneath the fall of leaves, he could make out bits and pieces of her red and black checked flannel shirt, jeans, and hiking boots. Leaves appeared to have been kicked over her with considerable haste. He needed to return to Peter Marks and to the people in the house, but he couldn't bypass the woman until he found out whether she was alive, and, if so, how badly she was injured. Creeping closer, he put a hand out to find the pulse in her carotid artery. Her eyes snapped open, her hand rose up, clutching a hunting knife by its handle. The point stabbed out toward his chest, and as he moved, sliced through his shirt and across the skin covering his breastbone. She sat up, coming after him. Leaves fell away from her like freshly turned earth from an animated corpse. Bourne grasped her wrist, redirecting the knife away from him, but she had a second knife in her other hand. Struggling with her, he saw it very late and took the point in the bone of his shoulder. She was well trained and surprisingly strong. She scissored her legs, catching his right ankle, taking him off balance. He fell backward and she was on him. He had control of one wrist, but the knife blade scythed in to slit his throat. Using the carpenter's nail like a push dagger, he slammed his hand against the side of her neck, puncturing her carotid artery. A fountain of blood arced out, pulsing with each slackening beat of her heart. The woman toppled over into the leaves that had covered her. She looked up at him with Katsmi's enigmatic smile, that smile that made him believe that Jalal Asai wasn't finished with him, that had put him on alert, that had caused him to keep the carpenter's nail hidden in his left hand. Were Katsmi and the woman working together? Had she been his backup? It seemed so to him, a diabolical scheme that made of Jalal Asai a formidable enemy with whom he had a difficult and shadowed past. A man who doubtless nursed a blood grudge against him. As Chrissy and her father sat Marks down in a chair, they heard rifle shots. Chrissy gave a little gasp and ran to the door, pulling it open against her father's shouted warning. Still in the shadows of the doorway, she peered out past the driveway and the opal to the woods beyond, but she could see nothing, even though she strained with every ounce of her strength to penetrate the foliage, to spot a sign that Bourne was still alive. What if he was wounded and needed help? She had already made up her mind to go after him, as she imagined Tracy would have done in the same circumstances, when she saw him emerging through the branches. Before she could take a step, someone flashed past her, down the steps. "Scarlet!" Scarlet raced down the driveway, skirted the dead man, passing around the trunk of the car, and flung herself into Bourne's arms. "This is real blood, your blood," she said, a bit out of breath. "But I can help you." Bourne was about to brush her gently away, but her obvious concern changed his mind. She genuinely wanted to help, and he couldn't take that away from her. He knelt down beside her so that she could check his cuts and bruises. "I'll get bandages from Granddad's kit." But she made no move to leave him, digging in the dirt with her fingers as children will when they're embarrassed or at a loss for words. Then she put her face up to his. "Are you all right?" He smiled. "Imagine tripping over a rock." "Just scratches and bruises?" "That's all." "That's good, then. She held something up for him to see. "I found this just now. Does it belong to Mr. Marks? This is where he was lying." Bourne took it and rubbed the dirt off. It was the Severus Domna ring. Where'd it come from? "I'll ask Mr. Marks when we get inside." He pocketed the ring. At that moment, Chrissy came up, out of breath not only from the all-out sprint, but also from the terror of having her daughter exposed to more danger. "Scarlet," she said. Bourne saw that she was prepared to scold her daughter until she glimpsed her examining Bourne's superficial wounds with absolute concentration, and she, like Bourne, shut her mouth to allow this mini-drama to play out. "If you let me put bandages on your cuts," Scarlet said, "you'll be fine." "Then let's go inside, Dr. Lincoln." Scarlet giggled. Bourne stood up, and the three of them returned in silence to the house, where Bourne went directly to where they had sat Marks. Chrissy's father was tending him with materials from an astonishingly well-stocked first-aid kit. Marks's eyes were closed, his head back. Bourne guessed the professor had administered a sedative. "The first-aid kit's from the trunk of Dad's car," Chrissy said as Scarlet rummaged around for bandages and mercurochrome. "He's been a hunter all his life." Bourne sat cross-legged on the rug while Scarlet ministered to him. "The wound's a clean one," Professor Atherton said of his own patient. "Bullet went clear through, so the chance of infection is low, especially now that I've cleaned it out." He took the mercurochrome from Scarlet, applied it to 2 squares of sterile gauze, placed the gauze over the entrance and exit wounds, then expertly wrapped the whole in surgical tape. "Seen much worse in my day," he said. "The only problem now is to make sure he rests and gets some fluids in him as soon as possible. He's lost a lot of blood, though not nearly as much as if he didn't have the tourniquet on." Finished, he looked up from his patient to see Bourne. You sure look like crap, whatever the hell your name is. Professor, I need to ask you a question. The old man snorted. Is that all you do, son? Ask questions? He put a hand on the arm of Marx's chair and levered himself up to a standing position. Well, you can ask me anything you like. Doesn't mean I'll answer you. Bourne stood as well. Did Tracy have a brother? What? Chrissy frowned. Adam, I already told you that Tracy was my only... Bourne held up his hand. I'm not asking your father whether you and your sister had a brother. I'm asking if Tracy had a brother. A malevolent expression gathered on Professor Atherton's face. Buggering blast, son. In days gone by, I'd have boxed your ears for saying something so bloody-minded. You didn't answer the question. Did Tracy have a brother? The professor's expression darkened further. You mean a half-brother. Chrissy took a step toward the two men, who were now faced off like street fighters about to settle a grudge. Adam, why are you... Don't get all gutted up over nothing. Her father waved away her protest, and then to Bourne. You're asking me if I had sexual relations with another woman and something came of it. That's right. Never did, Professor Atherton said. I loved the girl's mother, and I've been faithful to her for longer than I care to remember. He shook his head. I think you've made rather a hash of this. Bourne was unfazed. Tracy worked for a dangerous man. I had to ask myself why, because it seemed doubtful that she would work for him willingly. Then Chrissy provided a partial answer. Tracy told this man she had a brother who was in trouble. At once, Professor Atherton's demeanor altered radically. All color drained out of his face. He might have fallen if Chrissy hadn't stepped to his side to support him. With some difficulty, she got him to sit down in the chair opposite Marx. Dad? She knelt beside him, his clammy hand in hers. What is this? Is there a brother I don't know about? The old man kept shaking his head. I had no idea she knew, he mumbled as if to himself. How the bloody hell did she find out? So it's true. Chrissy shot Bourne a glance, then redirected her attention to her father. Why didn't you and Mum tell us? Professor Atherton sighed deeply, then passed a hand across his sweating brow. He looked at his daughter blankly, as if he didn't recognize her, or he was expecting to see someone else. I don't want to talk about it. But you must. She seemed to rise up, as if stiffening her spine, and she leaned in toward him as if to lend her words more weight. You have no choice now, Dad. You have to tell me about him. Her father remained silent, impassive now, as if free of a fever that had gripped him. What's his name? She implored. Can't you tell me that much? Her father's eyes would not meet hers. He had no name. Chrissy sat back as if he had slapped her across the face. I don't understand. And why would you? Professor Atherton said. Your brother was born dead. Chapter 23. Jalal Asai was a marked man, and he knew it. As he sat on a bridge chair he'd opened up in his darkened bedroom, he considered these factors. Breaking with Severus Domna had not been an easy decision, or rather, while the decision had been easy, the actual implementation had been difficult. But then it was always difficult, Asai thought, deliberately putting oneself in harm's way. He had not acted on his decision until he had worked out the methods of implementation, drawing up a list in his mind of all the possible paths he could take, then eliminating them one by one until he reached the one with the fewest objections, the most acceptable level of risk, and the best odds of success. This methodical approach was how he arrived at every decision. The process was the most logical. Also, it had the added benefit of calming his mind, not unlike his prayers to Allah, or contemplating a Zen koan. The empty mind fills itself with possibilities unavailable to others. So he sat, absolutely still, within the darkness of his apartment, the blackness of his bedroom where all the blinds were drawn against the nighttime street lights and the passing headlights of the occasional car or truck. Night, and the threat of night. Night was to him what a cup of espresso was to others, a calm and satisfying state of reflection. He could navigate his way through darkness, even nightmares, because Allah had blessed with the light of the true believer. It was 3 a.m. He knew what was coming, which was why he had chosen not to run. A runner makes an excellent target as he leaves his own territory. He stumbles, and he dies. Esai did not intend to stumble. Instead, he had prepared his bedroom for the inevitable, and he was willing, content even, to remain in place until the enemy showed his face. He heard the sound first, a tiny scratching, as if of mice, from the living room in the direction of the front door. The sound very quickly ceased, but he knew the enemy must have picked the lock on his door because someone was in the apartment. Still, he did not move. There was no reason to move. He cast his gaze on the bed, where a lump under the covers revealed to his enemy's eyes the presence of a sleeping body. The quality of the darkness changed, deepening, becoming thicker, dense with the pulse of another human being. Esai's focus narrowed even more. His enemy, now in the kill zone, bent over the bed. Esai felt the motion as a stirring of the air as his enemy drew out a dagger and plunged it into the figure sleeping in the bed. At once, the plastic skin punctured, spraying the would-be killer with a geyser of battery acid with which Esai had filled the inflatable sex toy. His enemy reacted in predictable fashion by falling backward, limbs pinwheeling. On the floor, he tried and failed to wipe the acid off his face, neck, and chest. This action only served to smear the acid over more of his face, neck, and chest. He gasped, but because the acid was eating his lips and tongue, he could not get out any words or even a scream. A nightmare scenario for him, Esai thought, as he rose from the chair at last. Kneeling over the enemy, the man Severus Domna had sent to kill him for his disloyalty, he smiled the smile of the just, the righteous, in Allah's beneficent eyes, and putting a forefinger against his lips, he whispered, "Shh," so low that only he and his enemy could hear. Then he took up the assassin's dagger and picked his way to the doorway into the hall. Pressing himself against the wall, he waited, emptying his mind of expectation. Into this divine emptiness came the most probable route the second man would take. He knew there was a second man, just as he knew his assassin would not use a pistol to kill him, because these were the two major methods of operation Severus Domna employed: stealth and backup. Methods he himself had used in going after Jason Bourne in the ring. A diagonal shadow falling across the width of the hall bore out his thesis. Now he knew where the second assassin was, or rather had been, because he was on the move. His compatriot had had enough time to effect the kill, and now he was closing the gap between them to determine if anything was amiss. Something certainly was amiss, a fact confirmed to him as the dagger, thrown with great accuracy by Esai, penetrated his chest between two ribs and pierced his heart. He fell heavily, like a wildebeest taken down by a lion. Esai approached him, knelt, and determined there was no pulse, no life left. Then he returned to his bedroom, where the first assassin was writhing on the floor with ever more uncoordinated movements. Snapping on a lamp, he studied the man's face. He did not recognize him, but then he didn't expect to. Severus Domna would not have sent anyone he could identify on sight. Squatting down beside the man, he said, "My friend, I pity you. I pity you because I have chosen not to end your life, and therefore your suffering. Instead, I will leave you as you are." Pulling out a cell phone burner, he dialed a local number. "Yes," Benjamin L. Arian said. "Delivery for you to pick up," Esai said. "You must be mistaken. I didn't order anything." Esai put the cell to the assassin's mouth, and he made sounds like a cow in distress. "Who is this?" Something had changed in El Arian's voice, a febrile element that Esai, the cell to his ear again, was able to catch. "I estimate you have 30 minutes before your assassin dies. His life is in your hands." S.I. closed the cell and, standing, ground it to bits beneath his heel. Then he addressed the assassin for the last time. "You will tell Benjamin L. Arian what happened here, and then he will deal with you as he sees fit. Tell him that the same fate awaits anyone he sends for me. That's all you need to know now. His time, and yours, is over." Moira, standing on the starboard side of the yacht, watched the exchange of infrared signals through the night glasses the captain had handed her moments before. She could see the cigarette boat lying to as the yacht came up on it. Moving her field of vision slightly, she saw two figures in the cigarette besides the signaler, a man and a woman. The man was almost certainly Arkadin, but who was the woman, and why would he have someone else on board? Berengaria had told her Arkadin came out to meet her boats with just a mate, an old Mexican named El Geraldo. The captain continued to keep the yacht's engines idling as it slid through the black waves on its own momentum. Now Moira could make out Arkadin's face, and beside him was Soraya Moore. She almost dropped the night glasses overboard. What the hell, she thought? For every plan there was a wrench that could jam up the works. Here was hers. The quiet lapping of the water was all she heard as the cigarette came up alongside the yacht. A crewman tossed down a rope ladder, another manned the winch. Meanwhile, two other crewmen were busy hauling up the cargo from below decks. Berengaria had explained the routine in detail. A crate was loaded into the net to be wenched down to the cigarette so Arkadin could inspect the contents. As this was happening, Moira leaned over the rail, peering down at the people in the cigarette. Soraya saw her first, her mouth forming an O of silent surprise. "What the hell?" she mouthed up to Moira, who had to laugh. They'd both had the same reaction on seeing each other. Then Arkadin caught sight of her. Frowning, he climbed the ladder. The moment he swung aboard the yacht, he drew out a Glock 9mm and aimed it at her midsection. "Who the hell are you?" he said. "And what are you doing on board my boat?" "It's not your boat. It belongs to Berengaria," Moira said in Spanish. Arkadin's eyes narrowed. "And do you belong to Berengaria also?" "I belong to no one," Moira said. "But I am looking out for Berengaria's interests." She had thought about the possible answers to his questions during the entire trip up the coast of Mexico. What it boiled down to was this. Arkadin was a man first, a homicidal criminal second. "Just like a woman to send a woman," Arkadin said, as disdainful as Roberto Correos. "Berengaria is convinced you no longer trust her. This is true. Perhaps she no longer trusts you." Arkadin gave her a dark look but said nothing. "This is a poor state of affairs," Moira acknowledged, "and no way to run a business." "And how does the woman who does not own you suggest we proceed?" "For a start, you might lower the Glock," Moira observed. By this time, Soraya had made her way up the ladder and now appeared, swinging her legs over the yacht's brass railing. She seemed to size up the situation immediately, looking from Moira to Arkadin and back again. "Fuck you," Arkadin said, "and fuck Berengaria for sending you. If she had sent a man, the chances are good the two of you would have killed each other." "I would have killed him, certainly," Arkadin said. "So sending a man would not have been the smart thing to do." Arkadin snorted. "Fuck, we're not in the kitchen." He shook his head in disbelief. "You're not even armed." "Therefore you won't shoot me," Moira said. "Therefore you will be willing to listen when I talk, when I negotiate, when I propose a way to go forward without suspicion on either side." Arkadin watched her as a hawk watches a sparrow. Perhaps he no longer considered her a threat, or possibly what she said had gotten through to him. In any event, he lowered the Glock and tucked it away at the small of his back. Moira looked pointedly at Soraya. "But I won't talk or negotiate or propose anything with someone unfamiliar. Berengaria told me about you and your boatman, El Geraldo. But now I see this woman here. I don't like surprises." "That makes two of us." Arkadin jerked his head in Soraya's direction. "A new partner on probation. She doesn't work out, I put a hole in the back of her head." Just like that. Arkadin walked to where Soraya stood and, cocking his thumb and forefinger as if they were a gun, he pressed its muzzle to the base of her skull. Boom! Then he turned and, smiling in the most charming manner, said, "So, speak your mind." "There are too many partners," Moira said bluntly. This gave Arkadine pause. "For myself," he said at length, "I don't care for partners in the least." He shrugged. "Unfortunately, they're a part of doing business. But if Berengaria wants out, we were thinking more of Correos. She's his lover." "This is business," Moira said. What she did with Correos was to keep the peace between them. Now she shrugged. What better weapon does she have? Arkadine seemed to look at her in a new light. "Correos is very powerful." "Correos is in prison. I doubt for much longer. Which is why," Moira said, "we hit him now." "Hit him?" "Kill, terminate, murder, call it what you like." Arkadine paused a moment, then burst out laughing. "Where in the world did Berengaria find you?" Moira, glancing at Soraya, took a not-so-wild guess, thinking, "Pretty much the same place you found your new partner." Why would she do that? Professor Atherton had his head in his hands. Why would Tracy tell anyone that she had a brother? Especially when that put her in Arkadine's debt, Chrissy added. She did more than mention her brother, Bourne said. She concocted an elaborate lie about him being alive and in debt over his head. It's as if she wanted Arkadine to have something on her. Chrissy shook her head. But that doesn't make any sense. It did, Bourne thought, if she had been sent to get close to Arkadine, to report on his deals and his whereabouts, for example. He was not, however, about to speculate with these people. "That question can wait," he said. "After the shots in the woods, we need to get out of here." He turned to Professor Atherton. "I can carry Marks. Can you maneuver on your own?" The old man nodded curtly. Chrissy gestured. "I'll help you, Dad." "See to your daughter," he said gruffly. "I can take care of myself." Chrissy packed up the first aid kit. She carried it out the front door, holding Scarlett's hand. Bourne picked Marks up, sliding him up onto his shoulder. "Let's go," he said, herding the professor outside. Chrissy took him around to his car, which was parked out back. Bourne packed Marks into the rental, which was miraculously unscathed. Chrissy pulled her father's car around, and Scarlett clambered in. Bourne approached her. "What happens now?" she asked. "You go back to your life." "My life." Her laugh was uneasy. "My life and my family's life will never be the same." "Maybe that's a good thing." She nodded. "In any case, I'm sorry." "Don't be." She smiled wanly. "For a moment I was Tracy, and now I know that I never wanted to be like her. I just thought I did." She put a hand on his arm briefly. "It was good she met you. You made her happy. For a night or two. More than many get in a lifetime." Her hand dropped away. "Trace chose her life. It didn't choose her." Bourne nodded. Turning away, he peered into her car. When he tapped on the glass, Scarlett opened the window. He placed something in her hand and closed her fingers around it. "This is just between us," Bourne said. "Don't look at it until you're home and alone." She nodded solemnly. "Let's go," Chrissy said, not looking at Bourne. Scarlett raised her window. She said something Bourne couldn't hear. He put his hand flat against the window. On the other side, Scarlett pressed her hand over his. Marks had left the key in the ignition, and now Bourne started it up. A combination of the noise and vibration as Bourne came out of the driveway and turned onto the road woke Marks from his stupor. "Where the hell am I?" he mumbled thickly. "On your way to London." Marks nodded in the manner of a drunk who is struggling to reacquaint himself with how the world works. "Fuck, my leg hurts." "You were shot. You lost some blood, but you'll be fine." "Right." Then something in his face changed, and a shudder passed through him as if the memories of recent events had resurfaced. He turned to Bourne. "Listen, I'm sorry. I've acted like a shit." Bourne said nothing as he continued to drive. "I was sent to find you. I figured that out." Marks rubbed his eyes with his knuckles in an effort to clear his head of the last cobwebs. I work for Treadstone now. Bourne pulled the car over to the side of the road. Since when has Treadstone reformed? Since Willard found a backer. And who might that be? Oliver Liss? Bourne had to laugh. Poor Willard. Out of the frying pan. That's it exactly. Marx's tone was mournful. The whole thing's a total fuck-up. And you're part of the fuck-up. Marx sighed. Actually, I'm hoping to be part of the solution. Really? And how would that work? Liss wants something you have. A ring. Everyone wants the Dominion ring, Bourne thought, but he remained silent. I was supposed to get it from you. I'd be curious to know how you were going to do that. To be honest, I don't have a clue, Marx said, and I'm no longer interested in that. Bourne was silent. Marx nodded. You have a right to be skeptical, but I'm telling you the truth. Willard called just before I arrived at the house. He told me the mission had changed, that I was now to get you to Tinagir. In southeast Morocco? Ouarzazate, to be precise. Apparently Arkadin is being brought there too. Bourne was silent for so long, Marx felt compelled to say, What are you thinking? That Oliver Liss is no longer calling the shots at Treadstone. What makes you say that? Liss would no more order you to get me to Ouarzazate than he would open a vein. He looked at Marx. No, Peter. Something's changed radically. I felt that myself, but what? Marx took out his PDA and went on a number of government news sites. Jesus, he said at last. Liss was taken into custody by the Department of Justice pending an investigation into his role in illegal Black River dealings. He looked up. But he was cleared of those charges weeks ago. I told you something's radically changed, Bourne said. Willard is taking orders from another source. It has to be someone very high up the food chain to get the investigation reopened. Bourne nodded. And now you're as much in the dark as I am. It looks like your boss sold you down the river without even a second's thought. Frankly, this comes as no surprise. Marx rubbed his leg. His pain-filled exhale was a whistle of protest. There's a doctor in London who'll be discreet about the gunshot wound. Bourne put the car in gear and, checking for traffic, pulled out onto the road. Just so you know, Diego led me into a trap. There were enemies waiting for me at the club. Did Moreno have to kill him? We'll never know now, Bourne said. But Otavio saved my life back there. He didn't deserve to be shot down like a dog. Which brings me to who the hell was firing at us. Bourne told him about Severus Domna and Jalal Asai without going into detail about Holly. I was attacked in London. I pulled an odd gold ring off the forefinger of my assailant's right hand. He fished around in his pockets. Shit. I seem to have lost it. Scarlett found it. I gave it to her as a souvenir, Bourne said. Every member of Severus Domna carries one. So this is all about an old Treadstone mission. Marx seemed to consider the implications for a moment. Do you know why Alex Conklin wanted the laptop? No idea, Bourne said, though he thought he did know now. Was there anyone besides Soraya and Moira he could trust? Though he knew Soraya and Peter were good friends, he still didn't know whether he could trust Marx. Marx shifted uncomfortably. There's something I need to tell you. I'm afraid I roped Soraya into joining Treadstone. Bourne knew that Typhon could not run successfully without her, so he assumed that Danziger was systematically dismantling the old CI and remaking it in the image of Bud Halliday's beloved NSA. Not that it was of any of his concern. He hated and distrusted all espionage agencies. But he knew the good work that Typhon had accomplished under its original director and later under Soraya. What is Willard having her do? You won't like this. Don't let that stop you. Her mission is to get close to Leonid Arkadin and the laptop. The same laptop that Conklin had me steal from Jalal Asai? That's right. Bourne wanted to laugh, but then Marx would ask questions he wasn't prepared to answer. Instead, he said, Was it your idea for Soraya to get close to Arkadin? No, it was Willard's. Took him some time to come up with it. He told me about it the day after I recruited her. So chances are he had the assignment in mind for her when he asked you to recruit her. Marx shrugged, as if he couldn't see how it mattered. But it mattered very much to Bourne, who saw in Willard's thinking a pattern. All the air went out of him. What if Soraya wasn't the first female Treadstone had recruited to keep an eye on its first graduate? What if Tracy had been working for Treadstone? Everything fit. The only reason Tracy would lie, deliberately putting herself in Arkadine's power, was so that he would hire her and keep her close, allowing her to pass on intel about both his whereabouts and his business ventures. A brilliant plan which had worked until Tracy had been killed in Khartoum. Then Arkadine had vanished again. Willard needed a way to regain contact, so he had resorted to a tried-and-true Treadstone tactic. Arkadine used women like dish towels. They would be the last people he would suspect of keeping tabs on him. Soraya found him, I take it. She's with him now in Sonora and knows what to do, Mark said. Do you think she can get him to Tinagir? No, Bourne said. But I can. How? Bourne smiled, remembering the entry in Noah Perlis's notebook. I'll need to text her the information. She'll know what to do with it. They were in the outskirts of London now. Bourne got off the motorway at the next exit and pulled over in a side street. Marks handed him his PDA and recited Soraya's number. Bourne punched it in, then pressed the SMS button, composed the text, and sent it. After returning Marks's PDA, he resumed driving. I don't know how it's happened, he said, but Severus Domna is running Willard and Treadstone. What makes you say that? Jalal Asai is Amazigh. He comes from the high Atlas Mountains. Ouarzazat. So is Willard taking orders from Asai or Severus Domna? For the moment it doesn't matter, Bourne said. But my money's on Severus Domna. I doubt Asai has the clout to get justice to take Liss into custody. Because Asai has broken away from Severus Domna, right? Bourne nodded, which makes the situation that much more interesting. He made a left turn, then a right. They were now on a street of neat, white Georgian row houses. A Skye Terrier, industriously sniffing at steps, led his master along the pavement. The doctor was 3 houses down. It's not often my enemies are at each other's throats. I take it you're going to Tinagir, despite the danger. That couldn't have been an easy decision. You have your own tough decision to make, Bourne said. If you want to stay in this business, Peter, you'll have to return to D.C. to take care of Willard. Otherwise, one way or another, he'll wind up destroying you and Soraya. Chapter 24. Frederick Willard knew about the White Knight's Lounge. He'd known about it for some time, ever since he had started compiling his own private dossier on Secretary of Defense Halliday. Bud Halliday possessed the kind of arrogance that all too often brings men of his lofty status down into the dust with the rest of the peons who painfully labor over their lives. These men, like Halliday, have become so inured to their power they believe themselves above the law. Willard had witnessed Bud Halliday's meetings with the Middle Eastern gentleman whom Willard had subsequently identified as Jalal Asai. This was information he'd had when he met with Benjamin El-Arian. He didn't know whether El-Arian was aware of the liaison, but in any event he wasn't about to tell him. Some information was meant to be shared only with the right person. And that person appeared now, right on time, flanked by his bodyguards like a Roman emperor. M. Errol Danziger came over to where Willard sat and slid into the ancient banquette. Its stained and ripped Naga-hide skin spoke of decades' worth of benders. "This is a real shithole," Danziger said. He looked like he wished he'd worn a full-body condom. "You've slid down in the world since you left us." They were sitting in an anonymously named rheumatic bar and grill off one of the expressways that linked Washington with Virginia. Only pub crawlers of a certain age and liver toxicity found it inviting. Everyone else ignored it as the eyesore it was. The place stank of sour beer and months-old frying oil. It was impossible to say what colors its walls were painted, and an old non-digital juke played Willie Nelson and John Mellencamp, but no one was dancing or, by the looks of them, listening. Someone at the end of the bar groaned. Willard rubbed his hands together. "What can I get you?" "Out of here," Danziger said, trying not to breathe too deeply. "The sooner the better. No one we know or who'd recognize us would come within a country mile of this cesspit," Willard said. Can you think of a better place for us to meet? Danziger made a disagreeable face. Get on with it, man. You've got a problem, Willard said without further preamble. I've got a lot of problems, but they're none of your business. Don't be so hasty. Listen, you're out of CI, which means you're nobody. I agreed to this meet out of, I don't know what, acknowledgement of your past services, but now I see it was a waste of time. Willard, unruffled, would not be taken off topic. This particular problem concerns your boss. Danziger sat back as if trying to get as far away from Willard as the banquette would allow. Willard spread his hands. Care to listen? If not, you're free to leave. Go ahead. Bud Halliday has, shall we say, an off-the-reservation relationship with a man named Jalal Asai. Danziger bristled. Are you trying to blackmail? Relax. Their relationship is strictly business. What's that to me? Everything, Willard said. Asai is poison for him and for you. He's a member of a group known as Severus Domna. Never heard of it. Very few people have. But it was someone in Severus Domna who got justice to take another look at Oliver Liss and incarcerate him while it's investigating. A drunk began to wail, trying to duet with Connie Francis. One of Danziger's guerrillas went over to him and shut him up. Danziger frowned. Are you saying the U.S. government takes orders from what? Can I assume from this one name that Severus Domna is a Muslim organization? Severus Domna has members in virtually every country around the globe. Christian and Muslim? And presumably Jewish, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, whatever other religion you'd care to name. Danziger snorted. Preposterous. It's absurd to think of men from different religions agreeing on a day of the week to meet, let alone working together in a global organization. And for what? All I know is that its objectives are not our objectives. Danziger reacted as if Willard had insulted him. Our objectives? You're a civilian now. He made the words sound ugly and demeaning. The head of Treadstone can hardly be classified as a civilian, Willard said. Treadstone, huh? Better to call it Headstone, he laughed raucously. You and Headstone are nothing to me. This meeting is terminated. As he began to slide out of the banquette, Willard played his ace. Working with a foreign group is treason, which is punishable by execution. Imagine the ignominy if you live that long. What the hell does that mean? Imagine you in a world without Bud Halliday. Danziger paused. For the first time since he walked in, he seemed unsure of himself. Tell me this, Willard continued. Why would I waste our time on nonsense, Director? What would I have to gain? Danziger subsided back into the banquette. What do you have to gain by telling me this fairy tale? If you thought it was a fairy tale, I would be talking to myself. Frankly, I don't know what to think, Danziger said. For the moment, however, I'm willing to listen. That's all I ask, Willard said. But of course it wasn't. He wanted much more from Danziger, and now he knew he was going to get it. On the way back to the office, Karpov had his driver pull over. Out of sight of everyone, he vomited into a clump of tall grass. It wasn't that he'd never killed anyone before. On the contrary, he'd shot a great many miscreants. What made his stomach rebel was the situation he was in, which felt like the underbelly of a rotting fish or the bottom of a sewer. There must be some way out of the coffin he found himself in. Unfortunately, he was caught between President Imhoff and Viktor Cherkesov. Imhoff was a problem all rising Siloviks had to deal with, but now he was beholden to Cherkesov, and he was certain that sooner or later Cherkesov would ask him for a favor that would curl his toes. Looking into the future, he could see those favors multiplying, taking a toll until they shredded him completely. Clever, clever Cherkesov. In giving him what he wanted, Cherkesov had found the one way around his, Karpov's, incorruptibility. There was nothing to do but what good Russian soldiers had done for centuries. Put one foot in front of the other and move forward through the mounting muck. He told himself this was all in a good cause, Getting rid of Maslov and the Kazanskaya was surely worth any inconvenience to him. But that was like saying, I was only following orders, and depressed him further. He returned to the back seat of his car, brooding and murderous. 5 minutes later, his driver missed a turn. "Stop the car," Karpov ordered. "Here?" "Right here." His driver stared at him in the rearview mirror. "But the traffic." "Just do as you're told." The driver stopped the car. Karpov got out, opened the driver's door, and, reaching in, hauled the man out from behind the wheel. Unmindful of the honking horns and squealing brakes of the vehicles forced to detour around them, he bounced the driver's head off the side of the car. The driver slid to his knees, and Karpov drove a knee into his chin. Teeth came flying out of the driver's mouth. Karpov kicked him several times as he lay on the pavement. Then he slid behind the wheel, slammed the door shut, and took off. I should have been an American, he thought, as he wiped his lips over and over with the back of his hand. But he was a patriot. He loved Russia. It was a pity Russia didn't love him back. Russia was a pitiless mistress, heartless and cruel. I should have been an American. Inventing a melody, he sang this phrase to himself as if it were a lullaby, and in fact it made him feel marginally better. He concentrated on bringing down Maslov and how he would reorganize FSB-2 when Imhoff named him director. His first order of business, however, was dealing with the 3 moles inside FSB-2. Armed with the names Bukin had vomited up, he parked the car in front of the 19th century building housing FSB-2 and trotted up the steps. He knew the directorates that the moles worked in. On the way up in the elevator, he took out his pistol. He ordered the first mole out of his office. When the mole balked, Karpov brandished the pistol in his face. Siloviks all over the floor emerged from their dens. Their secretaries and assistants picked their heads up from their mind-numbing paperwork to follow this unfolding drama. A crowd formed, which was all the better as far as Karpov was concerned. With the first mole in tow, he went into the second mole's office. He was on the phone, turned away from the door. As he was swinging back, Karpov shot him in the head. The first mole flinched as the victim flew backward, his arms wide, the phone flying and slammed into the plate glass window. The victim fell to the floor, leaving behind an interesting abstract pattern of blood and bits of brain and bone on the glass. As stunned Siloviks crowded into the doorway, Karpov snapped photos with his cell phone. Pushing his way through the agitated throng, he frog-marched the now shivering first mole to his next stop, a floor up. By the time they appeared, news had spread and a crowd of Siloviks greeted them in silent astonishment. As Karpov was dragging his charge toward the office of the third mole, Colonel Lemtov shouldered his way to the front of the group. "Colonel Karpov," he shouted, "what is the meaning of this outrage?" "Get out of my way, Colonel. I won't tell you twice." "Who are you to—" "I'm an emissary of President Imhoff," Karpov said. "Call his office if you like. Better yet, call Cherkesov himself." Then he used the mole to shove Colonel Lemtov aside. Dakaev, the third mole, was not in his office. Karpov was about to contact security when a terrified secretary informed him that her boss was chairing a meeting. She pointed out the conference room, and Karpov took his prisoner in there. 12 men sat around a rectangular table. Dakaev was at the head of the table. Being a directorate chief, he would be more valuable alive than dead. Karpov shoved the first mole against the table. Everyone but Dakaev pushed back their chairs as far as they could. For his part, Dakaev sat as he had when Karpov barged in, hands clasped in front of him on the tabletop. Unlike Colonel Lemtov, he didn't express outrage or appear confused. In fact, Karpov saw, he knew perfectly well what was happening. That would have to change. Karpov dragged the first mole along the table, scattering papers, pens, and glasses of water, until the man fetched up in front of Dakaev. Then, staring into Dakaev's eyes, Karpov pressed the muzzle of his pistol into the back of the first mole's head. "Please," the prisoner said, urinating down his leg. Karpov squeezed the trigger. The first mole's head slammed against the table, bounced up, and settled into a pool of his own blood. A pollock-like pattern spattered across Takayev's suit, shirt, tie, and freshly shaven face. Karpov gestured with the pistol. "Get up." Takayev stood. "Are you going to shoot me too?" "Eventually, perhaps." Karpov grabbed him by his tie. "That will be entirely up to you." "I understand," Takayev said. "I want immunity." "Immunity? I'll give you immunity." Karpov slammed the barrel of the pistol against the side of his head. Takayev reeled sideways, bouncing off a terrified Silovic paralyzed in his chair. Karpov bent over Takayev, who lay huddled half against the wall. "You'll tell me everything you know about your work and your contacts. Names, places, dates, every fucking thing, no matter how minute. Then I'll decide what to do with you." He hauled Takayev to his feet. "The rest of you, get back to whatever the hell you were doing." Out on the floor, he encountered absolute silence. Everyone stood like wooden soldiers, unmoving, afraid even to take a breath. Colonel Lemtov would not meet his eyes as he took the bleeding Takayev over to the bank of elevators. They went down, past the basement, into the bowels of the building where the holding cells had been hewn out of the naked rock. It was cold and damp. The guards wore greatcoats and fur hats with fur ear flaps, as if it were the dead of winter. When anyone spoke, his breath formed clouds in front of his face. Karpov took Takayev to the last cell on the left. It contained a metal chair bolted to the raw concrete floor, an industrial-sized stainless steel sink, a toilet made of the same material, and a board projecting from one wall on which was a thin mattress. There was a large drain situated beneath the chair. "Tools of the trade," Karpov said as he pushed Takayev into the chair. "I admit to being a little rusty, but I'm sure that won't make a difference to you." "All of this melodrama is unnecessary," Takayev said. "I have no allegiance. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." "Of that, I have no doubt." Karpov began to run the water in the sink. "On the other hand, a self-confessed man of no allegiance can hardly be trusted to tell the truth willingly." "But Karpov shoved the muzzle of the pistol into his mouth. "Listen to me, my agnostic friend. A man without allegiance to something or someone isn't worth the beating heart inside him. Before I hear your confession, I will have to teach you the value of allegiance. When you leave here, unless you do so feet first, you will be a loyal member of FSB too. Never again will people like Dmitry Maslov be able to tempt you. You will be incorruptible." Karpov kicked his prisoner out of the chair onto his hands and knees. Grabbing him by his collar, he bent him over the sink, which was now filled with ice-cold water. "Now we begin," he said, and shoved Takayev's head under the water. Soraya watched Arkadin dancing with Moira, presumably to make her jealous. They were in one of the Puerto Peñasco's all-night cantinas, filled with shift workers coming and going from the nearby maquiladores. A sad ranchera was bawling from a jukebox, luridly lit up like someone's bad idea of the UFO in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Soraya, nursing a black coffee, watched Arkadin's hips moving as if they were filled with mercury. The man could dance. Then she pulled out her PDA and studied the texts from Peter Marks. The last one contained instructions on how to lure Arkadin to Tenegir. How did Peter come up with this intel? She had hidden her shock at seeing Moira behind her professional facade. The moment she had climbed aboard the yacht, she'd felt the floor fall out from under her. The game had changed so radically that she had to play catch-up and fast, which was why she had hung on each word of the conversation between Moira and Arkadin, not only for content, but also for tonal nuance, any clue as to why Moira was actually here. What did she want from Arkadin? Surely the deal Moira was making with him was as bogus as her own. Outside, the night was very dark, without moonlight. Because of the cloud cover, only a wan halo of stars toward the crown of the sky was visible. Inside, the cantina stank of beer and body odor. The room was raucous with a desperation tinged by hopelessness and despair. She felt surrounded by people for whom tomorrow didn't exist. She wished that she and Moira could talk to each other, if only for the briefest moment. But under Arkadine's eye, that was impossible. Even going to the ladies' room at the same time would doubtless arouse his suspicion. She didn't know Moira's cell number, so texting her was out. There remained only a verbal conversation laced with coded messages. If they were on parallel paths, or even by chance the same one, it was essential they not get in each other's way. Arkadine and Moira were dripping sweat when they returned to the table. Arkadine ordered beers for them, and another coffee for Soraya. Whatever might happen tomorrow, he was clearly enjoying being with the two women tonight. "Moira," Soraya said, "do you know anything about the Middle East, or is your expertise strictly in the Americas? Mexico, Colombia, Bolivia, and to some extent Brazil are my territories. And you work alone?" "I have a company, but right now I'm on special assignment to Berengaria Moreno." Moira gestured with her chin. "And you?" "My own company, though there's a conglomerate that's looking for a hostile takeover." "Multinational?" "Strictly American." Moira nodded. "Import-exports, you said?" Soraya stirred some sugar into her coffee. "That's right. You might be able to use my expertise against hostile bidders." "Thank you, but no." Soraya sipped her coffee, then put the cup back in its saucer. "I have my own enforcers." "What do you call a thought in a woman's head?" Arkadine leaned forward, looking from one to the other. "A tourist!" He laughed so hard he almost choked on his beer. Then, noting their somber expressions, "Shit, lighten up, ladies. We're here to have fun, not talk business." Moira looked at him for a moment. "What do you get when you cross a Russian with a Vietnamese?" "A car thief that can't drive." Soraya laughed. "Now we're having fun." Arkadine smiled. "Have any more?" "Let's see." Moira drummed her fingers on the table. "How about this? 2 Russians and a Mexican are in a car. Who's driving?" "The police." Arkadine laughed and shook his finger at Moira. "Where do you pick up these jokes?" "In prison," Moira said. "Roberto Correos loves making Russians the butt of jokes." "Time to switch to tequila," Arkadine said, signaling the waiter. "Bring a bottle," he said to the young woman who came over. "Something fine, a reposado or añejo." Instead of another ranchera, the jukebox began to play 24 Hours from Tulsa. Gene Pitney's high twang rang out over the laughter and shouts of the drunken patrons. But morning was coming, and with it a change in the clientele. As the night owls slowly staggered out, the night shift people from the maquiladora drifted in, heads aching, tails dragging. There were fewer of them as well, most of them stumbling home to fall into bed without taking off their clothes. Before the tequila got to the table, Arkadine had grabbed Moira's hand and was swinging her onto the dance floor, which for the first time all night was larger than a postage stamp. He held her close while they swayed to the Burt Bacharach melody. "You're something of a smartass," he said, smiling like a shark. "It didn't come easy," she said. He laughed. "I can only imagine." "Don't bother." Arkadine swung her around. "You're wasting your time in South America. You should come to work for me. Before I set up Correos' murder? Let that be your last assignment." He stuck his nose into the side of her neck and inhaled deeply. "How are you going to do it?" "I thought you said no business." "Just this one bit. Then it's all fun, I swear. Correos is addicted to women. I have a connection to his supplier. When is a man more vulnerable than after sex? I'll find someone who's good with a knife." Arkadine pulled her hips harder into him. "I like it. Set it up right away." "I want a bonus." He nuzzled her neck, licked her sweat. "I'll give you anything you want." "Then I'm yours." Karpov's cell phone rang while he was in the process of reprogramming Dmitry Maslov's mole. Takai was drowning, or more precisely, he believed he was drowning, which was, after all, the point. But 10 minutes later, when Dakaev was back in his stainless steel chair and Karpov was pouring tea into a glass, his cell rang again. This time he answered it. A familiar voice was on the other end of the line. "Jason," Karpov cried. "How excellent to hear your voice." "Are you busy?" Karpov glanced over at Dakaev, slumped over, his chin on his chest. He looked barely human, which was also the point. You couldn't build something new without tearing down what had been there before. "Busy? Yes, but never too busy for you. What can I do for you?" "I assume you know Dmitri Maslov's lieutenant, Vyacheslav Oserov?" "You assume correctly. Do you think you can find a way to get him somewhere?" "If you mean somewhere like hell, yes, I can." Bourne laughed in his ear. "I was thinking of something a little less terminal. A place, let us say, in Morocco?" Karpov took a sip of tea, which was in desperate need of sugar. "May I ask why you need Oserov in Morocco?" "He's bait, Boris. I intend to catch Arkadin." Karpov thought of his sojourn in Sonora, his deal with Arkadin, and added him to the list of President Imov and Viktor Cherkesov. He had promised Arkadin his chance at Oserov, but fuck that. I'm too old and too bloody-minded to owe so many dangerous people so much, he thought. One less is a step toward none. Then he looked over at Dakaev, the conduit to Dmitri Maslov, and, therefore, Vyacheslav Oserov. After what he had just been through, he had no doubt that the prisoner would jump at the chance to do what Karpov asked of him. "Tell me in detail what you need done." Listening, Karpov smiled contentedly. When Bourne was finished, he chuckled deeply. "Jason, my friend, what I wouldn't give to be you." Just after sunrise, they were all sweaty enough to want to go into the water. At the convent, Arkadin gave Moira and Soraya oversized T-shirts. He was in surfer trunks that came down to his knees. His upper body and limbs were a museum of tattoos that, if interpreted correctly, traced his career in the Gruperovka. The three of them waded through the surf, pulled and pushed by the waves rushing onto the golden sand. The sky was still pink, paling out to the color of butter. Gulls dipped and swooped over their heads, and tiny fish nibbled at their feet and ankles. The water came up and slapped them in the face, making them laugh like children. The unalloyed joy of being let free in the ocean. Out beyond the surf line, Moira thought it odd that Arkadin kept diving for seashells rather than stare at her breasts through the wet T-shirt, especially after the way he'd been dancing with her at the cantina. She had found out little enough information about Soraya's mission from the coded conversation Soraya had started and Arkadin had nipped off with his misogynistic joke. While Arkadin was still trolling for shells, she set off after Soraya to see if the two of them could speak briefly. Diving through an incoming wave, she began to swim out to where Soraya was drifting on her back, but something caught her left ankle, jerking her back. Jackknifing her body, she looked behind her. Arkadin had hold of her. She pushed back at him, palms against his chest, but he only drew her more closely to him. She rose up, breaking the surface, and found herself face to face with him. "What do you think you're doing?" She scrubbed the sheeting water off her face. "I can't stand properly." He let her go immediately. "I've had enough and I'm hungry." Moira turned and shouted to Soraya, who plunged down from her float and paddled over. "We're going to breakfast," Moira said. The two women waded out of the surf with Arkadin just behind them. They had reached the high tide line, hillocks of dry sand ahead, when Arkadin bent over. Using the scythe-like edge of the seashell, he severed the tendons at the back of Moira's left knee. Chapter 25. The village of Whitney, Oxfordshire, lay 12 miles west of Oxford on the Windrush River. All that was missing were hobbits and orcs. Bourne drove out from London in a rental car. The afternoon was cool and dry, with peaks of sun now and again through the rolling clouds. He hadn't lied to Peter Marks. He had every intention of going to Tennegear. But first, there was something he needed to do. Basil Bayswater lived in a thatched-roof cottage straight out of a Tolkien novel. It had quirky round windows and flower shoots springing up in neat beds lining a white gravel walkway that led up to the front door. This door was thick and wooden, with a roaring brass lion's head knocker in its center. Bourne used it. Several moments later, a man quite a bit younger than he had expected opened the door. "Yes, may I help you?" He had long hair brushed straight back off his wide forehead, dark, watchful eyes, and a strong chin. "I'm looking for Basil Bayswater," Bourne said. "You're looking at him?" "I don't think so," Bourne said. "Ah, you must mean Professor Basil Bayswater. I'm afraid my father passed away 3 years ago." Moira screamed as blood bloomed in the water like a stranded jellyfish. Arkadin caught her as she canted over. "My God," Soraya cried, "what have you done?" Moira continued to scream, bent double, clutching her left leg. Arkadin, ignoring Soraya for the moment, bared his teeth at Moira. "Did you think I didn't recognize you?" Something icy congealed in the pit of Moira's stomach. "What do you mean?" "I saw you in Bali. You were with Bourne." In her mind's eye, she saw the flight through the village of Tinganen, and then Bourne being shot by a sniper hidden in the forest. Her eyes opened wide. "Yeah, that was me." He laughed, throwing the bloody seashell up in the air and catching it as if it were a ball. "You were with Bourne. You're his lover, and now fate has brought you to me." Soraya was both outraged and terrified. "What the hell is happening here?" "We're about to find out," Arkadin turned to her. "This is Jason Bourne's lover, but perhaps the two of you know each other." With a force of will, Soraya kept her panic down. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Okay, I'll spell it out for you. I never bought your story, but I wasn't going to send you away until I found out what you really wanted. I strongly suspect Willard sent you. He tried this trick on me once before with a woman named Tracy Atherton. He sent her to keep an eye on me, to report back on all my business dealings. And it worked. She was dead by the time I figured it out. But you I fingered from the get-go, because Willard is a creature of habits, especially ones that have worked for him." "Let her go," Soraya said, more agitated with each passing moment. "I might do that," Arkadin said. "I might even let her leave, but that's entirely up to you." Soraya walked over and took Moira away from him. Gently and slowly she lowered her to the ground. Then she slid her wet shirt over her head and, winding it around Moira's left thigh, pulled it as tight as she could and tied it. By that time, Moira had passed out from either the shock or the pain, or both. "It's you I want," Arkadin continued. "You're the one talking about Khartoum. You're the one who wants to get me there. You tell me who you are and what you know, and I'll consider lightening Moira's punishment." "We need to get her to the nearest hospital," Soraya said. "This wound has to be cleaned out and disinfected as soon as possible." "Again," Arkadin spread his hands. "Up to you." Soraya looked down at the back of Moira's knee. Dear God, she wondered, will she ever walk normally again? She knew the longer they waited to get Moira into the hands of a competent surgeon, the worse off she'd be. She'd seen tendons severed like this. They weren't easy to repair, and who knew how badly the nerves were affected. She let out a long breath. "What do you want to know?" "For starters, who are you?" "Soraya Moore." "The Soraya Moore, director of Typhon?" "Not anymore." She stroked Moira's damp hair. "Willard has resurrected Treadstone." "No wonder he wants to keep an eye on me." "What else?" "Plenty," Soraya said. "I'll tell you on the way to the hospital." Arkadin loomed over her. "You'll tell me now. You might as well kill us both right here." Arkadin cursed her, but in the end he acceded to her demand. Hefting Moira in his arms, he carried her back to the convent. While he slid her into the back seat, Soraya went to get a shirt. She was rooting through Arkadin's desk when he found her. "Fuck no," he said, and grabbing her wrist, dragged her outside. Half throwing her into the passenger seat of the car, he said, "I will kill you as soon as look at you." Then he went around the front of the car, slid behind the wheel, and fired the ignition. You're right. Soraya kept Moira's leg elevated as they sped through the outskirts of Puerto Peñasco. Willard wanted me to get close to you, to report on your whereabouts and your business dealings. And I sensed there's something more. There is, she said. She knew she had to sell this part perfectly. She no longer believed absolutely in her ability to outsmart him, but this much she needed to do. Willard has become interested in a man I'm sure you know, because he works for Maslov, Vyacheslav Osirov. Arkadin's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel, but his voice betrayed nothing of what he must be feeling. Why would Willard be interested in Osirov? I have no idea, Soraya said. This much, at least, was true. But I do know that yesterday a Treadstone agent ID'd Osirov in Marrakesh. He tracked Osirov out into the Atlas Mountains, to a village called Tenagir. They arrived at Santa Fe General on Morua Avenue, but Arkadin made no move to get out of the car. What was Osirov doing in Tenagir? Looking for a ring? Arkadin shook his head. Speak plainly. This particular ring somehow unlocks a hidden file on a laptop hard drive. She looked at him. I know, I don't understand it either. All of this information had been in the last text message she had received from Peter. She opened the rear door. Can we get Moira into the ER, please? Arkadin got out of the car and slammed the door she had just opened. I want more. I've told you all I know. He stared into her face. You see what happens to people who fuck with me. I'm not fucking with you, Soraya said. I've betrayed a trust. What more do you want from me? Everything, he said. I want everything. They rushed Moira into the emergency room. While the personnel were hooking her up and taking her vitals, Soraya asked for the name of the best neurosurgeon in Sonora. She spoke idiomatic Spanish. Furthermore, she looked Latina. These attributes opened doors for her. When she got the surgeon's private number, she called him herself. His PA said he was unavailable until Soraya threatened to find the PA and wring his neck. The surgeon came on the line shortly thereafter. Soraya described Moira's injury and told him where they were. He said considering a cash bonus of 2,000 American dollars was involved, he'd be over immediately. Let's go, Arkadin said the moment she disconnected. I'm not leaving Moira. We have further business to discuss. Then we can discuss it here. Back at the convent. I'm not going to fuck you, she said. Thank God, fucking you would be like fucking a scorpion. The irony of this comment made her laugh despite her worry and despair. She went to look for coffee, and he followed her. Bourne drove to Oxford as fast as he dared without attracting the attention of the police. The city was precisely as he had left it both times he had been there. The quiet streets, the quaint stores, the lifelong denizens going about their chores, the tea rooms, the bookstores, all like a miniature created by an obsessive 18th century academic. Driving its streets was like visiting the inside of a snow globe. Bourne parked near where Chrissy had left her Range Rover when they had come together, and he trotted up the steps of the Center for the Study of Ancient Documents. Professor Liam Giles was also right where he had been when they had last been there, bent over his desk in his voluminous office. He looked up as Bourne entered, blinking owlishly as if he didn't recognize him. Bourne saw that it wasn't Giles after all, but another man of Giles's approximate build and age. "Where's Professor Giles?" "On leave," the man said. "I'm looking for him." "So I gather. May I ask why?" "Where is he?" The man blinked his owlish blink. "Away." Bourne had looked up Giles's official bio on the way over, which was available on the Oxford University website. It's about his daughter. The man behind Giles's desk blinked. "Is she ill?" "I'm not at liberty to say. Where can I find Professor Giles?" "I don't think." "It's urgent," Bourne said. "A matter of life or death." "Are you being deliberately melodramatic, sir?" Bourne showed the man the EMS credentials he'd lifted after the crash. "I'm quite serious." "Dear me," the man gestured. "He's in the loo at the moment. Battling the eel pie he ingested last night, I shouldn't wonder. The neurosurgeon was young, dark as an Indian, with the long, delicate fingers of a classical pianist. He had very delicate features, so he wasn't, in fact, an Indian. But he was a hard-nosed businessman who would not proceed until Soraya had pressed a roll of bills into his hand. Then he rushed away from them, consulting with the ER doctors who had done the workup on Moira while he strode toward the OR. Soraya drank her shitty coffee without tasting it, but 10 minutes later, while she paced the hallway uselessly, it began to burn a hole in her stomach, so when Arkadin suggested they get something to eat, she agreed. They found a restaurant not far away from the hospital. Soraya checked to make sure it wasn't colonized by insects before she sat down. They ordered their food, then sat and waited, sitting across from each other but looking elsewhere, or at least Soraya was. "I saw you without your top," Arkadin said, "and I liked what I saw." Soraya snapped into focus. "Fuck you." "She was an enemy," he said, referring to Moira. "What law is she protected by?" Soraya stared out the window at a street as unfamiliar to her as the dark side of the moon. The food came and Arkadin began to eat. Soraya watched a couple of young women with too much makeup and too little clothing on their way to work. Latinas showing off their bodies with such casualness still astonished her. Their culture was so far from hers, and yet she felt right in tune with the aura of sorrow here. Hopelessness she could understand. It had been the cultural lot of her gender from time immemorial, and was the major reason she had chosen the clandestine services where, despite the usual gender bias, she was able to assert herself in ways that made her feel good about herself. Now, for the first time, she saw those girls in their too tight tops and too short skirts in a different light. Those clothes were a way, perhaps their only way, to assert themselves in a culture that continually demeaned and devalued them. If Moira dies, or if she can't walk, "Spare me the toothless threats," he said, mopping up the last of his huevos rancheros. That was Arkadin's business, she thought. No matter what he might think to the contrary, he was in the business of demeaning and devaluing women. That was the subtext in everything he said and did. He had no heart, no remorse, no guilt, no soul. Nothing, in short, that defined and distinguished a human being. If he isn't a human being, she thought with a kind of irrational terror, what is he? The men's loo was 5 doors down from Professor Giles's office. Giles was clearly being sick behind the closed door of one of the stalls. A sour stench had pervaded the room, and Bourne strode over to the window and shoved it open as far as it would go. A sticky breeze slowly stirred the stench as a witch will her bubbling pot. Bourne waited until the noises had subsided. "Professor Giles?" For some time there was no answer. Then the stall door was wrenched open and Professor Giles, looking distinctly green around the gills, staggered out past Bourne. He bent over the sink, turned on the cold water, and buried his head beneath the flow. Bourne leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. When Giles picked his head up, Bourne handed him a handful of paper towels. The professor took them without comment, wiping his face and hair. It was only as he threw the wadded towels into the trash that he appeared to recognize Bourne. At once his back stiffened and he stood up straight. "Ah, the prodigal returns," he said in his most professorial tone. "Did you expect me?" "Not really. On the other hand, I'm hardly surprised to find you here." He gave Bourne a wan smile. "Bad pennies continue to turn up. Professor, I'd like you to once again get in touch with your chess-playing colleague." Giles frowned. "That may not be so easy. He's reclusive, and he doesn't like answering questions." "I can imagine," Bourne thought. "Nevertheless, I'd like you to try." "All right," Giles said. "By the way, what's his name?" Giles hesitated. "James." "James what?" Another hesitation. "Weatherly." "Not Basil Bayswater?" The professor turned away, facing the door. "What question do you want to put to him?" "I'd like him to describe the afterlife." Giles, who had been headed for the door, paused, turning slowly back to Bourne. "I beg your pardon." "Since Basil Bayswater's son buried him 3 years ago," Bourne said, "I would think he'd be in a perfect position to tell me what it's like to be dead." "I told you," Giles said somewhat sullenly. "His name is James Weatherly." Bourne took him by the elbow. "Professor, no one believes that, not even you." He moved Giles away from the door to the far end of the loo. "Now you'll tell me why you lied to me." When the professor remained silent, Bourne went on. "You never needed to call Bayswater for the translation of the engraving inside the ring. You already knew it." "Yes, I suppose I did. Neither of us was truthful with the other." He shrugged. "Well, what can you expect from life? Nothing is ever what it seems." "You're Severus Domna." Giles's smile had gained a bit more traction. "There's no point denying it, now that you're about to hand over the ring." At that moment, as if he'd had his ear to the door, the man who had been behind the professor's desk entered the loo. With the Sig Sauer in his hand, he looked quite a bit less owlish. Immediately, 2 more men, larger, muscular, armed with silenced pistols, came in just behind him. They fanned out, their weapons trained on Bourne. "As you can see," Professor Giles said, "I haven't given you a choice." Chapter 26. Vyacheslav Osirov was nursing not only his facial wounds, but also a planet-sized grudge against Arkadin, the man who had tormented him for years, and who was the cause of his hideous disfigurement in Bangalore. The chemical fire had eaten through layers of skin and into the flesh itself, which made recovery difficult and a return to normalcy impossible. For days after he returned to Moscow, he had been swathed in thick bandages through which seeped not only blood, but a thick yellow fluid whose stench made him gag. He had refused all painkillers, and when the physician, on Maslov's orders, tried to inject him with a sedative, he broke the man's arm and very nearly his neck. Every day, Osirov's howls of pain could be heard all over the offices, even in the toilets, where the other men congregated for a brief respite. His cries of agony were so dreadful, like an animal being dismembered, they frightened and demoralized even Maslov's hardened criminals. Maslov himself was forced to tie him to a column, like Odysseus to the mast, and tape his mouth shut in order to give him and his people some respite. By this time, Osirov had deep gouges on his temples, bloody like tribal scars, where in his agony he had dug his nails through the skin that had not been burned away. In a way, he had become an infant. Maslov couldn't send him to a hospital or a clinic without awkward questions being asked, an FSB-2 investigation being initiated. So Maslov had tried to set him up at Osirov's apartment, which was in a dreadful condition of disrepair, having been reclaimed like an abandoned jungle temple by insects and rodents alike. No one could be induced to stay there with Osirov, and Osirov could not be expected to survive there on his own. The office was the only option. Osirov could no longer look at himself. No vampire avoided mirrors more assiduously than he did. Also, he hated being seen in sunlight, any strong light for that matter, behavior that gave rise to his new moniker among the Kazanskaya, Die Vampire. He sat now brooding in Maslov's offices, which by necessity were moved every week. In this room, which Maslov had designated his, the lights were out and the shades drawn against the daylight. One lamp across the room from where he slumped down cast a small circle of illumination across the scarred floorboards. The fiasco in Bangalore, his failure to kill Arkadin or, at least, gain the laptop for Maslov, had scarred him in more ways than one. His physical appearance had been compromised. Worse, he had lost the confidence of his boss. Without the Kazanskaya, Osirov was nothing. Without Maslov's confidence, he was nothing within the Kazanskaya. For days now he had been racking his brains as to how to get back in Maslov's good graces, how to restore the majesty of his position as field commander. No plan, however, had presented itself. It meant nothing to him that his mind, torn apart by the agony of his wounds, was scarcely able to put 2 coherent thoughts together. His only thought was of revenge against Arkadin, and to get from Maslov what he wanted most, that accursed laptop. Osirov didn't know why his boss wanted it, and he didn't care. His lot was to do or die. That's how it had been ever since he had joined the Kazanskaya, and that was how it would remain. But life was strange. For Osirov, salvation came from an unexpected quarter. A call came through. So sunk in black thoughts was he that at first he refused to take it. Then his assistant told him that it had come in on a scrambled cell line, and he knew who it must be. Still he resisted, thinking that at the moment he had neither the interest nor the patience for anything Yasha Dakaev had to report. Osirov's assistant poked his head in the door, which he had strict orders never to do. "What?" Osirov barked. "He says it's urgent," his assistant told him, and quickly withdrew. "God damn it," Osirov muttered and picked up the phone. "Yasha, this better be fucking good." "It is." Dakaev's voice sounded flat and far away, but then he was always having to find out-of-the-way nooks and crannies in the FSB-2's offices to make his calls. "A heavy line on Arkadin's movements." "At last!" Osirov sat up straight. His heart seemed to pump at full speed again. "According to the report that just came across my desk, he's on his way to Morocco," Dakaev said. "Urzazat, a village in the high Atlas Mountains called Tenegir, to be precise." "What the fuck is he going to do in butt-fuck Morocco?" "That I don't know," Dakaev said, "but our intel says he's on his way." "This is my chance," Osirov thought, jumping up. "If I don't take it, I might as well eat my Tokarev." For the first time since that last night in Bangalore, he felt galvanized. His failure had paralyzed him. He had been gnawing at himself from the inside out. He'd become disoriented with shame and rage. He called his assistant in and gave him the particulars. "Get me the fuck out of here," he ordered. "Book me on the first flight out of Moscow that's heading in the right direction." "Does Maslov know you're off again?" "Does your wife know that your mistress's name is Ivana Istvanskaya?" His assistant beat a hasty retreat. He turned away and started formulating a plan. Now that he'd been given a second chance, he vowed that he would make the most of it. Bourne raised his hands. At the same time, he kicked Professor Giles in the small of the back. As Giles, arms flailing, stumbled toward the three gunmen, Bourne whirled, took a long stride toward the open window, and dived through it. He hit the ground running at full speed, but soon enough, as the adjoining university building loomed up, he was required to slow his pace to match that of Oxford's denizens. Pulling off his black overcoat, he stuffed it in a trash bin. He looked for and found a knot of adults, professors most likely, walking from one building to the next, and slipped into their midst. Moments later, he saw the two Severus Domna gunmen as they raced from the center. They immediately split up in a military-like formation. One of the men came toward him, but he hadn't yet seen Bourne, who eeled his way to the opposite side of the knot. The professors were debating the merits of the right-wing German philosophers, and inevitably the effect Nietzsche had on the Nazis, Hitler in particular. Unless he had a chance to get to Professor Giles alone, which he doubted, Bourne had no desire for another physical encounter with Severus Domna. The organization was like a hydra. Lop off one head, and two took its place. The gunman, who had hidden his weapon beneath his overcoat, approached the knot of professors, oblivious as they were locked in their philosophical ivory tower. Bourne presented the gunman with his anonymous back. The gunman would be looking for a man in a black overcoat. Bourne was happy to take any edge he could. the knot of professors trotted up the steps and, in elegant fashion, poured into the university building. Bourne, debating the finer points of Old German with a white-haired professor, stepped across the threshold. The gunman reacted as he glimpsed Bourne's reflection in the glass pane of the open door. Taking the steps two at a time, he tried to shoulder his way through the knot of men who, though elderly, were certainly not passive, especially when it came to decorum and protocol. As one, they formed a living wall, pushing back at him in the manner of a phalanx of Roman soldiers advancing on the barbarian enemy. The gunman, taken aback, retreated. The pause gave Bourne the time he needed to slip away from the professors, down the corridor with its sounds of well-shod feet and hushed conversations bouncing off the polished marble floor. A line of square windows, high up, bestowed sunlight on the crowns of the students' heads like a benediction. The wooden doors blurred by as Bourne made for the rear of the center. Bells sounded for the beginning of the 4 o'clock classes. He raced around a corner into the short corridor leading to the rear door, but the Severus Domna gunman pushed through it. They were alone in the back corridor. The gunman had his overcoat draped over his right arm and hand, which held the silenced pistol. He aimed it at Bourne, who was still sprinting. Bourne went down, sliding on his backside along the marble floor as a shot whizzed by overhead. He barreled into the gunman with the soles of his shoes, knocking him over. The pistol flew out of his grip. Bourne rolled over, slammed his knee into the point of the gunman's chin. His body went slack. Voices echoed down the corridor from just around the corner. Scrambling to his feet, Bourne scooped up the pistol, then dragged the gunman out the rear door, down the steps, and deposited him behind a thick boxwood hedge. He pocketed the pistol and continued along the university pathways at a normal pace. He passed fresh-faced students, laughing and chatting, and a dour professor, huffing as he scurried, late for his next lecture. Then Bourne was out onto St. Giles Street. In typical English fashion, the afternoon had turned gloomy. A chill wind swept across the gutters and storefronts. Everyone was bent over, shoulders hunched, dashing like boats fleeing an oncoming storm. Bourne, blending in as he always did, hurried to his car. "Go," Moira said, when she was out of recovery and had gained full consciousness. Soraya shook her head. "I'm not leaving you." "The worst has already happened," Moira said quite rightly. "There's nothing left here for you to do." "You shouldn't be alone," Soraya insisted. "Neither should you. You're still with Arkadine." Soraya smiled somewhat sadly, because everything Moira said was true. Still and all, Moira said. "Someone's coming to look after me, someone who loves me." Soraya was slightly taken aback. "Is it Jason? Is Jason coming for you?" Moira smiled. She had already drifted off to sleep. Soraya found Arkadine waiting for her. But first she needed to speak with the young neurosurgeon who was, in his own way, optimistic in his prognosis. "The main thing in instances like these, where nerves and tendons are involved, is how quickly the patient receives medical attention." He spoke formally, as if he were Catalan rather than a Mexican. "In this respect, your friend is extremely fortunate." He tipped his hand over, palm down. "However, the wound was ragged rather than clean. Plus, whatever she was cut with wasn't clean. As a result, the procedure took longer and was both more delicate and more complicated than it might otherwise have been. Again, fortunate that you called me. I don't say this out of self-aggrandizement. It's a matter of record, a fact. No one else could have managed the procedure without botching or missing something." Soraya sighed with relief. "Then she'll be fine." "Naturally she'll be fine," the neurosurgeon said, "with a proper course of rehab and physical therapy." Something dark clutched at Soraya's heart. "She'll walk naturally, won't she? I mean, without a limp." The neurosurgeon shook his head. In a child, the tendons are elastic enough that it might be possible. But in an adult, that elasticity, or rather a good part of it, is gone. No, she'll have a limp. How noticeable it will be depends entirely on the outcome of her rehab. And, of course, her will to adapt. Soraya thought for a moment. She knows all this? She asked, and I told her. It's better that way, believe me. The mind needs more time to adapt than the body does. Can we get out of here now? Arkadin said after the neurosurgeon had vanished down the corridor. Shooting him a murderous look, Soraya brushed past him, striding through the bustling lobby and out onto the street. Puerto Penasco looked as strange as a dream, as unfamiliar as if it were located in a Bhutanese valley. She looked at the people, passing by as slowly as sleepwalkers. She saw their Aztec or Mixtec or Olmec features and thought of beating hearts carved from the chests of living sacrifices. She felt as if she were covered in congealed blood. She wanted to run, but felt paralyzed, rooted to the spot as if by the hands of all the sacrificial dead buried beneath the ground. Then she felt Arkadin close behind her, and shuddered as if waking from one nightmare into another. She wondered how she could stand to be near him, to talk to him after what he'd done to Moira. If he had exhibited even an iota of remorse, she might have felt differently, but all he had said was, "She is the enemy," which meant, of course, that she herself was also the enemy, that the same thing, or worse, could happen to her. Without a word being exchanged between them, he herded her back to his car, and soon enough they set off back to the convent. "What do you want from me now?" she asked him in a dull voice. "The same thing you want from me," he said. "Destruction." The moment they entered the convent, Arkadin began to pack. "While you were going through your hand-wringing, I made reservations for us." "For us?" "Yes," he said without missing a beat. "You and I are going to Tenegir. If I go anywhere with you, I'll be sick to my stomach." He paused and turned to face her. "I think you'll be useful to me when I get to Morocco, so I don't want to kill you. But I will if you give me no other choice." He went back to his methodical packing. "Unlike you, I know when to cut my losses." It was at that moment that Soraya caught sight of the laptop, which, for her, had taken on a mythical significance. He was right in his own way, she thought. As right as Moira had been. It was time to get past her personal abhorrence at his actions. It was time to return to acting like a professional. Time to cut her losses. "I've always wanted to see the high Atlas Mountains," she said. "You see?" He tucked away the laptop. "That wasn't so difficult, was it?" Jalal Asai, sitting in an anonymous car he had boosted early this morning, watched Willard emerge from the munition club. As Asai observed, he did not move as if he had been defeated by the receptionist, or had waited in vain to be seen by a member of the club. Rather, he descended the stairs as Fred Astaire might, lightly and trippingly, as if to music playing in his head. This jaunty attitude disturbed Asai. It also raised the hackles on the back of his neck, which was far worse. Asai, whose life was in constant jeopardy ever since his home had been invaded by Severus Domna, knew from being on the other side that a passive response, such as flight, would only result in his eventual death. The organization would come after him again and again, until some way, somehow, somewhere it succeeded in terminating his life. Under these extreme circumstances, there was only one way to stay alive. Willard turned a corner and stopped, looking to flag down a taxi. Asai pulled over to the curb and rolled down the passenger side window. "Need a lift?" he said. Willard, startled, drew back as if affronted. "No, thank you," he said, and returned to scanning the traffic for an empty cab. "Mr. Willard, please get into the car." When Willard looked back, he saw the man holding a wicked-looking EAA 10mm Hunter Witness pistol aimed at his face. Come, S.I. said. Let's not make a scene. Willard opened the door and slid into the passenger seat without a word. How, may I ask, are you going to drive this vehicle and at the same time keep me under control? In answer, S.I. slammed the barrel of the hunter witness against the side of Willard's head just above his left ear. Willard sighed as his eyes rolled up. S.I. leaned the unconscious body against the window and returned the pistol to its shoulder holster. Then he put the car in gear, waited for a gap, and slid out into traffic. He drove south through the district. At some invisible demarcation, the massive government buildings vanished, replaced by local businesses, cheap retail outlets, fast food chains, storefront missions, and corner bars. Outside the bars, young men in hoodies loitered, exchanging small packets of dope for wads of bills. Old men sat on stoops, head in hands or leaning back against the gray stone steps, eyes half closed, heads nodding. Caucasians grew rare as hen's teeth, then disappeared altogether. This was a different Washington, one tourists never saw. Congressmen either. Patrol cars were few and far between. When one did appear, it rolled at speed, as if its occupants couldn't wait to be elsewhere, anywhere but here. S.I. pulled the car over in front of something that passed for a hotel. Its rooms went by the hour, and when he dragged Willard inside, supporting him, the whores assumed Willard was a drunk, passed out on his feet. They showed S.I. their fly-blown wares. He ignored them. He placed a doctor's black bag on the scarred counter of the attendant's foul-smelling cubbyhole and slid a 20 across. The attendant was whey-faced, slim as a twig, neither young nor old. He was watching porn on a portable TV. "What?" S.I. said. "No concierge?" The attendant laughed but didn't turn his glassy eyes from the TV screen. Without looking, he unhooked a key from a pegboard and dropped it on the counter. "I don't want to be disturbed," S.I. said. "Everyone wants the same thing." He slid across another 20. The attendant snapped it up, selected a different key, and said, "Second floor in the back. You could die in there and no one would know." S.I. took the key and the black bag. There was no elevator. Getting Willard up the stairs proved something of a chore, but S.I. managed. A grime-laden window at the far end of the narrow hallway let in light that seemed both leaden and exhausted. A bare bulb burned halfway down, highlighting the constellations of obscene graffiti scrawled on the walls. The room looked like a jail cell. The bare-bones furnishings, a bed, a dresser with a drawer missing, a rocking chair, were either gray or colorless. The window looked out on an air shaft where it was always nighttime. The room smelled strongly of carbolic and bleach. S.I. did not want to think of what had gone on there in the past. Dumping Willard on the bed, he set down the doctor's bag, opened it, and placed a number of items in a neat line on the stained coverlet. This bag and its contents were always with him, a habit that had been ingrained in him at an early age, when he had been in training to move to America to insinuate himself into the lives of the people Severus Domna selected. He had no idea how the group came up with Bud Halliday's name or how it suspected that he would rise so quickly into the firmament of American politics. But then he was used to Severus Domna's uncanny prescience. Using a box cutter, he stripped off Willard's clothes, then unwrapped a depends and fitted it around his loins. He slapped Willard's cheeks lightly enough to rouse him slowly out of his unconscious state. Before Willard was fully conscious, he elevated his head and shoulders and tipped a bottle of castor oil down his throat. At first, Willard choked and gagged. S.I. eased off, then fed the viscous liquid to him more slowly. Willard swallowed it all. Disposing of the bottle, S.I. slapped Willard hard on one cheek, then another, sending blood rushing into his head. Willard started awake, his eyes blinking rapidly. Then he looked around. "Where am I?" His voice was thick and furred. When his tongue ran around his lips, S.I. reached for the roll of duct tape. "What's this taste?" As Willard started to retch, S.I. slapped a length of tape across his mouth. "If you vomit, you'll suffocate." I advise you to clamp down on your gag reflex. He sat on the chair, rocking slowly as Willard struggled to regain his equilibrium. When he saw his prisoner winning that battle, he said, "My name is Jalal Asai." His eyes opened wide at Willard's response. "Ah, I see you've heard of me. Good. That makes my job easier. You've just come from seeing Benjamin El-Arian. It was El-Arian, I warrant, who told you about me. He painted me as the villain, I have no doubt. Well, heroes and villains. It's all in your point of view. El-Arian would deny this, but then he's proved himself to be irresolute, like a reed blown first this way, then that, by shifting winds." Asai rose, crossed to the bed, and ripped the tape off Willard's mouth. "I know you're wondering about that taste in your mouth," he smiled. "You swallowed a bottle of castor oil." He pointed. "Hence the diaper. Not long from now, some very nasty stuff is going to be coming out of you. The diaper will help contain it, or at least some of it. I'm afraid there will be too much for it to absorb, and then—" He shrugged. "Whatever you want from me, you won't get." "Bravo, that's the spirit. But sadly for you, I've already gotten what I want. Like others El-Arian has dealt with or sent after me, you'll be dumped on his doorstep. This procedure will continue until he ceases his actions and forgets about me. He's not about to do that. Then he and I have a long road to travel." Asai wadded up the tape and threw it away. He stuffed the roll back into the black bag. "You, however, have a significantly shorter road to travel." "I don't feel well." Willard said this in a curious voice, as if he were a querulous child talking to himself. "No," Asai said, stepping back from the bed. "I don't suppose you do." Chapter 27. Night still lay along the macadam roads and concrete sidewalks the following morning when Bourne arrived at Heathrow Airport. It was drizzling and chilly, and he was happy to get out of London. His flight left at 7:25 and arrived in Marrakesh at 1:15, with a brief stopover in Madrid. There were no direct commercial flights. He was sitting in the only coffee shop open at that hour, its plastic chairs and tables wan in the fluorescent lights, sipping over-roasted coffee that tasted like ashes when Don Fernando Herrera appeared, walked over, and sat down without either invitation or greeting. "I'm sorry for your loss," Bourne said. Don Fernando said nothing. Lost within his beautiful suit, he seemed to have aged since the last time Bourne had seen him, though only a week or so had passed. He was staring absently at a display of luggage in the window of a store across the concourse. "How did you find me?" Bourne said. "I suspected you were going to Marrakesh." Abruptly he turned to Bourne and said, "Why did you kill my son?" "He was only trying to help you as I asked him to do." "I didn't kill him, Don Fernando." It was then Bourne felt the nick of the knife point on the inside of his thigh. "Do you think that's wise?" "I have traveled far beyond wise, young man." His eyes were pale, liquid, filled with anguish. "Now I am a father grieving for his dead son. That's all I am. That's all the life this old frame can muster." "I would never harm Diego," Bourne said. "I think you know that." "There is no one else but you." Don Hernando's voice, though soft, was like a cry full of pain and suffering. "Betrayal. Betrayal." He shook his head. "The only other possibility is Otavio Moreno. He's my godson. He would never lay a hand on Diego." Bourne sat very still, feeling a trickle of blood down his leg. He could end this at any moment, but he chose to let the situation play out because a violent end wouldn't help him. He was extremely fond of Don Herrera. He couldn't lift a finger against him. "And yet, it was Otavio who knifed Diego," he said. "Lies!" The old man was quivering. "What possible reason?" "Severus Damna." At once Don Herrera blinked. A tic started in his right cheek. "Was that you say? You've heard of Severus Domna, I take it?" The old man nodded. "I've crossed swords with a few members over the years." This interested Bourne greatly. Now he was doubly glad he had chosen not to act. "I have something Severus Domna wants," Bourne said. "Its emissaries have followed me in London, Oxford, elsewhere here. Somehow one of them got to Diego. His assignment was to bring me to the Vesper Club where they were waiting for me. Ottavio found out. He might have acted too hastily, but he was protecting me, I assure you." "You and he know each other?" "We did," Bourne said. "He died yesterday." The old man's face grew hard. "How?" "He was shot by a man employed by Jalal Asai." Don Herrera's head swung around. Life was beginning to bloom on his cheeks. "Asai? He wants the same thing Severus Domna wants." "He's no longer with the group?" "No." Slowly, Bourne became aware of the knife point being withdrawn. "My sincere apologies," the old man said. "I know you must have been proud of Diego." For a time, Don Herrera said nothing. Bourne waved down a waiter and ordered 2 coffees. When cup and saucer were set down in front of Don Herrera, the old man stirred in some sugar, then took a sip, wincing at the taste. "I can't wait to get back to Sevilla." His eyes engaged Bourne's. "Before you go, there is something I must tell you. I used to hold Ottavio Moreno in my arms when I visited his mother. Her name is Tanirt, and she lives in Tenagir." He paused. His gaze was probing, and he was once again his old canny self. "That is where you're headed, isn't it?" Bourne nodded. "Be very careful, senor. Tenagir is the nexus of Severus Domna. Tenagir is where it was born, where it first flourished, due mostly to Jalal Asai's family. But the Asais were split when Jalal's brother turned his back on Severus Domna, uprooted his family, and moved to Bali. That would be Holly's father, Bourne thought. Benjamin el-Arian, whose family coveted Asai's power, used the schism to gain influence. So far as I know, he has been the leader of Severus Domna for some years now. So it's all-out war between Asai and el-Arian." Don Fernando nodded. "From what I've been able to glean, Severus Domna doesn't take kindly to members leaving the fold. Blood in, blood out." He finished off his coffee. "But back to Tenirt. I've known her for a long time. She is, in many respects, the female I've been closest to most of my adult life. And that includes my late wife. I think I should know if she's your mistress." The old man smiled. "Tanirt is a special person, which you will discover for yourself when you speak with her." He leaned forward. "Escúchame, señor. She is the first person you must see when you arrive in Morocco." He scribbled a line on a scrap of paper. "Call her at this number when you arrive. She will be expecting you. Her advice will serve you well, there can be no doubt. She sees all sides of every situation. Am I to believe that she was Gustavo Moreno's mistress? And now she's yours?" "When you meet her, you will understand," Don Fernando said. "But this much I will say. Tanirt is no one's mistress. She is who she is. It is not for any man to have her in that way. She is—" He looked away for a moment. "Wild." Dmitri Maslov received the news that Colonel Boris Karpov was getting a haircut and shave at the Metropole barber shop with cautious optimism. Karpov, also a cautious man, never got his hair cut at the same place. Maslov summoned Oserov, but was informed that Oserov was AWOL, having left Moscow the day before. Maslov, seething, had had enough of Oserov. In fact, He'd only kept him on this long to piss off Arkadin, for whom he harbored both a father's love and a spurned parent's bitter hatred. But Osirov's humiliating failure in Bangalore had sunk him fatally. He had become all but useless to Maslov, having acquired the stink of defeat. "Where did he go?" Maslov inquired of Osirov's assistant. They were standing in the offices, surrounded by Maslov's crew. "Tenegir?" The assistant coughed and licked his dry lips. "Morocco? Why did he go to Morocco?" He didn't tell me." "Did you try to find out?" "How would I do that?" Maslov drew his custom-made Makarov and shot the assistant between the eyes. Then he turned a murderous gaze on each of his men, slowly. The ones closest to him stepped back a pace, as if struck by an invisible blow. "Anyone who thinks he can take a piece without my order, step forward." No one moved. "Anyone who thinks he can disobey an order, step forward." No one breathed. "Yevgeny," he turned to a stocky man with a scar beneath one eye. "Arm yourself and your two best men. You're coming with me." Then he stalked back into his office, went to the cabinet behind his desk, and began to pick through weaponry. If the debacle in Bangalore had taught him anything, it was that if you want to get something difficult done, do it yourself. Times had changed. He knew it, yet he hadn't wanted to believe it. Everything was more difficult than it had been. The government had become aggressively hostile, the Siloviks had run off the more pliable oligarchs, and good people were harder and harder to find. The easy money had been made. Now he had to claw and scratch for every dollar. He was working double the hours just to make the profit he'd made 10 years ago. It was enough to make you weep for lost youth. "The fact of the matter is," he thought as he fitted a suppressor to the muzzle of his Makarov, "it's no fun being a criminal anymore. Now it's work, pure and simple." He'd been reduced to the level of an apparatchik, and he hated it. The new reality was a bitter pill for him to swallow. He was exhausted from trying to keep his head above water, and then, to top it all off, Boris Karpov had become his personal bête noire. Well armed, he slammed the cabinet doors shut. Hefting his Makarov, he discovered a newfound vigor. After so many years behind a desk, it felt good to hit the streets, to take the law into his own hands, to shake it until it went limp and gave up. He felt ready to bite off its head. The Metropole barber shop was situated off the vast marble and ormolu lobby of the Federated Moskva Hotel, an old and venerable establishment located between the Bolshoi Theater and Red Square. The building was so ornate, it seemed at any moment on the verge of imploding from the incrustations of cornices, balustrades, carved stone panels, massive lintels, and projecting parapets. The Metropole was set up with 3 old-fashioned barber's chairs, behind which were a mirrored wall and the cabinets that contained the various implements of the trade: scissors, straight razors, shaving cream machines, tall glass jars of a blue liquid disinfectant, neatly folded towels, combs, brushes, electric hair clippers, canisters of talcum powder, and bottles of bracing aftershave. Currently, all 3 chairs were occupied by clients over whom had been spread black nylon smocks that snapped at the neck. The 2 men at either end were getting their hair cut by barbers in the traditional Metropole white uniforms. The man in the middle, reclining on his chair with a hot towel wrapped around his face, was Boris Karpov. While his barber stropped a straight razor, Karpov whistled an old Russian folk melody he remembered from his childhood. In the background, a dinosaur of a radio played a staticky news report announcing the latest government initiative to combat growing unemployment. 2 men, one young, one old, sat in wooden chairs on the other side of the shop, reading copies of Pravda while waiting their turn. Yevgeny's men had reconnoitered the hotel lobby for 10 minutes, assiduously checking for FSB-2 agents. Finding none, they signaled to their boss. Yevgeny, in a long winter overcoat similar to the ones his men wore, entered the Federated Moskva, along with a family led by an unsmiling in-tourist guide. While the guide led the family to reception, he walked directly to the Metropole, assuring himself that Boris Karpov was, indeed, the man in the center chair getting his face scraped. As soon as the barber lifted the towel from Karpov's face, Yevgeny turned and signaled to his man who was standing by the revolving door. This man in turn signaled Maslov, who got out of the black BMW parked in front of the hotel, went across the sidewalk and up the steps. The moment he appeared through the revolving door, Yevgeny and his men went into action, just as had been planned. The two men stationed themselves on either side of the Metropole entrance. There was no other egress. Yevgeny walked in and, drawing his Makarov pistol, used the barrel to signal to the two men waiting to get the hell out. He swung the muzzle of the Makarov in the general direction of the clients getting their hair cut to keep them and their barbers from moving. He nodded, and Maslov entered. "Karpov, Boris Karpov," Maslov had his Makarov at the ready. "I understand you're looking for me." Karpov opened his eyes. His gaze rested on Maslov a moment. "Shit, this is awkward." Maslov grinned wolfishly. "Only for you." Karpov raised a hand from under his smock. The barber took the edge of the straight razor from his cheek and stepped back. Karpov looked from Maslov to Yevgeny to the two armed men who now appeared in the doorway. "This doesn't look good for me. But if you listen, I think we can work a deal." Maslov laughed. "Listen to this, the incorruptible Colonel Karpov begging for his life." "I'm just being pragmatic," Karpov said. "I'm soon to become the head of FSB too, so why kill me? I'd be an excellent friend to have, don't you agree?" "The only good friend," Maslov said, "is a dead friend." He took aim at Karpov, but before he could squeeze the trigger, an explosion blasted him backward off his feet. A hole had appeared in Karpov's smock from the bullet he had fired. He threw off the smock at the same time as the two other clients, both FSB-2 undercover agents, fired through their smocks. Yevgeny's two men went down. Yevgeny killed one of Karpov's men before Karpov shot him 3 times in the chest. Karpov, his face still covered with shaving cream, walked over to where Maslov lay on the black and white tile floor. "How do you feel?" He aimed his pistol at Maslov's face. "At the end of an era?" Without waiting for a reply, he squeezed the trigger. Moira opened her eyes after what seemed like days or weeks of sleep and saw Berengaria Moreno's face. Berengaria smiled, but it was a smile full of concern. "How do you feel?" "Like I've been hit by a train." Her left leg was in a full cast, suspended by a sling and pulley system, so the lower half was above the level of her head. "You look beautiful, Mommy." Berengaria's voice was light and breezy. She kissed Moira lightly on the mouth. "I have a private ambulance waiting downstairs to take us back to the hacienda. A full-time nurse and a physical therapist have already settled into their guest rooms." "You didn't have to do that." It was a stupid thing to say. Luckily, Berengaria had the good grace to ignore it. "You'll have to get used to calling me Barbara." "I know." Then her tone changed, her voice softened, and she leaned close to Moira. "I was sure I'd never see you again." Which only goes to prove that there are no sure things in life. Berengaria laughed. "God knows." "Barbara?" "Mommy, please. I'll be angry if you think I expect anything. I would do anything for you, including leaving you alone if that's your wish." Moira put her hand against Barbara's cheek. "Right now, all I want is to recover." She sighed deeply. "Barbara, I want to be able to run again." Barbara put her hand over Moira's. "Then you'll make it so. And I'll help you if that is your wish. If not," she shrugged. "Thank you." "Get better, Mommy. That's how you'll thank me." Moira's expression clouded over. "You know, I wasn't lying to Arkadin. Correios has to be dealt with, and the sooner the better. I know. Barbara almost mouthed the words, so softly did she speak. It will take some thought, but the problem will give me something to concentrate on besides my leg. I'm tempted to say just concentrate on getting better, but I know you'll laugh in my face. Moira's expression darkened even further. You're in the wrong business, you know that, don't you? It was my brother's life. I'm tempted to say that it doesn't have to be yours, but I know you'll laugh in my face. Barbara smiled ruefully. God knows there's no escaping family. Absently, she stroked Moira's cast. My brother was good to me. He protected me. He looked out for me when others tried to take advantage of me. She looked into Moira's eyes. He taught me to be tough. He taught me how to hold my head up in the world of men. Without him, I don't know where I'd be. Moira thought about this for some time. One compelling reason to stay with Barbara was so she could convince her to leave her brother's business behind, despite her perceived obligation to him. Moira hadn't been in touch with her own family for years, didn't even know whether her parents were still alive. She wondered if she cared. Her own brother was another matter entirely. She knew where he was, what he was doing, and with whom he associated. She was certain he knew nothing of her. They had severed ties in their early 20s. Unlike with her parents, she felt something for him, but it wasn't good. She took a deep breath and exhaled the stale air of her past. I'm healing faster than the surgeon had expected, and no one thinks more highly of his work than he does. Barbara's eyes twinkled. Well, you know, nothing is as we expect. This time, both women laughed together. Benjamin L. Arian sat behind his desk in his study. He was on the phone with Idir Syphax, the top echelon member of Severus Domna in Tenagir. Syphax had confirmed that both Arkadine and Bourne were on their way to Morocco. El Arian wanted to make certain that every detail he had worked out for their strategy was understood and in place. This was no time for surprises. He had no illusions concerning the nature of the two men. Everything is prepared inside the house? Yes, Idir said in his ear. The system has been checked and rechecked, most recently by me as you requested. Once they're in, they won't be able to get out. We built a better rat trap. A chuckle. That's the size of it. Now El Arian came to the most difficult question. What about the woman? He could not bring himself to utter Tenirt's name. We cannot touch her, of course. The men are terrified of her. With good reason, El Arian thought. Leave her alone, then. I will pray to Allah, Idir said. El Arian was pleased. Pleased also that Willard had actually made good on his end of the bargain. He was about to add a comment when he heard the screech of a car taking off from outside his Georgetown brownstone. Because he was wearing a wireless headphone, he was able to get up, walk across the carpet, and peer through the slats of the wooden shutters without breaking off the call. He saw a bundle lying awkwardly on his front steps, as if it had been dropped there. The cylindrical shape was wrapped up in an old carpet. He estimated the length to be somewhere between 5.5 and 6 feet. While still talking into his mic, he went down the hall, opened his front door, and hauled the carpet into his foyer. He grunted. It was very heavy. The carpet was tied in 3 places with common twine. He went back to his desk, retrieved a folding knife from a drawer, and returned to the foyer. Squatting down, he severed the 3 lengths of twine and unrolled the carpet. This unleashed an unholy stench that caused him to jump back. When he saw the body, when he recognized it, when he realized that it was still alive, he cut short the call. Staring down at Frederick Willard, he thought, Allah preserve me, Jalal Asai has declared war on me. Unlike the deaths of the men he had sent to terminate Asai, this was a personal statement. Setting aside his natural revulsion, he bent over Willard. One eye would not open. The other was so inflamed there was no white at all. I will pray for you, my friend, El Arian said. I have no interest in Allah or in God. Willard's dry, cracked lips scarcely moved, and something terrible must have been done to his throat or vocal cords because his voice was nearly unrecognizable. It sounded like a razor cutting through flesh. The rest is darkness. There's no one left to trust. El-Arian asked him a question, but the answer wasn't forthcoming. Leaning forward, he touched the side of Willard's neck. There was no pulse. El-Arian said a brief prayer, if not for the infidel, then for himself. Book 4 Chapter 28 You seem surprised, Teniert said. Bourne was surprised. He had been expecting a woman of Don Fernando's age, possibly a decade younger. It was difficult to tell precisely, but Teniert seemed to be in her late 30s. This was an illusion, surely. Assuming Ottavio actually was her son, she had to be at least 50. I came to Morocco with no expectations, he said. Liar. Teniert was dark-skinned and dark-haired, with a voluptuous figure that had lost none of its lush ripeness. She carried herself as if she were a princess or a queen, and her huge, liquid eyes seemed to take in everything at once. She studied him for a moment. I see you. Your name is not Adam Stone, she said with utter certainty. Does that matter? Truth is the only thing that matters. My name is Bourne. Not the name you were born with, but the one you go by now. She nodded as if satisfied. Please, give me your hand, Bourne. He had called her the moment he landed in Marrakesh. As Don Fernando had promised, she was expecting him. She had given him directions on where to meet her, a sweets shop in the center of a market on the southern edge of the city. He had found the market without difficulty, parked, and proceeded on foot through a labyrinth of alleys lined with stalls and shops, selling everything from incised leather goods to camel feet. The sweet shop was owned by a wizened Berber who seemed to recognize Bourne on sight. Smiling, he waved him into the interior, which smelled of caramel and roasted sesame seeds. The shop was dark and full of shadows. Nevertheless, Teniert was illuminated, as if from within. Now he offered her his hand, palm up, and she took it. Teniert looked up at him. She wore simple robes, belted at the waist. Nothing was exposed, and yet her sexuality, pulsing with life, seemed utterly revealed to him. She held his hand tenderly, her forefinger lightly tracing the lines on his palm and fingers. You are a Capricorn, born on the last day of the year. Yes. There was no way she could know that, and yet she did. A tingling began in Bourne's toes, percolating up through his body, warming him, drawing him to her, as if she had established an energy link between them. Slightly disturbed, he thought about walking out of the shop, but didn't. You have... She stopped short and put her hand over his, as if trying to block out her sudden vision. What is it? Bourne said. She looked up at him, and at that moment he felt as if he could drown in those eyes. She had not let go of his hand. On the contrary, she held it tightly between her two palms. There was a magnetism about her that was both intensely exciting and intensely disquieting. He felt forces inside him tugging him this way and that, as if in fierce opposition. Do you really want me to tell you? Her voice was that of a trained contralto, deep and rich and sonorous. Even at low volume, it seemed to pierce into every packed corner of the sweets shop. You started this, Bourne pointed out. She smiled, but there was nothing happy in it. Come with me. He followed her to the rear of the shop and out a narrow door. Once again, in the labyrinthine heart of the market, he looked out at a bewildering array of goods and services. Live cocks and velvet-winged bats in cages, cockatoos on bamboo perches, fat fish in tanks of seawater, a butchered lamb skinned and bloody hanging from a hook, A brown hen waddled by, squawking as if being strangled. "Here you see many things, many creatures, but as for people, only Amazighs, only Berbers." Teniert pointed south into the high Atlas. "The town of Tinigir is centered within an 18.5-mile oasis at an altitude of more than 5,000 feet, stretching across a relatively thin wedge of lush wadi between the high Atlas range to the north and the anti-Atlas to the south. It is a homogeneous place. Like the area around it, the town is inhabited by Amazighs. The Romans called us Mazisas, the Greeks Libyans. By whatever name, we are Berbers, indigenous to many parts of North Africa and the Nile Valley. The ancient Roman author Apuleius was actually Berber, as was St. Augustine of Hippo. So was, of course, Septimius Severus, Emperor of Rome. And it was a Berber, Abd ar-Rahman I, who conquered southern Spain and established the Umayyad Caliphate in Córdoba, the heart of what he called Al-Andalus, modern-day Andalusia. She turned to him. "I tell you this so you may better understand what is to come. This is a place of history, of conquest, of great deeds and great men. It is also a place of great energy, a power spot, if you will. It is a nexus point." She took his hand again. "Bourne, you are an enigma," she said softly. "You have a long lifeline, an unusually long lifeline, and yet—" "What is it?" "And yet, you will die here today, or perhaps tomorrow, but certainly within the week." All of Marrakesh appeared to be a souk, all Moroccans vendors of something or other. Everything seemed to be bought and sold from the storefronts and marketplaces that lined the jammed streets and boulevards. Arkadin and Soraya had been observed upon their arrival, which he had expected, but no one approached them and they weren't followed from the airport into the city. This did not reassure him. On the contrary, it made him even more wary. If the Severus Domna agents at the airport hadn't followed them, it was because they had no need to. His conclusion was that the city, probably the entire Ouarzazate region, was swarming with them. Soraya confirmed that opinion when he voiced it. "Makes no sense you being here," she said, inside a taxi that smelled of stewed lentils, fried onions, and incense. "Why are you walking into such an obvious trap?" "Because I can." Arkadin sat with his small suitcase on his lap. Inside was the laptop computer. "I don't believe you. I don't give a shit what you believe." "Another lie. Otherwise I wouldn't be here with you now." He looked at her, shaking his head. "Within 10 minutes I could make you cry out. I could make you forget all your previous lovers. I'm charmed, truly. Mother Teresa, not Mata Hari." He said this with a good measure of disgust, as if her chastity had made him lose respect for her, or at least devalue her. "Do you imagine I care what a piece of shit like you thinks of me?" It was not a question. They bounced around in the back seat for some time. Then he said, as if continuing the previous conversation, "You're here as an insurance policy. You and Bourne have a connection. At the proper time, I mean to make the most of it." Soraya, brooding, was silent for the remainder of the ride. In Marrakesh, Arkadin took her along a warren of streets where Moroccans peered at her, licking their lips as if they were trying to measure the tenderness of her flesh. They were engulfed by the madhouse screeches of the jungle. At length, they entered a stuffy shop that stank of machine oil. A small, bald, mole-like man greeted Arkadin in the obsequious manner of an undertaker, rubbing his hands together and bowing continuously. At the rear of the shop was a small Persian carpet. Lifting this aside, he pulled on a thick metal ring which opened a trap door. Switching on a small flashlight, the mole man descended a metal spiral staircase. At the base, he flicked on a series of fluorescent coils, set into a ceiling so low they were forced to stoop as they crab-walked across the polished floorboards. Unlike the shop above, dusty, packed willy-nilly with all manner of cartons, barrels, and crates, the basement was spotless. Along the walls, portable dehumidifiers hummed quietly alongside a row of air purifiers. The basement was divided into neat aisles sided by long, waist-high cabinets, each with 3 drawers, each one filled with every form of hand weaponry known to modern man. Every weapon was marked and tagged in meticulous fashion. "Well, since you know my stock," the mole man said, "I'll leave you to make your choices. Bring what you want to buy upstairs. I'll provide what ammunition you require, and we'll settle the bill." Arkady nodded absently. He was consumed with passing from one drawer of the arsenal to another, calculating firepower, ease of use, rapidity of fire, and the practicality of weight and size of each weapon. When they were alone, he removed from a drawer what looked to Soraya like a searchlight with a large battery pack underneath it. Turning to her, he shook the searchlight. The battery pack opened and locked into place. The item was a folding machine gun. "I've never seen that before." She was fascinated despite herself. "It's a prototype, not on the market yet. It's a Magpul FMG. Takes standard 9mm Glock ammo, but spits it out a shitload faster than a pistol." He ran his hand down the stubby barrel. "Nice, huh?" Soraya thought it was. She'd dearly like one for herself. Arkady must have recognized the avidity of her gaze. "Here." She took it from him, examined it expertly, broke it down, then put it back together. "Fucking ingenious." Arkady seemed in no hurry to take back the FMG. He seemed to be watching her, but in fact, he was seeing something else. A scene from far away. In St. Petersburg, he'd taken Tracy to her hotel room. She had not asked him to come up, but she hadn't protested when he had. Inside, she put her handbag and key down on a table, walked across the carpet and into the bathroom. She closed the door, but he didn't hear the click of a lock. The river glittered in moonlight, black and thick and full of secrets, like an ancient serpent always half asleep. It was stuffy in the room, so he went to the window and, unlatching it, opened it. A wind, thick as the river and smelling of it, swirled about the room. He turned, looked at the bed, and imagined Tracy there, her nakedness revealed by the moonlight. A tiny sound like a sigh or a catch in the throat caused him to turn around. The bathroom door, unlatched, had opened, and now another swirl of wind pushed it farther, so that a thin wedge of buttery light fell across the carpet. He entered the wedge of light, and his gaze penetrated into the bathroom. He saw Tracy's back, or rather a slice of it, pale and unblemished. Lower was the swell of her buttocks and the deep crease between. The pulse of pleasure in his groin was so extreme it bordered on pain. There was that thing about her, his hatred and his dependence, that made him weak. He despised himself, but he could not help moving toward the door and pushing it farther open. The door, old and peeling, creaked, and Tracy peered at him over her shoulder. Her body was revealed to him in all its glory. She looked at him with a pity and loathing that brought an animal sound to his lips. Hurriedly he pulled the door shut. When she emerged, he could not look at her. He heard her cross the room and close the window. "Where were you brought up?" she said. It was not a question, but a slap in the face. He could not answer her, and for many things. He burned to kill her, to feel the cartilage in her throat rupture beneath the pressure of his fingers, to feel her blood running hotly in his hands. Yet he was bound to her, as she was bound to him. They were locked in hateful orbit, with no possibility of escape. But Tracy did escape, he thought now. Into death. He missed her, hated himself for missing her. She was the only woman who had refused him. Up until now, that is. As his eyes refocused on Soraya folding up the FMG, he felt a premonitory shiver run through him. For a moment he saw her skull, and she looked like death. Then everything snapped back into focus and he could breathe again. Unlike Tracy, her skin was burnished a golden bronze. Like Tracy, she had revealed herself to him when she stripped off the T-shirt he had loaned her to use as a tourniquet for Moira's thigh. She had heavy breasts, the nipples dark and erect. He could see them now, beneath her top, see them as clearly as if she were still half naked. "It's because you can't have me," Soraya said as if reading his mind. "On the contrary, I could have you right now." "Rape me, you mean?" "Yes. If you were going to," she said, turning her back on him, "you would have already." He came up behind her and said, "Don't tempt me." She whirled around. "Your rage is toward men, not women." He glared at her, unmoving. "You get off on killing men and seducing women, but rape? You'd no more consider raping a woman than I would." His mind raced back to his hometown of Nizhny Tagil, where he had briefly become a member of Stas Kuzin's gang, rounding up girls off the streets to stock Kuzin's savage brothel. Night after night he'd heard the girls' screams and cries as they were raped and beaten. In the end, he'd killed Kuzin and half his gang. "Rape is for animals," he said in a thick voice. "I'm not an animal. That's your life. The struggle to be a man, not an animal." He looked away. "Did Treadstone do this to you?" He laughed. "Treadstone was the least of it. It was everything that happened before, everything I tried to forget." "Curious. For Bourne, it's just the opposite. His struggle is to remember." "He's lucky, then," Arkadin snarled. "It's a great pity you're enemies." "God made us enemies." Arkadin took the weapon from her. "A god named Alexander Conklin." "Do you know how to die, Bourne?" Tanert whispered. "You were born on Siwa's day, the last day of the month, which is both the ending and the beginning. Do you understand? You are destined to die and be born again." This was what Suparwita had told him only days ago in Bali. "I've died once," he said, "and was reborn." "Flesh, flesh, only flesh," she muttered, and then, "This is different." Tanert said this with a force he felt through every fiber of his being. He leaned toward her, the promise of her thighs and her breasts drawing him into her orbit. He shook his head. "I don't understand." Her hands gripped him, pulling him even closer. "There is only one way to explain." She turned and led him back into the sweets shop. In the far corner she pushed several fragrant bales out of the way, revealing a wooden staircase, full of dust and crystals of palm sugar. They ascended to an upper floor that was, or until recently had been, someone's living quarters. The owner's daughter, judging by the posters of film and rock stars on the walls. It was brighter up here, the windows bringing in blinding sunlight, but it was also as hot as a fever. Tanert appeared unaffected. In the center of the floor, she turned to him. "Tell me, Bourne, what do you believe in?" He did not answer. "The hand of God? Fate? Destiny? Any of those things?" "I believe in free will," he said at last, "and the ability to make one's own choices without interference, either by organizations or by fate, whatever you want to call it." "In other words, you believe in chaos because man doesn't control anything in this universe." "Well, that would mean I'm helpless." "I'm not." "So neither law nor chaos." She smiled. "Yours is a special path, the path between, where no one before you has gone." I'm not sure I'd put it that way. Of course you wouldn't. You're not a philosopher. How would you put it? Where's this going, he said. Always the soldier, the impatient soldier, Teniert said. Death. It's going toward the nature of your death. Death is the end of life, Bourne said. What else is there to know about its nature? She went to one of the windows and opened it. Tell me, please, how many of the enemy can you see? Bourne stood beside her, feeling her intense warmth as if she were an engine that had been running at speed for a long time. From this lofty vantage point, he could see a fair number of streets and observe their occupants. Somewhere between 3 and 9. It's difficult to be precise, he said after several minutes. Which one will kill me? None of them. Then it will be Arkadin. Teniert cocked her head. This man Arkadin will be the herald, but he won't be the one who kills you. Bourne turned to her. Then who? Bourne, do you know who you are? He had been with her long enough to know that he wasn't expected to answer. Something happened to you, Teniert said. You were one person. Now you're two. She put the flat of her hand on his chest, and his heart seemed to skip a beat, or more accurately, to race past it. He gave a little gasp. These two people are incompatible, in every way incompatible. Therefore there is a war inside you, a war that will lead to your death. Teniert, she raised the hand that had been on his chest, and he felt as if he had sunk into a bog. The herald, this man Arkadin, will arrive in Tenegir with the one who will kill you. It is someone you know, perhaps very well. It is a woman. Moira? Is her name Moira? Teniert shook her head. An Egyptian. Soraya. That doesn't seem possible. Teniert smiled her enigmatic smile. This is the conundrum, Bourne. One of you can't believe it is possible, but the other one knows that it is possible. For the first time in Bourne's memory, he felt truly helpless. What am I to do? Teniert took his hand in hers. How you react, what you do, will determine whether you live or die. Chapter 29. Happy birthday, M. Errol Danziger said when he reached Bud Halliday by phone. My birthday was months ago, the Secretary of Defense said. What do you want? I'm waiting in my car downstairs. I'm busy. Not for this. There was something in Danziger's voice that stopped Halliday from blowing him off. Halliday called his assistant and told him to clear his calendar for the next hour. Then he grabbed his overcoat and took the stairs down. As he walked across the White House grounds, the guards and Secret Service agents nodded to him deferentially. He smiled at the ones he knew by name. Climbing into the back of Danziger's car, he said, "This better be good." "Trust me," Danziger said. "It's better than good." 20 minutes later, the car pulled up at 1910 Massachusetts Avenue, southeast. Danziger, who was sitting nearer the curb, stepped out and held the door open for his boss. Building 27, Halliday said as he and Danziger trotted up the steps of one of the modern brick buildings in the General Health Campus complex. Who died? Building 27 housed the office of the district's chief medical examiner. Danziger laughed. A friend of yours. They passed through 2 levels of security and took the oversized stainless steel-clad elevator down to the basement. The elevator reeked of bleach and a sickly sweet smell Halliday was loath to identify. They were expected. An assistant coroner, a slight, bespectacled man with a nose like a beak and a dour demeanor, nodded to them, guiding them through the cold room. He stopped 3/4 of the way down the bank of stainless steel doors, opened one, and slid out a corpse on a tray. A sheet was pulled up over the face. At Danziger's signal, the assistant coroner peeled back the sheet. "Mary, Mother of God," Halliday said. "Is that Frederick Willard?" "None other." Danziger looked as if he was about to break into a jig of joy. Halliday took a step closer. He pulled out a small mirror and stuck it under Willard's nostrils. No breath. He turned to the assistant coroner. "What the hell happened to him?" "Difficult to say at this time," the man said. "So many things, so little time." "The gist," Halliday said shortly. "Torture." Halliday had to laugh. He looked at Danziger. "Damn ironic, isn't it?" "That's how it struck me." At that moment, the secretary's PDA buzzed. He drew it out and looked at it. He was needed at the White House. Rather than the Oval Office, the president was in the War Room, 3 levels down below the West Wing. Vast computer screens ringed the room, in the center of which was an oval table outfitted with all the accoutrements of 12 virtual offices. When Bud Halliday arrived, the president was chairing a meeting with Hendricks, the National Security Advisor, and Bray and Findley, the respected heads of the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. From their grim expressions, it was clear there was an emergency brewing. "Glad you could make it, Bud," the president said, waving Halliday to a chair on the opposite side of the table. "What's happened?" Halliday said. "Something's come up," Findley said, "and we'd value your advice on how to proceed." "A terrorist attack on one of our overseas bases?" "Rather closer to home." Hendricks appeared to be taking point. Reversing a dossier in front of him, he slid it across the table to Halliday. He spread his hands. "Please." Halliday opened the dossier and was confronted with a photo of Jalal Asai. He stayed very calm, was pleased to see that his hand was steady as it turned the onion skin pages of the file. When he was certain he had himself perfectly under control, he raised his gaze. "Why are we looking at this man?" "We have information linking him to the torture and murder of Frederick Willard." "Evidence?" "As yet, no," Findley said. "But we have every indication that it will be forthcoming," Hendricks said. "Do you want me to buy the bridge, too?" Halliday said caustically. "What's disturbing, Mr. Secretary, is that this man Asai has flown beneath our radar, even though he represents a clear and present national security threat." This from Findley again. Halliday tapped the dossier. "There is intel here on Asai going back years. How could we not—" "That's the question we need answered, Bud," the president said. Halliday cocked his head. "Well, I mean to say, where did this intel come from?" "Not from your farm, clearly," Bray said. "Nor from yours," Halliday shot back. He looked from one face to another. "You're not thinking of pinning this oversight on my people." "It wasn't an oversight," Findley said. "At least not an oversight on our part." There was a strange silence in the room, which was finally broken by the president. "Bud, we thought you'd be more forthcoming." "Shit, I didn't," Bray said. When confronted by the evidence, Hendricks added. "Evidence of what?" Halliday said. "There's nothing I have to explain or apologize for." "You all owe me $100 apiece," Bray said with a smirk. Halliday glared at him with naked rage. Hendricks picked up the phone, spoke a few words into the receiver, then set it down. "For God's sake, Bud," the president said, "you're making this damnably difficult." "What is this?" Halliday stood up. "An inquisition?" "Well, you haven't helped yourself." There was deep sadness in the president's voice. "Last chance." Halliday, standing as rigid as a war veteran's statue, ground his teeth in fury. Then the door to the war room opened, and in walked the twins, Michelle and Mandy. Their eyes were laughing. At him. Christ, he thought. Jesus Christ. "Be seated, Mr. Secretary." The president's voice had turned so full of suppressed anger and a sense of personal betrayal, it sent a shiver down Halliday's spine. With a sinking heart, he did as he was ordered. Ahead of him stretched the long, humiliating road to disgrace and ruin. Listening to the tapes the twins had made of his conversations with Jalal Asai in the hideaway apartment, he wondered whether he had the courage to retreat to a quiet, private place and blow his brains out. Osirov arrived in Morocco with his face swathed in bandages. In Marrakesh, he found a shop where they made a wax impression and, from this template, a latex mask, white as starlight, that fit over his ruined face. Its terrible, cold stoicism belied the raging torment beneath, but he was grateful for the anonymity it afforded him. He bought a heavy black and brown striped hooded thobe to conceal his head and the top part of his face. With it on, the hood cast the rest of his face in deep shadow. After a brief meal, which he wolfed down without tasting, he wasted no time renting a car and planning out his route. Then he set out for Tenagir. Idir Syphax went slowly and methodically through the house in central Tenagir. He moved from shadow to shadow like a wraith or a dream, soundlessly, light as air. Idir had been born and raised in the high Atlas region of Ouarzazate. He was used to winter's cold and snow. He was known as the man who brings ice to the desert, which meant that he was special. Like Tenirt, the local Berbers were afraid of him. Idir was slim and well-muscled, with a wide mouth of large white teeth and a nose like the prow of a ship. His head and neck were swathed in the traditional blue Berber scarf. He wore robes of a blue and white check. On the outside, the house was identical to its neighbors. Inside, however, it was built like a fortress, the rooms a set of nesting boxes protecting at its heart the keep. The walls were constructed of solid concrete reinforced with steel rods. The heartwood doors had 2-inch thick metal cores, rendering them impervious to even semi-automatic fire. There were 2 separate electronic security systems to get through. Motion detectors in the outer rooms and infrared heat detectors in the inner ones. Idir's family had deep ties with the Atanas reaching back centuries. The Atanas had founded the Munition Club as a way for the Severus Domna to come together in various cities across the globe without attracting attention or using the group's real name. To the outside world, the Munition Club was a philanthropic organization involved in the advancement of anthropology and ancient philosophies. It was a hermetically sealed world in which the Sub Rosa members of the group could move, meet, compare work, and plan initiatives. Idir had had his own ideas about power and succession, but before he could act, Benjamin El Arian had moved into the power vacuum created when Jalal Asai's brother had decamped. Now that Jalal Asai had shown his true colors, the Asai family was dead and buried as far as Severus Domna was concerned. His defection had occurred on El Arian's watch. Idir had already had several conversations with Marlon Itana, the organization's top-ranking member in Europe. Together, he had told Itana, they were more than a match for Benjamin El Arian. Itana wasn't so sure, but then years in the West had made Itana cautious, timid even, in Idir's opinion. Not desirable traits in a leader. He had plans for Severus Domna, big plans, beyond the scope of anything El Arian or Itana could conceive of. He had tried negotiations, reason, and finally appealing to the vanity and ego of the leaders. All to no avail. That left only the path of violence. Satisfied with his final inspection, he locked up the house and walked away. But not too far. The show was about to begin, and he had reserved for himself a front-row seat. The moment Arkadin had acted on his suspicions, The moment he had sliced through the tendons at the back of Moira's knee, the ideal of his sojourn in Sonora was shattered. He saw it for the illusion it was. Not for him the slow pace and hot sun, the slinky dancers and the sad rancheras. His life led elsewhere. From that time forward, he couldn't wait to leave Mexico. He had been bitterly betrayed. Sonora had held up to him the mirror of his life, the life to which he was bound no matter how much he might long to leave it. In Morocco, he was back in his element, a shark moving through deep and dangerous waters. But for thousands of years, sharks have been bred to survive dark and dangerous waters. So too, Leonid Arkadin. Armed and never more dangerous, he drove out of Marrakesh with Soraya, a woman he found perplexingly complicated. Until he had been gulled by Tracy, he had been used to dominating women in every sense imaginable. Conveniently forgotten was his own mother, who had controlled him completely by keeping him locked in a closet where rats had eaten 3 of his toes before he fought back, first by ragefully biting off their heads, then by killing his mother. He despised her so thoroughly that he had expunged her from both his consciousness and his memory. What glimpses remained were scenes from a cheap and grainy film he had seen when young. And yet it had been his mother who had led him to view women through a particular lens. He flirted relentlessly. He felt only contempt for those who succumbed to his masculine charms. These he chewed up and threw away the moment he became bored with them. On those rare occasions when he encountered resistance, Tracy, Devra, the DJ he had met in Sevastopol, and now Soraya, he reacted differently, less surely, and doubt in himself had crept in like a fog, resulting in failure. He had failed to see through Tracy's facade. He had failed to protect Devra, and with Soraya, he didn't yet know, but he could not stop thinking about what she had said about his life being a struggle to be a man, not an animal. There was a time when he would have laughed at anyone who made such an accusation, but something had changed in him. For better or for worse, he had become self-aware, and this self-awareness lent him the certainty that what she said wasn't an accusation at all, but a statement of fact. All this went through his mind as he and Soraya drove to Tenagir. It had been chilly enough in Marrakesh, but here in the snowbound high Atlas an icy wind knifed through the canyons, flooding the wadi with frozen air. "We're coming to the end of the road," he said. Soraya did not reply. She hadn't said a word for the entire car ride. "Have you nothing more to say?" His tone was deliberately mocking, but she just smiled at him and looked out the window. This abrupt change in her demeanor disturbed him, but he was unsure what to do about it. He couldn't seduce her, and he couldn't browbeat her. What was left? Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the tall figure, too tall to be Berber, in a black and brown striped thobe. The hood shadowed his face, but as the car moved past, he could see that there was no disfigurement. The figure moved with Osirov's gait, but how could it be him? "Soraya, do you see that man in the black and brown thobe?" She nodded. He stopped the car. "Get out here and approach him. Do whatever you have to do. I want you to find out if he's Russian, and if he is, whether his name is Osirov, Yelachislav Germanovich Osirov. And I'll be sitting right here watching. If it's Osirov, give me a signal," he said, "so I can kill him." She gave him an enigmatic smile. "I was wondering when I'd see it again." "What?" "Your rage. You don't know what Osirov has done. You don't know what he's capable of." "Doesn't matter." She opened the door and climbed out. "I've seen what you're capable of." Soraya carefully picked her way through the teeming street toward the tall man in the black and brown thobe. The key for her, she knew, was to remain calm and to keep her wits about her. Arkadin had outmaneuvered her once. She wasn't going to get caught out like that again. There were a number of times during the drive to Tenagir when she had calculated she had a chance of escaping, but for two reasons she never made the move. The first was that she had no real confidence that she could elude Arkady. The second, and more important, was that she had vowed to herself that she would not abandon Jason. He had saved her life more than once. No matter what malicious stories recirculated within CI about him, she knew she could count on him for anything and everything. Now that his life was in imminent danger, she would not run away and hide. More to the point, she had to do something to change Arkadin's immediate trajectory. Approaching the man, she began to speak to him in Egyptian-inflected Arabic. At first, he ignored her. It was possible that in the street hubbub he did not hear her, or thought she was speaking to someone else. She moved around so that she stood squarely in front of him. She spoke to him again. He kept his head slightly lowered and did not respond. "I need some help. Do you understand English?" she said. When he shook his head, she shrugged, turned, and made to walk away. She whirled around and said in Russian, "I recognize you, Vyacheslav Germanovich." His head came up. "Aren't you a colleague of Leonid's?" "You're a friend of Arkadin's?" His voice was thick and clotted, as if there was something in his throat he hadn't completely swallowed. "Where is he?" "Right over there," she pointed to the car, sitting behind the wheel. Everything happened at once. Soraya backpedaled. Osirov swung around in a semi-crouch. Beneath the thobe, he had concealed an AK-47 assault rifle. In one fluid motion, he raised the AK-47, aimed it, and fired at the car. People, screaming, scattered in every direction. Osirov kept firing as he advanced across the street, drawing closer and closer to the car, shuddering on its shocks as it was sprayed with bullets. When he came abreast of the car, he stopped. He tried to open the driver's door, but it was so distorted it would not budge. Cursing, he reversed the AK-47, using the butt to knock out what was left of the window. He peered inside. It was empty. Whirling, he leveled the AK-47 at Soraya. "Where is he? Where is Arkadin?" Soraya saw Arkadin slither out from beneath the car, rise up and wrap his arm around Osirov's neck. He pulled backward with such force that Osirov's feet left the ground. Osirov tried to slam the rifle's butt into Arkadin's ribcage, but Arkadin eluded each attack. Osirov whipped his head back and forth in an attempt to keep Arkadin from gaining a stranglehold. As he did so, his mask began to slip. Becoming aware of this, Arkadin ripped it off, revealing the swollen, hideously disfigured face beneath. Soraya crossed the now empty street, approaching the two antagonists with slow, deliberate steps. Osirov dropped the AK-47 and drew out a wicked-looking dirk. Soraya could see that it was out of Arkadin's line of sight. He was unaware that Osirov was about to plunge it into his side. Arkadin, absorbed in his life-or-death struggle with his hated enemy, breathed in the stench of an open sewer and realized that it was coming from Osirov, as if the people he had murdered had clawed their way out of the ground, twining about him like deeply rooted vines. Osirov seemed to be rotting from the inside out. Arkadin pulled him tighter as Osirov continued to struggle, continued to try to find a way out of the vice he was in. But once engaged, neither of them would let go or relinquish a hold on the other, as if their epic struggle was of one person becoming two. Two people fighting for dominion, battling in the abyss of unthinking and unreasoning rage. The conflict was not only against Osirov's crimes, but against Arkadin's own inhumane past, a past he daily tried to shove out of his mind, to bury as deeply as he could, and yet, zombified, it kept rising from its grave. "That's your life," Soraya had said, "the struggle to be a man, not an animal." Figures in his past had conspired to break him down, to reduce him to an animal. His one chance at being something more had arrived in the guise of Tracy Atherton. Tracy had taught him many things, but in the end she had betrayed him. He had wished her dead, and now she was dead. Osirov, his enemy, embodied everyone and everything that had ever conspired against him, and now he had him. Now he was slowly, inexorably squeezing the life out of him. His attention was suddenly drawn to a movement glimpsed from the corner of his eye. Soraya was sprinting the last 15 feet that separated them. She struck Osirov a blow on his left wrist that paralyzed his hand. Arkadin saw the dirk as it fell at Osirov's feet. For a frozen instant, he stared into Soraya's eyes. A secret, silent communication passed between them and then, in a flash, vanished, never to be spoken of or referred to aloud. Arkadin, his heart seething with a rage that had been building for years, slammed the heel of his hand against the side of Osirov's head. The head jerked hard to the right against the wall of Arkadin's encircling arm. The vertebrae cracked. Osirov spasmed like an insane marionette. His fingernails clawed at Arkadin's forearm, drawing rivulets of blood. He bellowed like a buffalo, and for an instant his strength was so great that he almost broke away. Then Arkadin cracked his neck again, harder this time, and whatever burst of energy was left in Osirov drained into the gutter. Osirov gave a terrible, soft cry. He tried to say something that seemed vitally important to him, but all that escaped his mouth was his tongue and a gout of blood. Still, Arkadin would not let him go. He continued to slam the side of his head as if the neck had not already sustained multiple fractures. "Arkadin," Soraya said softly, "he's dead." He stared at her, the light of madness in his eyes. Her hands were on him, trying to pry Osirov away from him, but he could feel nothing. It was as if his nerve endings were locked within the last moments of the struggle, as if his will to destroy Osirov would not terminate, would not allow him to let go. And he thought, if I keep hold of him, I'll be able to kill him again and again. Gradually, however, the hurricane of emotion began to ebb. He felt Soraya's hands on him. Then he heard her voice repeating, "He's dead." And at last, he unwound his arm. The corpse collapsed into a grotesque heap. He looked down at Osirov's ruined face and felt neither triumph nor satisfaction. He felt nothing at all. Empty. There was nothing inside him, just the abyss growing darker and deeper. Punching a code on his cell phone, he walked to the rear of the car. He unlocked the trunk and took out the laptop in its protective case. Looking around, Soraya could see a number of men in their Berber robes. They had been watching from the shadows. The moment Osirov slid to the ground, they began to converge on the car. "It's Severus Domna," Soraya said. "They're coming for us." At that moment, a car screeched to a halt beside them. Arkadin opened the rear door. "Get in," he commanded, and she obeyed. Arkadin slid in beside her, and the car took off. There were 3 men inside, all heavily armed. Arkadin spoke to them in rapid, idiomatic Russian, and Soraya remembered their exchange in Puerto Penasco. "What do you want from me now?" she had asked Arkadin, and he had answered, "The same thing you want from me. Destruction." Then she heard the words scorched earth and knew that he had come to Tenagir prepared to wage war. Chapter 30. Bourne arrived in Tenagir armed with the knowledge Tenirt had given him. Inevitably, he was drawn to the crowd around the bullet-riddled car. The dead man was unrecognizable. Nevertheless, because of the severely burn-scarred face, he knew it must be Osirov. There were no police around the body or, indeed, anywhere in the area. But there were plenty of Severus Domna soldiers, which in this area probably amounted to the same thing. No one had made a motion to do anything about the corpse. Flies buzzed in ever-increasing swarms, and the stench of death was beginning to spread like an airborne disease. Bourne passed the scene by, got out of his car several blocks away, and proceeded on foot. What Tenirt had said had changed his plan, and not, he felt, for the better. But he had no choice. She had made that quite clear. And so he looked up. The sky was the pale and abandoned color it often is at 5 a.m, though it was now deep in the afternoon. Instead of heading toward the address he had been given, the Severus Domna house, he searched for a cafe or restaurant, and, finding one, entered it. He sat down at a table facing the front and ordered a plate of couscous and whiskey Berber, which was mint tea. He waited with one leg crossed over the other, emptying his mind, thinking of Soraya and nothing else. The small glass had been placed before him, the fragrant tea poured from a height without a drop spilled when he saw the Russian glance in as he walked slowly by. It wasn't Arkadin, but it was a Russian. Bourne could tell by his features and the way he used his eyes, which was neither Berber nor Muslim. This told him a number of things, none of them helpful. The couscous came, but he was without an appetite. Soraya entered the cafe first, but Arkadin wasn't far behind. He expected Soraya to have a haunted look, but she didn't, and Bourne wondered whether he had underestimated her. If so, it would be the day's first positive sign. Soraya picked her way through the cafe and sat down without saying a word. For some moments, Arkadin remained in the doorway, watching everything. Bourne began to eat his couscous with his right hand, which was the custom. His left hand lay in his lap. "How are you?" he said. "Fucked?" He gave her a thin smile. "How many men does he have with him?" She appeared surprised. 3. Arkadin came toward them. On the way, he picked up a chair from an adjacent table and sat down on it. "How's the couscous?" "Not bad," Bourne said. He pushed the plate across the table. Arkadin used the ends of the fingers of his right hand to taste the couscous. He nodded, licked off the oil, and wiped his fingers on the tabletop. Arkadin hunched forward. "We've been chasing each other a long time." Bourne took the plate back. "And now here we are. Cozy as 3 bugs in a Moroccan carpet." Bourne took up his fork. "It wouldn't be a good idea to shoot with the gun you have aimed at me under the table." A flicker passed across Arkadin's face. "It's not for you to decide, is it?" "That's a matter of opinion. I have a Beretta 8000 loaded with 357 hollow points aimed at your balls." A black expression was erased by Arkadin's harsh laugh. It sounded to Bourne as if he had never really learned how to laugh. "Bugs in a carpet, indeed," Arkadin said. "Besides," Bourne said, "with me dead, you'll never get out of that house alive." "I think otherwise." Bourne buried the tines of the fork in a mound of couscous. "Listen to me, Leonid. There are other forces at work here, forces neither you nor I can handle." "I can handle anything, and I brought allies." "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," Bourne said, quoting an Arab proverb. Arkadin's eyes narrowed. "What are you suggesting?" "We are the only 2 graduates of Treadstone. We were trained for situations like this. But the 2 of us are not exactly alike. Mirror images, perhaps." "You've got 10 seconds. Get to the fucking point." "Together we can beat Severus Domna." Arkadin snorted. "You're out of your mind." "Think about it. Severus Domna brought us here. It has prepared the house for us, and it believes that when we come together, one of us will wind up killing the other. And then everything goes according to its plan." Bourne waited a moment. "Our only chance is to do the unexpected." "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Bourne nodded. "Until he's not." Arkadin placed the magpul he had been holding onto the table, and Bourne set down the Beretta that Tanert had given him. "We're a team," Bourne said. "The 3 of us." Arkadin glanced briefly at Soraya. "Spit it out, then." "First and foremost," Bourne said, "is a man named Idir Syphax." The house crouched in the middle of the block, its flanks rubbing up against those of its neighbors. Night had fallen, swift and complete, like a hood thrown over a head. All around the valley the mountains were pitch black. A bitter wind, knifing through the town, hurried snow crystals or grains of sand across streets and down alleys. The light from the stars was hallucinatory. Idir Syphax was crouched on a rooftop across the street from the rear of the house. Flanking him were 2 Severus Domna sharpshooters, their Sacco TRG-22 rifles aimed and ready. Idir watched the house as if waiting for his daughter to come home, as if feeling the danger of unknown places spreading its wings, as if the house itself were his child. And in a way it was. He had designed the house with advice from Tenirt. "I want to build a fortress," he had told her. And she had said, "You cannot do better than to follow the plan of the great temple of Baal. It was the greatest fortress known to man." After scrutinizing what she had drawn for him, he had agreed, and he himself had helped to build it. Every board, every nail, every length of rebar, every form of concrete bore the tattoo of his sweat. The house was invented not for people, but for a thing, an idea, an ideal even. Anyway, something intangible. In that sense, it was a sacred place, as sacred as any mosque. It was the beginning of all things, and the end, Alpha and Omega, a cosmos unto itself. Idir understood this, but others in Severus Domna did not. For Benjamin El Arian, the house was a Venus flytrap. For Marlon Itana, it was a means to an end. In any event, for them both, the house was a dead thing, a pack animal at best. It was not holy, it was not a gateway to the divine. They did not understand that Tenirt had chosen the spot, using the ancient incantation she possessed, and he coveted. He had once asked her what language she was chanting. It was Ugaritic. She said it was spoken by the alchemists of King Solomon's court in what is now Syria. That was why she had placed the statue in the very center of the house, the space from which its holiness emanated. He'd had to have it smuggled in because any statues of this sort were strictly forbidden by Sharia. And of course, neither Benjamin El Arian nor Marlon Itana knew of its existence. They'd have had him burned alive as a heretic. But if Tenirt had taught him anything, it was that there were ancient forces, perhaps mysteries was a better term, that had preceded religion, any religion, even Judaism, which were all the inventions of mankind in attempts to come to terms with the terror of death. The origins of the mysteries, Tenirt had told him, were divine, which according to her had nothing to do with man's conception of God. "Did Baal exist?" she had asked rhetorically. "I doubt it, but something did." Save for the wind, the night was still. He knew they were coming, but he didn't know from where. All attempts to follow them had ended in failure. A failure, he told himself, that was not unexpected. On the other hand, there had been attraction. Arkadin's 3 men had been neutralized at the sacrifice of 4 of his own. These Russians were fierce warriors. Not that it mattered. Arkadin would not gain entrance no matter what he tried. All houses had vulnerabilities that could serve as points of entrance. Sewers, for instance, or drains, or the place where the electrical lines came in. Because this house was not designed for people, there were no sewers. Because there was no heating or cooling, no refrigerators or ovens to drain electricity, all the electrical systems ran off a giant generator in a shielded room within the house. There was literally no way into the house that wouldn't set off the various alarms, which would in turn trip other security measures. His son Bodis had wanted to come, but of course Idir wouldn't hear of it. Bodis still asked about Tenirt, even though at 11 he was old enough to know better. Bodis remembered only when Tenirt loved his father, or at least said she loved him. Now she engendered in Idir a bone-deep terror that invaded his nights, his very sleep, shattering it with unspeakable nightmares. It had all gone wrong when he had asked her to marry him and she had denied him. "Is it because you don't believe I love you?" he had said. "I know you love me. It's because of my son. You think that because I love Bodis more than anything I can't make you happy. It isn't your son. Then what?" "If you have to ask," she had said, "then you will never understand." That's when he had made his fatal mistake. He had confused her with other women. He had tried to coerce her, but the more he threatened her, the larger her stature seemed to grow, until she filled his entire living room, asphyxiating him with her presence. And, gasping, he had fled his own home. The sounds of the bolt-action sockos brought his mind back into focus. He peered through the darkness, Was that a shadow flitting across the rooftop of the house? His sharpshooters thought so. In the hallucinatory moonlight there was a blur, then nothing. Utter stillness. And then out of the corner of his eye the shadow moved again. His heart leapt. His order for them to fire was already on his lips when from behind him he heard his name being called. He whirled to see Leonid Arkadin standing spread-legged, an odd-looking boxy weapon in his hand. "Surprise," Arkadin said, and promptly shot off 2 sharp bursts from the magpool that took off the heads of the sharpshooters. They folded like marionettes. "You do not frighten me," Idir said. His face and robes were soaked with the blood and brains of his men. "I have no fear of death." "For yourself, perhaps." Arkadin motioned with his head, and the woman, Soraya Moore, appeared out of the shadows. Idir gasped. She herded Badis in front of her. "Papa!" Badis made a lunge toward his father, but Soraya caught him by the material at the back of his neck and jerked him back to her. "Papa! Papa!" A look of terrible despair crossed Idir's dark face. "Idir," Arkadin commanded, "throw your men over the parapet." Idir looked at him for a moment, dumbstruck. "Why?" "So your men will know what happened up here, so they will fear the consequences of their actions." Idir shook his head. Arkadin strode over to Badis and stuck the blunt barrel of the magpool into his mouth. "I pulled the trigger, and even his own mother won't recognize him." Idir blanched, then glowered impotently. He bent and picked up one of the sharpshooters, but there was so much blood the corpse slipped out of his hands. Badis stared, wide-eyed and shivering. Gathering the corpse to him, Idir rolled it onto the parapet. When he dropped it over the edge, they heard the sound it made, smacking against the street. Badis shuddered. Quickly now, Idir dumped the second corpse down onto the street. Again, that thick, almost viscous sound made Badis jump. Arkadin gestured. Soraya dragged the struggling boy to the edge of the roof and pushed his head over the side. Idir made a move toward his son, but Arkadin waggled the magpool, shaking his head. "So you see, death has many aspects," Arkadin said. "And eventually fear comes to us all." And so at last the knives came fully out of their sheaths. Bourne came down off the roof when he heard the 2 shots, and now as he saw Arkadin push Idir's Syphax along in front of him, he came to meet them. Bourne and Arkadin stared at each other as if they were opposing agents about to exchange prisoners at the edge of no man's land. "Soraya," Bourne said. "On the rooftop with the boy," Arkadin said. "You didn't hurt him?" Arkadin glanced at Idir, then shot Bourne a disgusted look. "If I had to, I would have." "That wasn't our deal." "Our deal," Arkadin said tersely, "was to get this job done." Idir fidgeted in the tense silence, his eyes darting from one man to the other. "You two need to get your priorities straight." Arkadin struck him across the face. "Shut the fuck up!" At length, Bourne handed Arkadin the laptop and its protective case. Then he took hold of Idir and said, "You'll lead us inside. You'll be the first through every barrier, electronic or otherwise." He produced his cell phone. "I'm in constant touch with Soraya. Anything goes wrong." He waggled the cell. "I understand." Idir's voice was dull, but his eyes burned with hatred and rage. He led them around to the front door, which he unlocked with a pair of keys. The moment they entered, he punched a code into a keypad set into the wall to the left of the door. Silence. A dog barked unnaturally loud in the night, and in that highly charged atmosphere, moonlight seemed to strike the house with the sound of sleet. Idir coughed and turned on the lights. "Motion detectors come first, then the infrareds." He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a small remote control. "I can turn them both off from here." "Without the generator, everything goes down," Bourne said. "Take us to it." But when Idir started in one direction, Bourne said, "Not that way." A look of terror crossed Idir's face. "You've been talking to Tenirt." Breathing her name, he shuddered. "If you know the way," Arkadin said irritably, "what the fuck do we need him for?" "He knows how to shut down the generator without blowing the building to bits." That sobering news shut Arkadin up for the moment. Idir reversed directions, taking them on a route that skirted the outer rooms. They came to the first motion detector, its red eye blank and dark. They passed it, Idir going first as usual. They reached a door and Idir unlocked it. Another corridor unfolded like a fan, turning first this way then that. Bourne was put in mind of the chambers of the Great Pyramids in Giza. Another door loomed before them. This too Idir unlocked. Another corridor, shorter this time and perfectly straight. They passed no doors. The walls were unadorned, stuccoed a neutral color that looked like flesh. The corridor ended at a third door, this one made of steel. They went through this. Ahead could be dimly seen a spiral staircase descending into darkness. "Turn on the lights," Arkadin ordered. "There is no electricity down there," Idir said. "Only torches." Arkadin lunged at him, but Bourne blocked his path. "Keep him away from me," Idir said. "He's a lunatic." They started down the staircase, unwinding into the darkness. At the bottom, Idir lit a reed torch. He handed this to Bourne and reached into a niche in the wall where a wrought iron basket contained a clutch of torches. He lit a second one. "Where are the alarm systems?" Bourne asked. "Too many animals down here," Idir said. Arkadin glanced around at the bare, poured concrete floor, which smelled of dust and dried droppings. "What kind of animals?" Idir pushed forward. In the flickering torchlight, the lower levels seemed immense. There was nothing to see but flames crackling in the darkness. The smoke thickened the airless atmosphere. All at once they found themselves in a narrow passage. Within 40 paces it began to curve, and they followed it around to the right. Once again the walls were doorless, completely blank. The passage kept curving. It seemed to Bourne that they were in a spiral, moving in ever-narrowing concentric circles, and he guessed they were approaching the heart of the building. An unseen weight seemed to press down on them, making breathing difficult, as if they had plunged under a deep subterranean lake. At last, the corridor ended, opening out into a room roughly in the shape of a pentangle, inasmuch as it had 5 sides. There was a deep pulsing, like the thrum of a gigantic heart. It filled the room, the vibration stirring the thick air. "There it is." Idir nodded toward what seemed like a chunky plinth in the center of the room. On it stood a black basalt statue of the ancient god Baal. Arkadin whirled on Idir. "What kind of crap is this?" Idir took a step toward Bourne. "The generator is under the statue." Arkadin sneered. "All this idiotic mumbo-jumbo." "The missing set of instructions is hidden inside the statue." "Ah, that's more like it." As Arkadin picked his way toward the statue, Idir moved closer to Bourne. "It's clear enough you hate each other," he whispered. "He moves the statue and a fail-safe packet of C4 affixed to the side of the generator is activated on a 3-minute delay. Even I can't stop it, but I can lead you out of here in plenty of time. Kill this animal so he won't harm my son." Arkadin was reaching out for the statue. Bourne could sense Idir holding his breath. He was ready to run. Bourne saw this moment clearly. It was the point in time that both Suparwita and Tenirt had somehow foreseen. It was the moment when his rage to revenge Tracy's death could be sated. The moment when his 2 warring personalities would finally tear him apart from the inside out. The moment of his own death. Did he believe them? Was there no clear-cut moment in his life? Was everything infused with the unknown of the life he could not remember? He could turn away from the dangers to him, or he could master them. The choice he made now would stay with him, would change him forever. Would he betray Arkadin or Idir? And then he realized there was no choice at all. His path lay clearly before him as if illuminated by the light of the full moon. Idir's plea was clever, but it was irrelevant. "Leonid, stop!" Bourne called out. Moving the statue will set off an explosion. Arkadian's outstretched arm froze, his fingertips inches from the statue. He turned his head. That's what this son of a bitch told you behind my back? Why did you do that? Idir's voice was full of despair. Because you didn't tell me how to turn off the generator. Arkadian's gaze shifted to Bourne. Why is that so fucking important? Because, Bourne said, the generator controls a series of security measures that will stop us from ever leaving here. Arkadian stalked over to Idir and backhanded the barrel of his magpul across the Berber's face. Idir spat out a tooth along with a thick gout of blood. I'm done with you, he said. I'm now going to take you apart piece by piece. You'll tell us what we want to know, whether or not you want to. You aren't afraid of death, but you have already shown me your fear. When I get out of here, I'm going to throw bodies off that roof myself. No, no, Idir cried, scuttling around to the side of the generator housing. Here, he muttered to himself. At the base of the plinth, he depressed a stone, which slid out of the way. He threw a switch, and the throb of the generator ceased. See? It's off. He stood up. I've done what you asked. My life is nothing, but I beg you to spare my son's life. Arkadian, grinning, set the case on top of the plinth, unlocked it, and took out the laptop. Now, he said as he fired up the computer, the ring. Idir crept closer to the plinth. He managed to tap his fingernail along the top of the computer before Arkadian delivered a heavy backhand blow that swatted him back on his heels. As Bourne was taking out the ring, Idir said, It won't do any good. Shut the fuck up, Arkadian snapped. Let him speak, Bourne said. Idir, what do you mean? That isn't the right laptop. He's a liar, Arkadian said. Look here. He took the ring from Bourne and inserted it. It has the slot for the ring. Idir's laughter was tinged with hysteria, or with madness. As Arkadian slid the ring through the slot again and again, he tried in vain to bring up the ghost file on the partitioned hard drive. You fools! Idir could not stop laughing. Someone has been fucking with you. I'm telling you, it's the wrong laptop. With an inarticulate cry, Arkadian swung around. Leonid, no! Bourne leapt at him, too late to keep him from firing, but he ran full tilt into Arkadian's right shoulder. The spray of bullets went wide, but 2 bullets struck Idir's chest and shoulder. Both torches were on the floor, crackling as they burned down. They were more than half finished. Bourne and Arkadian attacked each other with hands, feet, and knees. Arkadian, the magpul in his right hand, hammered at Bourne, who was forced to raise his hands in front of his face in order to deflect the blows. Deep contusions, then ragged cuts broke out on his wrists from the force of the magpul's heavy barrel pounding on him. He brought his knee up into Arkadian's stomach, but it seemed to have little or no effect. At the next blow, Bourne grabbed the barrel, but it raked down his palm, slicing it open. Arkadian turned the muzzle on Bourne, and Bourne slammed the heel of his bleeding hand into Arkadian's nose. Blood flew as Arkadian's head snapped back, the back of it banging off the floor. He squeezed off a short burst, the noise deafening in the space. Bourne struck him again, slamming his head to the right, where a blur of movement shot toward him. A large rat, terrified by the noise, leapt blindly at Arkadian's face. Arkadian swung at it and missed. He rolled away, grabbed one of the torches, and thrust it out wildly. The rat leapt away, scrambling across Idir's slumped body. The flames caught its tail, the rat screamed, and so did Idir, whose robes were now alight and burning with an acrid stench. Staggering to his feet, he slapped wildly at the flames with his good arm, but staggered off balance and fell against the plinth. His head struck the statue of Baal, knocking it off the generator housing. It shattered against the floor. Rising, Bourne ran toward Idir, but the greedy flames had already engulfed him, making it impossible to get close. The sickening stench of roasting meat, the bright burst of flames, and then an ominous ticking counting down the 3 minutes of life they had left. Arkadin swung his arm around and fired, but Bourne had moved behind Idir, and the burst of gunfire went wide. The flaming torch was fast guttering. Scooping up one of the torches, Bourne ran back into the doorway to the corridor. Under cover, he drew the Beretta. He was about to fire back when he glimpsed Arkadin on his hands and knees, scrabbling about in the rubble of the shattered statue. He picked out an SDS memory card, brushed it off, and, rising, stuck it into the appropriate slot of the laptop. "Leonid, leave it!" Bourne shouted. "The laptop is a fake!" When there was no response, Bourne called Arkadin's name again, this time more urgently. "We have just over 2 minutes to find our way out of here." "So Idir would have us believe," Arkadin sounded distracted. "Why would he tell us the truth?" "He was terrified for the life of his son." "In the land of the blind," Arkadin shot back, "there is no incentive to tell the truth." "Leonid, come on! Let it go! You're wasting time!" There was no response. The moment Bourne showed his face in the pentangle, Arkadin fired at him. His torch sparking and sputtering near its end, Bourne sprinted back up the corridor the way he had come. Halfway along, the torch guttered and died. He threw it aside and kept on, his eidetic memory guiding him unerringly to the base of the spiral staircase. Now it was a matter of outrunning the clock. By his estimation, he had less than 2 minutes to get out of the house before the C4 exploded. He reached the top of the staircase, but there was no light. The door was closed. Returning to the bottom of the stairs, he grabbed another torch, lit it, and sprinted back up to the top. 20 seconds wasted, a minute and a half remaining. At the top of the staircase, he held the torch up to the door. It had no handle on this side. Not even a lock marred its smooth surface. But there must be a way out. Leaning in, he ran his fingertips around the edge where the door met the jamb. Nothing. On all fours, he probed the lintel, found a small square that gave to the pressure of his fingertip. He jumped away as the door opened. Just over a minute left to find his way through the maze of concentric circles and out the front door. Along the curving corridor he went, fast as he could, holding the torch high. The electric lights had been extinguished when Idir had thrown the switch, turning off the generator. Once he paused and thought he could hear footsteps echoing behind him, but he couldn't be certain, and he pressed on, spiraling outward, ever outward, toward the skin of the house. He went through the 2 open doors and was on what he was sure must be the last of the corridors. 30 seconds to go, and then the front door was ahead of him. Reaching it, he hauled on the handle. The door wouldn't budge. He battered on it, to no avail. Cursing under his breath, he turned back, staring down the windowless, doorless corridor. "Everything in the house is an illusion," Tenert had told him. "This is the most important advice I can give you." 20 seconds. As he passed close to the outer wall, air stirred at the side of his head. There were no vents, so where was it coming from? He ran his hand over the wall, which, he surmised, must be the outside wall of the house itself. Using his knuckles, he rapped on the wall, listening for an anomalous sound. Solid, solid. He moved farther back down the corridor, 15 seconds. And then the sound changed. Hollow. Standing back, he slammed the heel of his shoe into the wall. It went through. Again. 10 seconds. Not enough time. Thrusting the torch into the ragged hole, he set it afire. The flames ate up the paint and the board behind it. Dropping the torch, he covered his head with his arms and dived through. Glass shattered outward, and then he was rolling in the street, picking himself up and running. Behind him, the night seemed to catch fire. The house ballooned outward, the shockwave of the explosion lifting him off his feet, hurling him against the wall of the building across the street. At first, he was struck deaf. He picked himself up, staggered against the wall, and shook his head. He heard screaming. Someone was screaming his name. He recognized Soraya's voice, then saw her running toward him. Bodis was nowhere to be seen. "Jason? Jason!" She ran up to him. "Are you all right?" He nodded, but examining him, she was already shrugging off her coat. Ripping off a sleeve of her shirt, she bound his bleeding hands. "Bodis, I let him go when the house blew. She looked up at him. The father? Bourne shook his head. And Arkadin? I made a circuit of the building and didn't see him. Bourne looked back at the fierce blaze. He refused to leave the notebook and the ring. Soraya finished bandaging his hands. Then they both watched what was left of the house being consumed by the fire. The street was deserted. There must have been hundreds of eyes watching the scene, but none of them was visible. No Severus Domna soldier appeared. Bourne saw why. Taniert was standing at the other end of the street, a Mona Lisa smile on her lips. Soraya nodded. I guess Arkadin finally got what he wanted. Bourne thought that must, after all, be true. Chapter 31. Didn't I tell you, Peter Marks said crossly, that I didn't want to see anyone? It was a rebuke, not a question. Nevertheless, Elisa, the nurse who had been looking after him ever since he'd admitted himself to Walter Reed Army Medical Center, appeared unfazed. Marks lay in bed, his wounded leg bandaged and hurting like poison. He had refused all painkillers, which was his prerogative, but much to his annoyance, his stoicism hadn't endeared him to Elisa. This was a pity, Marks thought, because she was a looker as well as being whip-smart. I think you might want to make an exception for this one. Unless it's Shakira or Keira Knightley, I'm not interested. Just because you're privileged enough to wind up here doesn't give you the right to act like a petulant child. Marks cocked his head. Yeah? Why don't you come over here and see what it's like from my point of view? Only if you promise not to molest me, she said with a sly smile. Marks laughed. Okay, so who is it? She had a gift of excavating him out of even his darkest mood. She came over and plumped his pillow before elevating the top half of the bed. I want you to sit up for me. Shall I beg, too? Now that would be nice. Her smile deepened. Just make sure you don't drool on me. I have so few pleasures here, don't take that away from me. He grimaced as he pushed himself farther up the bed. Christ, my ass is sore. She made a show of biting her lip. You make it so easy for me, I can't bring myself to humiliate you even more. She came over and, taking a brush from a side table, neatened his hair. Who is it, for Christ's sake? Mark said. The fucking president? Close. Elisa went to the door. It's the defense secretary. Good God, Marks thought. What can Bud Halliday want with me? But it was Chris Hendricks who walked through the door. Marks fairly goggled. Where's Halliday? Good morning to you too, Mr. Marks. Hendricks shook his hand, pulled over a chair, and without taking off his overcoat, sat down beside the bed. Sorry, sir. Good morning, Marks stammered. Congratulations are in order. That's the spirit, Hendricks smiled. So, how you feeling? I'll be up and about in no time, Marks said. I'm getting the best of care. I have no doubt. Hendricks placed one hand over the other in his lap. Mr. Marks, time is short, so I'll cut right to the point. While you were overseas, Bud Halliday tendered his resignation. Oliver Liss is incarcerated, and frankly, I don't see him getting out anytime soon. Your immediate boss, Frederick Willard, is dead. Dead? My God, how? A topic for another day. Suffice it to say that, with all this sudden upheaval, a power vacuum is formed at the top of the pyramid, or one of them anyway. Hendricks cleared his throat. Like nature, the clandestine services abhor a vacuum. I've been following the systematic dismantling of CI, your old bailiwick, with something of a jaundiced eye. I like what your colleague did with Typhon. In this day and age, a black ops organization manned by Muslims focused on the extremist Muslim world seems a rather elegant solution to our most pressing ongoing problem. Unfortunately, Typhon belongs to CI. God alone knows how long it will take to right that ship, and I don't want to waste time. He hunched forward. Therefore, I'd like you to head up a revitalized Treadstone, which will take up Typhon's mission. You will report directly to me and to the President. Marks frowned deeply. Is something the matter, Mr. Marks? Everything's the matter. First off, how on earth did you hear about Treadstone? And second, if you're as enamored of Typhon as you claim, why haven't you contacted Soraya Moore, Typhon's former director? Who said I haven't? Did she turn you down? The relevant question, Hendricks said, is whether you're interested. Of course I'm interested, but I want to know about Soraya. Mr. Marks, I trust you're as impatient to get out of here as you are with your questions. Hendricks rose, crossed to the door, and opened it. He nodded, and in walked Soraya. Mr. Marks, Secretary Hendricks said, it's my pleasure to introduce you to your co-director. As Soraya approached the bed, he added, I'm quite certain the two of you have many matters, organizational and otherwise, to discuss, so if you'll excuse me. Neither Marks nor Soraya paid him the least bit of attention as he stepped out of the room, closing the door softly behind him. Well, look who the wind blew in. Duran stepped out of his doorway as Bourne came in. As soon as Bourne was inside, Duran gave him a huge hug. Damn it, man, you're worse than a will-o'-the-wisp. First I see you, then I don't. That's the idea, isn't it? Then he glanced down at Bourne's bandaged hands. What the fuck? I had a run-in with something that tried to eat me. Duran laughed. Well, you must be okay then. Come on in. He led Bourne into his house in northeast Washington. He was a tall, slim, handsome man with skin the color of light cocoa. He had a clipped British accent. How about a drink or, better yet, something to eat? Sorry, old friend, no time. I'm flying out to London tonight. Oh, then, I've got just a passport for you. Bourne laughed. Not this time. I'm here to pick up the package. Duran turned and looked at him. Ah, after all this time. Bourne smiled. I finally found the proper home for it. Excellent. The homeless make me sad. Duran took Bourne through the rambling house and into his enormous studio, fumy with oil paint and turpentine. There was a canvas on a wooden easel. Take a look at my newest child, he said before disappearing into another room. Bourne came around and took a look at the painting. It was almost finished, enough anyway to take his breath away. A woman in white, carrying a parasol against a burning sun, walked in high grass, while a young boy, possibly her son, looked on longingly. The depiction of the light was simply extraordinary. Bourne stepped in, peering closely at the brushstrokes, which matched perfectly those of Claude Monet, who had painted the original La Promenade in 1875. What do you think? Bourne turned. Duran had returned with a hard-sided attaché case. Magnificent. Even better than the original. Duran laughed. Good God, man, I hope not. He handed Bourne the case. Here you are, safe and sound. Thanks, Duran. Hey, it was a challenge. I forged paintings and for you passports, visas and the like. But a computer? To tell you the truth, the composite housing was a bitch. I wasn't sure I'd gotten it quite right. You did a great job. Another satisfied customer, he said with a laugh. They began to drift back through the house. How's Kiki? As ever. She's back in Africa for 6 weeks working to improve the locals' lot. It's lonely here without her. You two should get married. You'll be the first to know, old man. They were at the front door. He shook Bourne's hand. Ever get up to Oxford? As a matter of fact, yes. Give the grand old dame my regards. I will. Bourne opened the door. Thanks for everything. Duran waved away his hands. Godspeed, Jason. Bourne, on the night flight to London, dreamed that he was back in Bali at the top of Pura Lempayong, peering through the gates that framed Mount Agong. In his dream, he saw Holly Marie moving slowly from right to left. As she passed in front of the sacred mountain, Bourne began to run toward her, and as she was pushed, he caught her before she could fall down the steep stone steps to her death. Holding her in his arms, he looked down on her face. It was Tracy's face. Tracy shuddered, and he saw the jagged shard of glass impaling her. Blood inundated her and ran over his hands and arms. "What's happening, Jason? It's not my time to die." It wasn't Tracy's voice that echoed in his dream. It was Scarlett's. London greeted him with an uncharacteristically brilliant, crisp blue morning. Chrissy had insisted on picking him up at Heathrow. She was waiting for him just outside of security. She smiled as he kissed her on the cheek. "Baggage?" "Only what I'm carrying," Bourne said. Linking arms with him, she said, "How very nice to see you again so soon. Scarlett was so excited when I told her. We'll have lunch up at Oxford and then pick her up from school." They walked to the car park and got into her battered Range Rover. "Old times," she said, laughing. "How did Scarlett take the news about her aunt?" Chrissy sighed as she pulled out. "About as well as could be expected. She was a complete wreck for 24 hours. Couldn't go near her. Children are resilient. That, at least, is a godsend." After winding her way out of the airport, she got on the motorway. "Where is Tracy?" "We buried her in a very old cemetery just outside Oxford." "I'd like to go straight there if you don't mind." She gave him a quick look. "No, not at all." The drive to Oxford was quick and silent, both Bourne and Chrissy lost in thought. In Oxford, they stopped at a florist. At the cemetery, she turned in and parked the SUV. They got out, and she led him through the ranks of headstones, some very old indeed, toward a spreading oak tree. A brisk wind was blowing from the east, ruffling her hair. She stood slightly back while Bourne approached Tracy's grave. He stood for a moment, then laid the bouquet of white roses at the foot of the stone. He wanted to remember her as she had been the night before her death. He wanted to remember only their intimate moments, but for better or for worse, her death had been the most intimate of moments between them. He didn't think he'd ever forget the sensation of her blood on his hands and arms, a crimson silk scarf being drawn across them. Her eyes looking up at him. He had so wanted to hold on to the life that was draining out of her. He heard her voice whispering in his ear, and his vision clouded. His eyes burned with tears that welled but would not spill over. How he wished he could feel her breathing beside him. Then he felt Chrissy's arm around him. Scarlett, breaking away from a gaggle of her schoolmates, ran into his arms. He picked her up and whirled her around. "I went to Aunt Tracy's funeral," Scarlett said with a child's terrible gravity. "I wish I'd known her better." Bourne hugged her tight. Then they all got into the Range Rover and, at his request, drove over to Chrissy's office at All Souls College, a large, square room with windows that overlooked the ancient college grounds. It smelled of old books and incense. While Bourne and Scarlett settled themselves on the sofa Chrissy used to grade papers, she made tea. "What do you have in the briefcase?" Scarlett asked. "You'll see," Bourne told her. Chrissy came over with the tea service on an antique black japanned tray. Bourne waited patiently while she poured the tea, but Scarlett squirmed until her mother offered her a sweet biscuit. "Now," Chrissy said as she pulled up a chair, "what's all this about?" Bourne placed the attaché case on his lap. "I have a birthday present for you." Chrissy frowned. "My birthday's almost 5 months away. Consider this an early gift." He unlocked the case, opened the snaps, and removed a laptop computer, which he placed on the table beside the tea service. "Come sit beside me," he said. Chrissy rose and moved onto the sofa while Bourne opened the laptop and started it up. He had made sure to fully charge the battery on the flight over. Scarlett sat on the edge of the cushion to be closer to the screen. The screen swelled with images as the computer finished booting up. "Scarlett," Bourne said, "do you have the ring I gave you?" "I keep it with me." Scarlett dug it out. "Do I have to give it back?" Bourne laughed. "I gave it to you and I meant it." He held out his hand. "Just for a moment." He took the ring and inserted it in the slot that had been built for it. This was the laptop he had stolen from Jalal Asai, Holly's uncle, at Alex Conklin's behest. He hadn't delivered it because he had discovered what it contained and determined that it was too important a find to be given over to Treadstone, or anyone in the clandestine services. Instead, he had asked Duran to make a fake laptop. Accompanying Holly on one of her trips to Sonora to stock a narco rancho, he had been introduced to Gustavo Moreno. Bourne had allowed the fake laptop to fall into the drug lord's hands because, having it eventually come to light in Moreno's possession, would keep any suspicion on Conklin's part from falling on him. Similarly, he had switched the Solomon ring with the one Marks had taken off his London assailant. The fact that Scarlett had found Marks's ring when Marks had been shot gave him a perfect cover for the switch. He had been correct to assume the Solomon ring would be far safer in her hands than in his own. The two pieces fit together perfectly. The mysterious inscription engraved on the inside of the ring unlocked the ghost file on the laptop's hard drive, a PDF file, a perfect replica of an ancient Hebrew text. Chrissy hunched forward. "What is this? It looks like directions?" "You recall the discussion we had with Professor Giles?" She glanced at him. "Funny you should mention him. A squad of MI6 came and took him away yesterday." "I'm afraid I had something to do with that," Bourne said. "The good professor was part of the group that made so much trouble for us." "Do you mean—" Her gaze returned to the ancient text. "Good Lord, Jason, you don't mean to tell me." "According to this file," Bourne said, "King Solomon's gold is buried in Syria." Chrissy's excitement grew. "At Ugarit, somewhere on or around Mount Cassius, where the god Baal was said to live." She frowned as she came to the end of the text. "But where exactly? The text is incomplete." "True," Bourne said, thinking of the SD card Arkadin had found in the shattered statue of Baal. "The last bit is lost. I'm sorry about that." "No, don't be." She turned and hugged him tightly. "My God, what a fantastic gift." "If it's the truth. If you find King Solomon's gold." "No. In and of itself, this text is invaluable. It provides a trove of research material that will help shed light on what's fact and fiction about King Solomon's court. I don't know how to thank you." Bourne smiled. "Give it as a gift to the university in your sister's name." "Why, Of course. What a wonderful idea. Now she'll be closer to me and a part of Oxford, too." He felt the memory of Tracy settling around him with a contented sigh. He could think of her now in all her incarnations and not be swamped in sorrow. He put his arm around Scarlett. "You know, your aunt had a hand in this gift." The girl looked up at him, her eyes wide. "She did?" Bourne nodded. "Let me tell you about it, and about how very courageous she was."
In the heart of the night, a tale unfolds, skyward honor where legends hold. A blade of valor, a knightly hand, radiates blessings from winds so grand. With each noble swing, a whisper divine, carrying wishes of gods in its shine. Skyward honor in blades so true, a knight's tribute, skies of blue, from heaven's high to earth below, a sword's blessing in honest blow.
Scarlett, breaking away from a gaggle of her schoolmates, ran into his arms. He picked her up and whirled her around. "I went to Aunt Tracy's funeral," Scarlett said with a child's terrible gravity. "I wish I'd known her better." Bourne hugged her tight. Then they all got into the Range Rover and, at his request, drove over to Chrissy's office at All Souls College, a large, square room with windows that overlooked the ancient college grounds. It smelled of old books and incense. While Bourne and Scarlett settled themselves on the sofa Chrissy used to grade papers, she made tea. "What do you have in the briefcase?" Scarlett asked. "You'll see," Bourne told her. Chrissy came over with the tea service on an antique black japanned tray. Bourne waited patiently while she poured the tea, but Scarlett squirmed until her mother offered her a sweet biscuit. "Now," Chrissy said as she pulled up a chair, "what's all this about?" Bourne placed the attaché case on his lap. "I have a birthday present for you." Chrissy frowned. "My birthday's almost 5 months away. Consider this an early gift." He unlocked the case, opened the snaps, and removed a laptop computer, which he placed on the table beside the tea service. "Come sit beside me," he said. Chrissy rose and moved onto the sofa while Bourne opened the laptop and started it up. He had made sure to fully charge the battery on the flight over. Scarlett sat on the edge of the cushion to be closer to the screen. The screen swelled with images as the computer finished booting up. "Scarlett," Bourne said, "do you have the ring I gave you?" "I keep it with me." Scarlett dug it out. "Do I have to give it back?" Bourne laughed. "I gave it to you and I meant it." He held out his hand. "Just for a moment." He took the ring and inserted it in the slot that had been built for it. This was the laptop he had stolen from Jalal Asai, Holly's uncle, at Alex Conklin's behest. He hadn't delivered it because he had discovered what it contained and determined that it was too important a find to be given over to Treadstone, or anyone in the clandestine services. Instead, he had asked Duran to make a fake laptop. Accompanying Holly on one of her trips to Sonora to stock a narco rancho, he had been introduced to Gustavo Moreno. Bourne had allowed the fake laptop to fall into the drug lord's hands because, having it eventually come to light in Moreno's possession, would keep any suspicion on Conklin's part from falling on him. Similarly, he had switched the Solomon ring with the one Marks had taken off his London assailant. The fact that Scarlett had found Marks's ring when Marks had been shot gave him a perfect cover for the switch. He had been correct to assume the Solomon ring would be far safer in her hands than in his own. The two pieces fit together perfectly. The mysterious inscription engraved on the inside of the ring unlocked the ghost file on the laptop's hard drive, a PDF file, a perfect replica of an ancient Hebrew text. Chrissy hunched forward. "What is this? It looks like directions?" "You recall the discussion we had with Professor Giles?" She glanced at him. "Funny you should mention him. A squad of MI6 came and took him away yesterday." "I'm afraid I had something to do with that," Bourne said. "The good professor was part of the group that made so much trouble for us." "Do you mean—" Her gaze returned to the ancient text. "Good Lord, Jason, you don't mean to tell me." "According to this file," Bourne said, "King Solomon's gold is buried in Syria." Chrissy's excitement grew. "At Ugarit, somewhere on or around Mount Cassius, where the god Baal was said to live." She frowned as she came to the end of the text. "But where exactly? The text is incomplete." "True," Bourne said, thinking of the SD card Arkadin had found in the shattered statue of Baal. "The last bit is lost. I'm sorry about that." "No, don't be." She turned and hugged him tightly. "My God, what a fantastic gift." "If it's the truth. If you find King Solomon's gold." "No. In and of itself, this text is invaluable. It provides a trove of research material that will help shed light on what's fact and fiction about King Solomon's court. I don't know how to thank you." Bourne smiled. "Give it as a gift to the university in your sister's name." "Why, of course. What a wonderful idea. Now she'll be